A desolate island gazing at the endless sea surface with sea kings occasionally leaping from the water and fragmented memories in his mind. Lying on the beach, Jiang Tian was now certain that he had been transported to another world. Moreover, he had traveled to the world of One Piece. Being able to transmigrate into his favorite anime world, Jiang Tian should have been happy. But now Jiang Tian could not feel happy at all. Damn it, what should I do now? Am I going to be trapped and die on this deserted island? Jiang Tian looked at the endless sea with despair in his eyes. However, as a transmigrator, he did not sit idly by. Jiang Tian tried to find a way to leave the desolate island. But seeing the giant sea kings occasionally leaping from the water, he gave up on the idea. With his frail body, he probably wouldn't even qualify to be a toothpick for the sea kings. Fortunately, the desolate island had a small lake of fresh water and a few fruit trees, so Jiang Tian wouldn't starve to death. But thinking about spending the rest of his life on this desolate island, Jiang Tian felt extremely unwilling and desperate. The multiverse role-playing system has initiated. Binding host. Host binding successful. Just as Jiang Tian was in despair, a series of mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Is this a cheat? Jiang Tian immediately jumped up from the beach, his eyes showing excitement. Haha, as expected, how could a transmigrator not have a cheat? A cheat may arrive late, but it will never be absent. After the excitement, Jiang Tian eagerly began to study his cheat. Multiverse role-playing system. What is this? With a thought, Jiang Tian couldn't help asking. Then a massive amount of information appeared in his mind. This system is the multiverse role-playing system, allowing the host to draw and role-play a series of characters from countless worlds. The higher the host's role-playing progress, the stronger the power obtained. As the system's voice ended, streams of system information appeared in Jiang Tian's mind, giving him a thorough understanding of his cheat. Role-playing characters from countless worlds? A flash of excitement passed through Jiang Tian's eyes. It must be said that his cheat was an extremely powerful ability. Jiang Tian believed that with the power of his cheat, he would definitely be able to leave this desolate island and carve out a place for himself in the world of One Piece. Ding detected that the host activated the system for the first time. Reward 1 draw chance. Do you wish to draw a role-playing character? The system's voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and draw for me. Jiang Tian said to the system with anticipation. Ding starting to draw the first role-playing character. As the system's voice faded, countless characters flashed before Jiang Tian's eyes. These characters were from countless worlds. There were strong ones, weak ones, male, female. Grey Wolf, One Punch, Saitama, Sailor Moon, Ultraman. I hope I draw a strong one. Jiang Tian thought nervously. The first character to roleplay would determine his starting point. Amid Jiang Tian's anticipation, a red cloud appeared before his eyes. After the red cloud, more than a dozen figures appeared before Jiang Tian's eyes. This is Akatsuki. System, congratulations, the host has successfully drawn the Akatsuki series characters from the Naruto world. The host can randomly roleplay one member of Akatsuki. As the roleplaying progress reaches a certain proficiency, the next Akatsuki member will be unlocked. Haha, it's the Akatsuki series members from the Naruto world. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. Seeing the Akatsuki members before him, Jiang Tian couldn't help laughing with excitement. The Akatsuki from the Naruto world. Are they strong? Of course they are. Not only strong, but extremely powerful. Every Akatsuki member possesses terrifying strength. Even in the world of One Piece, the Akatsuki members are extremely powerful existences. Now that Jiang Tian starts by role-playing an Akatsuki member, it seems a bit invincible. System, start role-playing an Akatsuki member. With a thought, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, Akatsuki member, starting random activation. Congratulations, host activated Akatsuki member Kaku. Do you wish to start role-playing Akatsuki's Kaku? As the system's voice fell, the character image representing Akatsuki's Kakuzu activated. A grim man wearing a mask and headband with green eyes, clad in a black robe with red clouds, materialized before Jiang Tian. It's Kakuzu. Although not activating the most powerful pain made Jiang Tian very disappointed, he didn't mind too much. Kakuzu's strength was also very formidable. Moreover, as one of the immortal duo, he could acquire the abilities of others by stealing their hearts. More importantly, each heart represented a life. Kakuzu could have 5 hearts at once, which meant he had 5 lives. This was practically an undying existence. Having Akatsuki's Kakuzu as his first role-playing character was not bad. Start role-playing Kaku. With a thought, a powerful force emerged from Jiang Tian's body. At the same time, a vast amount of information flooded his mind. Secret technique, Earth Grudge, Fear. Secret technique, Heart Steel. Earth release, Earth Spear. Wind release, Pressure Damage. Lightning release, False Darkness. Fire release, Head Scorching. These were all abilities of Akatsuki member Kakuzu. In that instant, Jiang Tian acquired all of Kakuzu's power. Meanwhile, the system panel in his mind also changed. Multiverse role-playing system host Jiang Tian possessed roleplay characters Akatsuki series, current role-playing character Akatsuki's Kakuzu, Current role-playing progress 1. Only 1 progress. Then what about this? Transformation technique. Zhang Tian formed hand seals, and with a puff of smoke he transformed into the appearance of Akatsuki's Kakuzu. A black robe with red clouds, a mask, and a fully covered body, only revealing a pair of green eyes. As a ninja, the transformation technique was the most basic ability. Ding Akatsuki's Kakuzu role-playing progress increased. Current progress 20. At the same time Zhang Tian felt his power surge again. I already have 20 of Kakuzu's power. It's time to leave this desolate island. Zhang Tian clenched his fist, smiled, and walked directly onto the sea. The vast and turbulent ocean became as flat as a road beneath Zhang Tian's feet. As a ninja, walking on water was the most basic skill. In the world of pirates on the East Blue lies Kisame town, once an utterly ordinary settlement. However, ever since the Barrow pirates seized it half a year ago, it has been completely transformed into a den and gathering place for pirates. Boss Barrow, look, someone's coming from the front. A pirate shouted loudly, pointing into the distance. Not far away, a dark figure was slowly walking toward the town. Who is that? Is it the Navy? Probably not. If it were the Navy, they wouldn't come alone. No matter who he is, since he stepped into the territory of the Barrow pirates, we can't let him leave alive. On board anyway, I'll use this little brat to have some fun. As they watched the person walking toward them from afar, the members of the Barrow pirates burst into loud laughter, clearly not taking this lone man seriously in the slightest. As the stranger stepped into the town, the pirates could finally make out his appearance. He wore black robes patterned with red clouds, a mask and headscarf on his face, and a wide-brimmed bamboo hat that concealed his features. Hey, who the hell are you? Don't you know where you are? Captain Barrow looked at the approaching man and questioned him arrogantly. Pirate Barrow. Bounty 13 million berries. The newcomer lifted his head and removed his bamboo hat. A pair of green eyes swept over Barrow as he spoke. That's right, that's me, Barrow said with extreme arrogance. What are you scared stupid by my bounty? In the East Blue, the weakest of all sees a bounty of 13 million berries already marked someone as a relatively powerful pirate. It seems I've come to the right place. Your bounty will be mine. The newcomer looked at Barrow and spoke with absolute certainty. Without a doubt, this man was Zhang Tian, playing the role of Kakuzu. As Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, what he favored most was without question money. And the thing Kakuzu enjoyed doing the most was undeniably earning money. He was in fact the financial manager of the Akatsuki. For that very reason, in order to fully embody Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, Zhang Tian began acting as a bounty hunter under that name. He hunted pirates across the East Blue and claimed their bounties. Those green eyes, that black cloak with red clouds. This is bad, boss, he's Kakuzu. That new pirate hunter who's appeared recently, a pirate suddenly shouted in alarm. In recent days, Zhang Tian had destroyed more than a dozen pirate crews in the East Blue, collecting their bounties and gaining a modest reputation across these waters. Kakuzu, huh? He's just one man. I'm a mighty pirate with a 13 million bounty destined to become the pirate king. How could I fear some pirate hunter? Clearly Barrow did not place Zhang Tian acting as Kakuzu in his eyes at all. 13 million. TCH rubbish, like you has no right to call yourself a great pirate. Men like you will probably die before ever setting foot on the Grand Line. Be a good boy and turn into my bounty instead. Zhang Tian spoke with utter contempt. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? All of you attack and slaughter this guy. Enraged by Zhang Tian's words, Barrow bellowed his order to attack. Attack. Kill him. Yes, Captain. At Barrow's command, the pirate underlings gripped their weapons and charged at Zhang Tian. But could these pirates truly land a blow on Zhang Tian? Of course not. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Wind release pressure damage. A violent gale gathered, condensing into a massive sphere of wind that hurtled toward the charging pirates. With a thunderous boom, the wind sphere exploded, unleashing a storm of savage wind blades that slashed toward the pirates like countless knives. Screams rang out as the pirates who had attacked Zhang Tian were blasted backward, their bodies mangled. It seemed unlikely that any of them would survive. Damn you, you bastard, how dare you kill my men? Keep attacking. He's just one man. Altogether kill him. Seeing his subordinates cut down, Captain Barrow did not retreat in fear. Instead, he grew even more enraged and continued to order his men to launch another assault on Zhang Tian. At the same time, he snatched up a long sword and rushed at Zhang Tian himself. Lightning release, false darkness. Facing the renewed charge, Zhang Tian unleashed another ninjutsu. A burst of lightning shot forth like a blinding spear of light, lancing toward the pirates. The raging thunder struck them, and another chorus of anguished screams filled the air. While Zhang Tian was locked in fierce battle with the pirates of the Barrow crew in the warehouse area of their base, two sneaky figures were rifling through the place, as if searching for something. Nami, hurry up. They're fighting up front. This is our chance. I know, Karina, but let's be clear. If we find any treasure, we split it 50-50. No problem. These sneaky figures were none other than the East Blue's famous phantom thief Karina and the little cat burglar Nami. The Barrow pirates were fairly well known across the East Blue. Karina and Nami had been lurking near their base for some time, waiting for the right moment to infiltrate and plunder their hoard. Now, with the sounds of intense battle echoing through the Barrow pirates' stronghold, they knew their opportunity had arrived. Without the slightest hesitation, Karina and Nami slipped into the base and began searching for valuables. This was far from their first time doing such things. They were well practiced. In no time, they found where the Barrow pirates kept their loot, and the two of them started looting with wild enthusiasm. Amid a series of thunderous explosions, every last pirate of the Barrow crew fell to Jiang Tian's hands. Now, within the entire Barrow pirates, only their Captain Barrow remained standing. At this moment, he stared at Jiang Tian with a face full of terror, his hands trembling as they gripped his long sword. "How is this possible? You actually killed all my men. There's nothing impossible about it. Now it's your turn." Jiang Tian, in the guise of Kakuzu, advanced slowly toward Barrow, his green eyes locked on him. "You bastard, go to hell." Seeing Jiang Tian draw near, Barrow refused to sit and wait for death. He raised his massive blade and swung it down at Jiang Tian with all his might. A desperate struggle. Earth release hardening. Facing the descending longsword, Jiang Tian made no move to dodge. Instead, his hand turned pitch black as hard as rock, meeting Bari's blade. Hidan. Crack. With a crisp sound, Bari's longsword shattered upon striking Jiang Tian's hardened arm. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian tightened his right hand, seizing Bari's throat. Jiang Tian, now embodying Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, possessed 5 hearts within his body, each representing an element: earth, fire, wind, water, lightning. Jiang Tian could wield all 5 powers at once. He used the power of earth to harden his body, making it as tough as rock, effortlessly deflecting the sword strike. "Your bounty is mine." With those words, Jiang Tian exerted force, and the pirate Barrow was decapitated. Now I can search for the Barrow pirate's treasure. As a notorious pirate in the East Blue, he must have a hefty sum of berries. Jiang Tian collected the head of the pirate Bari and began searching the town. Yet after scouring the area, he found only a few thousand berries. What's going on? Where is the Barrow pirates' money? Could it be that the infamous Bari pirates only had this many berries? Jiang Tian pondered with confusion. The Barrow pirates were a fairly renowned crew in the East Blue. How could they have so little? It defied all logic. Bang! Thud! At that moment, Jiang Tian suddenly heard a noise. "Who's there? Show yourself." "Secret art, Earth Grudge." Without hesitation, Jiang Tian extended a mass of black threads from his hand, shooting toward the distance. These threads were another power of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki Earth Grudge. It was also the power that allowed him to steal hearts and become nearly immortal. "Ah, don't kill us." "No." Moments later, 2 struggling young women were dragged out by the tendrils. Unquestionably, these 2 were Nami and Karina. They had intended to steal all the loot during the chaos of the Barrow pirates and slip away quietly. But they never expected Jiang Tian to finish the battle so swiftly. Left with no choice, they could only hide there. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Tian still discovered them. A purple-haired and orange-haired duo. "You two are the cat burglar and the phantom thief. So it was you two who stole my spoils." Seeing the pair before him, Jiang Tian remarked in mild surprise. Jiang Tian hadn't expected to encounter familiar faces here. Even more unexpected was that they dared to steal from him. No wonder he couldn't find the Barrow pirates' treasure. It had all been taken by them. As expected of the cat burglar and phantom thief, their speed was remarkable. "Sir, we've returned your things. All the treasure is here. We'll be going now." Karina nervously pushed the treasure toward Jiang Tian and tried to drag Nami away. "Leaving? After stealing from me, you think you can just walk away, eh?" Jiang Tian's tendrils shot out again, binding the legs of both Nami and Karina. Ah. Losing their balance, the 2 fell before Jiang Tian. "What else do you want?" "We've returned all the treasure." Nami and Karina trembled as they looked at Jiang Tian. They were well aware of Jiang Tian's overwhelming strength. If he decided to kill them, they would have no means to fight back. Neither of them wanted to die, especially Nami, who had turned to thievery to save her village. If she died here, what would become of her village? "Since you stole from me, you now belong to me. From this moment on, you are both conscripted." Seeing the trembling girls, Jiang Tian smiled. Since they had appeared before him, how could he let them go? This was the world of One Piece, a world of sailing. To sail, one needed a navigator. And in the East Blue, the best navigator was Nami. Nami was not only beautiful, but also possessed astonishing navigational talent, able to smell the wind and predict the weather far ahead. Now that Nami the navigator had delivered herself to him, how could Jiang Tian refuse? As for Karina, she had a gift for looting wealth. For Jiang Tian, she too would be of great use. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina were stunned. They had expected death, but Jiang Tian only wanted them as subordinates. What unwilling! Jiang Tian looked at their astonished expressions, clenched his fist, and the tendrils around them tightened. "No. We agree. Having survived by their wits since childhood, the two women quickly nodded in submission. As if reading each other's minds, they spoke with feigned reverence. Lord Kata. Lord Kata. Their synchronized act suggested it wasn't their first time doing so. With their weak strength, their beauty and cunning were their best weapons. Allegiance and betrayal were second nature to them. First pretend to serve, gain trust, then steal the spoils. Jiang Tian was well aware of their schemes. Their current obedience was merely a facade. But Jiang Tian didn't mind. Good, from now on you two are my subordinates. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction and retracted the black tendrils. Lord Kakuzu, where are we heading now? Karina gathered her courage and asked Jiang Tian. We'll go to Lobetown first. Jiang Tian told the two women. Lobetown, known as the town of the beginning and the end. With the birthplace of the pirate king and the entrance to the Grand Line, the Marines placed great importance on it. The Marine headquarters even sent a Logia-type user to serve as its gatekeeper. In the East Blue, where Haki was unknown, a Logia user was an invincible force. With this Logia user's presence, Lobetown had become the most peaceful town in the East Blue. Apart from reckless rookie pirates, no crew dared to enter. Of course, none of this concerned Jiang Tian. His purpose in Lobetown was to cash in the pirate bounties. As his ship docked at the port of bustling Lobetown, Karina couldn't help but ask, Lord Kakuzu, you're not planning to enter the Grand Line, are you? Hearing Karina's words, Nami, who was at the helm, trembled slightly, her face showing unease. Nami became a thief on the sea, hoarding treasures, all to gather enough money to buy back her village from the Arlong pirates. She hadn't yet reclaimed her village and had no desire to enter the so-called pirate graveyard of the Grand Line. If Jiang Tian truly intended to head for the Grand Line, Nami planned to secretly escape after they landed. However, his next words eased her mind. No, I'm not going to the New World yet. I need to collect the bounty first. Jiang Tian headed straight for the Marine branch in Lobetown. As soon as he stepped into the Marine base's bounty exchange, he drew the attention of many Marines. Look, that outfit. Red clouds on a black cloak. He's back again. Who is he? You don't know yet. He calls himself Kakuzu. He's already destroyed over a dozen pirate crews with bounties in the tens of millions. Why is he here again? Did he wipe out another crew? The Marines murmured among themselves as they stared at Jiang Tian. To embody Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, Jiang Tian had been relentlessly hunting pirates for bounties. This made him a frequent visitor to the Marine branch. Each time he arrived, a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions met his end at his hands. Though such bounties were insignificant in the Grand Line, this was the weakest sea, the East Blue. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions was already an extremely formidable presence. Even the East Blue Marines struggled greatly to eliminate such a crew. Thus the Marines were astonished at Kakuzu's arrival, wondering which pirate crew he had destroyed this time. This is Barry's head. Jiang Tian tossed a head to the bounty exchange staff. It really is the head of the pirate Barry, the great pirate with a 13 million bounty. The flustered staff caught the head and hastily examined it. Since it's confirmed, hurry up and pay up. Jiang Tian's voice was hoarse, his tone impatient. Please wait. Moments later, the staff handed him 2 large bags of coins. This is the bounty for the pirate Barry, 13 million berries. Jiang Tian took the bags, opened them, and meticulously counted each bill without a hint of annoyance. He was playing the role of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, whose money-obsessed nature demanded every single bill be carefully tallied. To his surprise, this meticulous counting even increased his Kakuzu template's proficiency, albeit very slowly, only by 0.005. Still, it was better than nothing. And so Jiang Tian spent a full half-hour counting. No one dared to disturb him, not even his newly recruited subordinates Nami and Robin. After verifying the total, Jiang Tian packed the money away with satisfaction. The amount is correct. Let's go. Picking up all the money, he prepared to leave. Wait, Lord Kato. Would you be interested in joining the Marines? With your strength, you could become a lieutenant commander. A Marine called out to him an invitation. Join the Marines. Not interested. I am a member of the Akatsuki. Jiang Tian refused without hesitation, walking away with Nami and Karina, not even looking back. Watching him leave, the Marine said nothing more, but instead went to an office in the base. Commander Smoker, Kakuzu has declined our invitation. These greedy bounty hunters, all for money. Smoker grumbled, taking a deep drag from his cigar. With the Great Pirate Era in full swing, countless pirates flooded the seas, stretching Marine forces thin. Thus, whenever they found a strong individual with a clean background, they extended an invitation. Jiang Tian as Kakuzu had only recently appeared on the seas with no criminal record, and had continuously eliminated over a dozen pirate crews meeting the Marines' recruitment criteria. But this man called Kakuzu had refused, infuriating Smoker. Commander, though we failed to recruit him, we've learned that Kakuzu belongs to an organization called the Akatsuki. The Marine continued his report. Akatsuki? What kind of organization is that? Never heard of it. Is there such a force in the East Blue? Have the intelligence unit investigate. As the highest-ranking marine officer in the East, Blue Smoker was familiar with its powers. He had never heard of the Akatsuki. Curiosity piqued, he decided to have marine intelligence look into it. Lord Kakuzu, where are we going now? After leaving the marine base, Karina and Nami cautiously asked. Well, continue hunting pirates for bounties. Jiang Tian pulled out a stack of wanted posters and began flipping through them. Since assuming the role of Kakuzu, he had earned 120 million berries by eliminating pirates, raising his Kakuzu template proficiency to 32. Correspondingly, he had gained 32 of Kakuzu's power. Yet he was still unsatisfied and sought to increase his proficiency further. For the Kakuzu template, the fastest way to boost proficiency was to keep accumulating money. Hey, race our next target. The Warhammer Pirates, bounty 21 million berries. You two take me to them immediately. Jiang Tian pulled out a wanted poster and addressed Nami and Karina. Yes, Lord Kaku. We'll depart at once. Obeying his command, they quickly set a course, and the ship sped across the distant sea. True to her reputation as a genius navigator, Nami steered the ship swiftly across the ocean. A journey that would normally take a week was completed in just 3 days. Captain, look. That's the Warhammer pirate ship. Target spotted. Karina and Nami shouted, pointing at a pirate vessel not far away. This is a massive pirate ship adorned with a skull flag symbolizing piracy. A large hammer-like design is printed on the white skull. Without a doubt, this is the Warhammer pirate ship. Well done. Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction upon spotting the pirate ship in the distance. Having Nami and Karina with him proved extremely useful. Nami possesses exceptional navigational talent, while Karina, being a thief, is well aware of the environment in the East Sea. With the cooperation of the two, Jiang Tian quickly located the Warhammer pirate ship. However, just as he was about to approach the Warhammer pirates, he discovered that someone had gotten there first. At that moment, the Warhammer pirates were engaged in battle with a bounty hunter. Daring to steal my target. Jiang Tian said, somewhat annoyed. The Warhammer pirates were indeed the target he had set his sights on. There was no way Jiang Tian would allow anyone else to take them. Boom, boom, boom. Countless cannons bombarded the surface of the sea, creating a series of enormous explosions. Not far from the Warhammer ship, a small boat was swaying amid the explosions, at risk of capsizing at any moment. On the massive pirate ship, countless pirates were laughing maniacally. Haha, damn bounty hunter. How dare you attack our ship, simply asking for death. I am a pirate with a bounty of 21 million. Among the many pirates, a burly man with a fierce expression holding a large hammer was laughing loudly. This pirate is the captain of the Warhammer pirate ship, known for wielding a massive hammer with a bounty of 21 million. Boys, continue the attack. Let this damn bounty hunter know our strength. Captain, don't worry. He'll show this greenhorn our might. A newbie just setting sail dares to attack us. Indeed. I've seen many greenhorns like him thinking they are invincible just after setting sail. On the pirate ship, countless pirates were sneering at the small boat in the distance. Meanwhile, they operated the cannons, constantly bombarding the small boat. On that boat was a swordsman with green hair. The captain wore a grayish-white shirt and black pants, with each hand gripping a long sword. Curiously, he was also biting onto another long sword. In the East Sea, there is only one bounty hunter with such a look. That is Roronoa Zoro. Zoro, who had just set sail not long ago, was still an unknown pirate hunter. Facing the fierce cannon fire from the Warhammer pirates, Zoro was also somewhat overwhelmed. However, he did not give up, gripping his weapons tightly, biting on one, and using his legs to leap high into the air. Three-sword style. In midair, Zoro's body spun rapidly. The three swords followed suit, easily deflecting the incoming cannonballs. At the same time, Zoro quickly closed in on the pirate ship, landing on it. Bossy's up here. What should we do? Seeing Zoro's entrance, the pirate lackeys on the ship were all taken aback. You idiots. Keep attacking. Kill him. The captain of the Warhammer continually reprimanded his subordinates. Hearing their captain's words, each pirate lackey gripped their weapons, ready to charge at Zoro. Facing the approaching pirates, Zoro took a deep breath, his expression serious. Having already sustained injuries from resisting the cannon fire, Zoro now felt great pressure facing so many pirates. However, Zoro showed no signs of fear. The reason he set out to sea as a bounty hunter was to hone his swordsmanship. Just as both sides were about to engage in a fierce battle, a sudden gust of wind swept in from the distance. Wind release, wind pressure. The fierce wind rushed in, striking the pirate ship directly. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the wind blades tore the pirate ship in two. On the pirate ship, both Zoro and the pirates were taken aback. What's happening? Who is it? The sudden change drew everyone's attention. On the surface of the sea, a figure dressed in black with red clouds was walking on the water, approaching slowly. Without a doubt, this person is Jiang Tian, disguised as Kakuzu. Boss, look quickly, this person is actually walking on the sea. What's going on? This person. Oh no. Boss, he is the newly risen bounty hunter Kakuzu. He's the Kaku. I heard he has already destroyed over a dozen pirates with bounties in the millions. We're doomed. He has his sights on us. What should we do? After realizing the newcomer was Kakuzu, the previously arrogant pirates became somewhat flustered. Not only the pirates, but even Zoro looking at the person walking on the sea was stunned. For them from the East Sea, walking on water is simply unbelievable. Are you the captain of the Warhammer Pirates? I'm here for your bounty. Zhang Tian stepped onto the broken ship looking at the captain of the Warhammer Pirates. Bastard, how did I end up meeting this guy? Upon seeing Zhang Tian, the Warhammer captain's expression changed drastically. If he had dismissed Zoro earlier, merely treating him as a plaything, then the sudden appearance of the person in front of him just standing there made him feel an overwhelming pressure, causing his breath to quicken. However, as the captain, he would not simply sit back and wait. What are you idiots doing just standing around? Get in there. Kill him, he's all alone. If we don't kill him, we'll all be dead. Hearing their captain's roar, the other pirates reacted. Kill. All the pirates gripping their weapons roared and charged at Zhang Tian. Although the Kakuzu Zhang Tian was portraying brought them immense pressure, they did not dare to disregard their captain's orders. Since you're seeking death, then I shall grant you that. Facing the rushing pirates, Zhang Tian's hands erupted with countless tentacle-like black lines. Swish, swish, swish. Countless black tentacles shot out, accurately piercing every pirate rushing in. Ah, help! Ah, don't kill me. A series of screams erupted, blood splattered everywhere. All the pirates were slain by the black tentacles. The underlings of the Warhammer pirate crew were far too weak, so weak that they didn't even qualify for Zhang Tian to release his ninjutsu. He easily disposed of them, using only the black tentacles of his earth grudge fear. How can this be? Upon witnessing all his men slain by Zhang Tian, the captain of the Warhammer pirates stood frozen in place. Even his hands, gripping the massive hammer, trembled involuntarily from fear. Now it's your turn. After effortlessly eliminating all the pirate grunts, Zhang Tian strode toward the Warhammer captain. You, don't come any closer. Seeing Zhang Tian approach, the Warhammer captain retreated in terror. He wanted to flee, but unfortunately they were at sea and there was nowhere to run. The captain backed up until he reached the ship's edge with no room left to retreat, plunging into utter despair. Bastard, die. Finding no escape, despair ignited a spark of survival instinct and courage within the Warhammer captain. He hoisted his massive hammer with both hands, leaped high, and charged fiercely at Zhang Tian. If it is you who shall die. Facing the oncoming captain, Zhang Tian's arm shot forward, tendrils connected to it flying out rapidly. The black tendrils coiled around the Warhammer captain midair, wrapping tightly around his neck. Crack! With a twist of his right hand, Zhang Tian snapped the captain's neck. Your bounty is mine. Just as Zhang Tian had finished off the Warhammer pirate crew, Karina and Nami approached him, each carrying a large bag. Lord Kakuzu, we've located all the treasures of the Warhammer pirates. We've brought them for you, Lord Kanu. Nami and Karina said cheerfully as they reached Zhang Tian. As the cat burglar, Nami and Karina well knew, given Zhang Tian's immense power, they needed to earn his trust to survive. Only by gaining Zhang Tian's trust could they hope to escape later, or perhaps even steal his treasures. Thus, while Zhang Tian fought, Nami and Karina swiftly gathered all the Warhammer pirates' riches and presented them to him. You two have done well, Zhang Tian said, highly satisfied with the treasure, though he knew Nami and Karina weren't being altruistic. Their obedience surely masked some scheme. But Zhang Tian paid it no mind. His primary goal was to amass wealth. Only money could increase the proficiency of his Akatsuki Kakuzu template. As the template's proficiency grew, so would his power. As for plots and conspiracies, they were but clouds before absolute strength. The Warhammer captain was dead, and all his crew's treasure now belonged to Zhang Tian. Just as Zhang Tian was about to leave, Zoro rushed forward and blocked his path. Friend, that was my prey. Isn't it improper to steal it away like that? Zoro stared at Zhang Tian, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. During Zhang Tian's battle, Zoro had recovered much of his stamina. Moreover, from witnessing Zhang Tian's fight with the Warhammer pirates, Zoro was certain this man was a formidable warrior. How could he pass up a chance to battle such a strong opponent? You're quite weak. With strength like that, what kind of bounty hunter are you? Zhang Tian glanced at Zoro, instantly losing interest. In his role as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, Zoro's current strength was indeed far too weak. What? You bastard, don't underestimate me. I'll show you my power. Enraged by Zhang Tian's contemptuous words, Zoro launched an attack. Three-sword-style demon slash. Zoro's body spun rapidly as he swung his three swords fiercely toward Zhang Tian. Facing Zoro's assault, Zhang Tian didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his arm, channeling the power of earth release to turn it rock hard. At that moment, Zoro's attack landed. Clang, clang, clang. The three swords struck Zhang Tian's arm, producing three loud clashes followed by a sharp crack. Crack. A bizarre scene unfolded. Zhang Tian's arm remained unscathed while Zoro's blade snapped in two. How is this possible? Zoro stared incredulously at his broken swords. He could hardly believe someone could block his blades with just their body. So this is your strength. Truly pathetic. With such weak power, you shouldn't call yourself a pirate hunter. Zhang Tian sneered at Zoro, throwing a punch. Zoro reacted swiftly, raising his broken swords in a desperate block. But unfortunately, he was simply too weak. Bam! With a cry of pain, Zoro was sent flying, crashing into the deck and leaving a large crater. Blood poured from his mouth, leaving him half-crippled. Cough. Who are you? The severely wounded Zoro asked through gritted teeth. North of the Akatsuki Kako, Zhang Tian said, flexing the ring on his finger. The ring bore the character for north. Akatsuki. Kakuzu. He'll remember you. Zoro watched as Zhang Tian, clad in a black cloak with red clouds, disappeared across the sea, as if etching the figure into his memory. After destroying the Warhammer pirates, Zhang Tian continued his bounty hunting spree, with Nami the navigator and Karina the phantom thief by his side. His pace was swift. In just 1 week, 3 more pirate crews were crushed, netting Zhang Tian over 50 million berries and raising his Kakuzu template proficiency to 37. Witnessing Zhang Tian's overwhelming power along the way, Nami began to harbor a new thought. Could I rely on Lord Kakuzu to help save my village? Nami's hometown was Kokoyashi village, now under the occupation of the Arlong pirates, a crew of fishmen. The Arlong pirates extorted protection money from the villagers of Kokoyashi. Those who could not pay were killed outright. Among them was Belmir, Nami's adoptive mother, who was murdered by the Arlong pirates. When Nami was 10 years old, her talent for navigation was discovered by Arlong. Threatening the lives of the Kokoyashi villagers, Arlong forced Nami to join his crew as an executive officer. At the same time, Arlong made a pact with Nami. If she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. It was for this reason that at such a tender age, Nami became the cat burglar, constantly stealing treasures across the sea. And now during her time following Zhang Tian. Seeing how Zhang Tian in his role as Kakuzu ceaselessly hunted pirates and collected bounties, a sudden idea struck Nami. Could she use Zhang Tian to eliminate the Arlong pirates and save her village? Yes, that was it. With this thought, Nami hesitated no longer and quickly began searching through the many wanted posters. Soon she found the wanted poster for the fishman Arlong. Lord Kakuzu, let's attack the Arlong pirates next, Nami said, holding up the poster. The Arlong pirates. A bounty of 20 million berries. In Kokoyashi village. This pirate crew seems to be quite far from us, Karina said, looking at the poster thoughtfully. Not far at all. With my navigation skills, it'll only take 5 days. Nami said hurriedly. The Arlong pirates. A bounty of 20 million. Not bad. Zhang Tian took the poster, glanced at it, then looked at Nami with a sharp tone. But cat burglar, you're not being entirely honest. Others might not know, but how could Zhang Tian, a transmigrator, be unaware? The Kokoyashi village occupied by the Arlong pirates was Nami's hometown. Nami was planning to use him to eliminate the Arlong pirates and save her village. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Nami trembled all over, forcing herself to remain calm. Lord Kakuzu, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. If you really don't know. If you little cat burglar aren't honest, then I won't be so kind. Zhang Tian threatened Nami, extending his hand. A mass of black tendrils burst forth, binding Nami tightly, as if he intended to kill her. Lord Kakuzu, please don't kill me. My hometown is occupied by the Arlong pirates. I only wanted you to help me save my village. Faced with Zhang Tian's threat, Nami dared not hold anything back. Weeping, she confessed everything. You've learned your lesson. Hearing Nami's honest confession, Zhang Tian retracted his tendrils and released her. Cat burglar, I never knew you had such a past. Karina felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Nami's story. She never imagined that the cat burglar with whom she usually stole treasures had endured such an experience. Don't cry, cat burglar. Karina went to Nami, embracing her to offer comfort. Lord Kakuzu, please help Nami. Karina pleaded with Zhang Tian. If you dare make demands of me too. Do you wish to die? Zhang Tian's tone was equally harsh as he looked at Karina, startling her as well. Faced with Zhang Tian's overbearing attitude, both Nami and Karina were completely intimidated. Neither dared to say another word. You said you've accumulated a lot of treasure. Zhang Tian asked Nami. Yes. Lord Kaku, I've already saved up 60 million berries. If you can destroy the Arlong pirates, I will hand over all my treasure. Nami replied hastily, tears welling in her eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Set sail immediately. Hearing about the vast treasure, Zhang Tian commanded Nami. Above all else, treasure was paramount. For Zhang Tian, embodying Kakuzu, as long as there was money, everything could be negotiated. Yes. Lord Kaku. Well, set off at once. Overjoyed that Zhang Tian had agreed, Nami immediately took the helm, steering the ship towards Kokoyashi village. Knowing that Zhang Tian intended to destroy the Arlong pirates, Nami sailed without a single pause. Relying on her superior navigation skills, she doubled the ship's speed. What was supposed to be a 5-day journey took only 4 days to reach Kokoyashi Island. Under Nami's guidance, they arrived directly at the Arlong pirates' stronghold. In the distance, clusters of buildings were already visible. The Arlong Empire built by the Arlong pirates. Lord Kakuzu, that's the Arlong pirates' base. Nami pointed at the distant structures, her voice filled with hatred. Leave the Arlong pirates to me. You two find their treasure immediately, Zhang Tian said, striding directly towards the Arlong pirates' base. Karina, we need to hurry too. If we don't complete Lord Kakuzu's task, he won't let us off. Nami pulled Karina along as they headed towards her hidden treasure spot. Meanwhile, some fishermen pirates patrolling the Arlong pirates' base noticed Zhang Tian approaching. Look, what's that? Someone. Looks like a human. A human. Daring to come to our Arlong Empire. What a fool. Let me kill him. Seeing the approaching human, the fishmen didn't think twice. Gripping their weapons, they charged straight at Zhang Tian. This was the Arlong Empire, their territory. Any human who dared to enter it was to be killed. Stupid human. You've trespassed into the Arlong Empire. Now die. Several fishmen blocked Zhang Tian's path, swinging their swords at him. Humph, a bunch of trash. Fire-style headhunter. Without a second thought, Zhang Tian launched a ninjutsu attack against the charging fishmen. Blazing hot flames coalesced before Zhang Tian. When they reached their peak intensity, they erupted into a tidal wave of fire that surged forward. What is this? Ah, help. Seeing the onrushing wave of flame, the fishmen stood frozen in shock. They didn't even have a chance to react before being engulfed by the flames, turned into grilled fish. But the attack didn't end there. The flames continued onward, striking the Arlong pirates' base. Whoosh. Rumble. The blazing flames exploded with a thunderous roar, the searing heat and immense shockwave engulfing the entire Arlong pirates' stronghold. Explosions and screams echoed incessantly. In an instant, all the fishmen of the Arlong pirates fell into chaos, scattering in every direction as they fled. What's going on? What happened? How did flames appear here? Is there a fire? Who started the fire? No, we're under attack. A human is assaulting our base. What did you say? How dare a human attack our territory? Come with me to kill this human. Countless fishmen swiftly gathered, gripping weapons with ferocious expressions, and marched toward Zhang Tian's direction. These fishmen had long grown accustomed to tyrannizing the East Blue, viewing humans as lambs to the slaughter. Hearing that a human had dared to invade their base, they erupted in fury. Soon, amid the spreading flames, Kakuzu, clad in his black cloak adorned with red clouds, strode out from the inferno. It's him, that damned human. Attack, kill him. The fishmen charged without hesitation upon seeing Zhang Tian, disguised as Kakuzu. Fishmen were naturally far stronger than humans. An ordinary fishman possessed 10 times the strength of a human, capable of easily slaying one. However, Zhang Tian, in his role as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, was no ordinary man. A bunch of trash. You'd all be better off as dead fish. Wind-style pressure damage. Seeing the fishmen charging, Zhang Tian showed no mercy. A fierce gale coalesced in his sharp wind blades, hurtling toward them. Rip! Oh! Oh! The sound of tearing flesh mingled with screams as blood splattered. The fishmen were turned into lifeless carcasses. The massive commotion from Zhang Tian's assault on the Arlong pirates' base soon drew the attention of Arlong himself. What is this? Who dares to attack my Arlong Empire? Hearing the explosions and seeing the blazing flames, Arlong roared with rage. His already hideous shark-like face twisted even further in fury. He had spent 10 years in the East Blue building his Arlong Empire. Now all his decades of effort were reduced to ashes. How could Arlong not be enraged? Boss Arlong, it's a human. A human is attacking our base. A fishman resembling an octopus ran over, speaking frantically to Arlong. A human? That damned human dares to destroy my Arlong Empire. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. I'll go kill him myself. Hearing that a human had invaded his territory, Arlong's fury intensified. During his decade-long reign over the East Blue, humans had been nothing more than lambs. He could kill them at will. Now a human dared to attack his base. How could he not be furious? Seething with rage, Arlong grabbed his serrated sword and charged out. Soon he spotted Zhang Tian casually slaughtering fishmen. You damned human. You destroyed my Arlong Empire and killed my fishmen. I will kill you. Seeing his fallen comrades, Arlong's rage erupted like a volcano. Without a second thought, he swung his jagged blade fiercely at Zhang Tian. So you're the pirate, Arlong. I was just looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. A smile curled on Zhang Tian's lips as he saw the charging Arlong. The primary reason Zhang Tian attacked the Arlong pirates was to find Arlong himself. Among the entire crew, only Arlong carried a bounty. Die! Arlong lunged at Zhang Tian, swinging his serrated sword. Earth-style hardening. Zhang Tian raised his right hand to meet the attack. He activated the Earth-style technique, turning his hand and entire arm as hard as rock. Bang! A crisp clash rang out. Arlong's sword shattered upon striking Zhang Tian's rock-like arm. What a... This... Before Arlong could even cry out in shock, Jiang Tian's hand clamped around his neck. Your bounty is mine now. Crack. With a twist of his hand, Jiang Tian snapped Arlong's neck. Boss Arlong is dead. No. A human killed Boss Arlong. Run. Seeing Arlong fall at Jiang Tian's hands, the surviving fishmen scattered in panic. Countless fishmen dropped their weapons and dove into the sea. Jiang Tian did not bother pursuing them. These minor fishmen had no bounties, so their escape was meaningless. Shortly after Jiang Tian destroyed the Arlong pirates, Nami and Karina approached from afar. Seeing the ruined stronghold and Arlong's corpse before Jiang Tian, Nami was overwhelmed with emotion. It's Arlong. He's really dead. Great, my village is saved. Tears of joy streamed from Nami's eyes. Nami, congratulations. You finally avenged yourself. Karina cheered for her. What are you two up to? Where's my money? Jiang Tian, still in character as Kakuzu, asked in a hoarse voice. Lord Kakuzu, this is the money I saved. A total of 60 million berries. Nami opened a large bag, spilling coins before Jiang Tian. Lord Kakuzu, this is the Arlong pirates' treasure. A full 200 million berries. Karina also pushed a large bag forward. Coins scattered everywhere. Seeing such wealth, Jiang Tian's face, even under the guise of Kakuzu, broke into an excited grin. The moment he acquired the money, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Akatsuki Kakuzu template proficiency has increased. Current Akatsuki Kakuzu template proficiency, 51. The proficiency of Kakuzu's template had smoothly risen to 51, and Jiang Tian felt a surge of formidable power erupting from within his body. Now possessing 51 of Kakuzu's power from the Akatsuki, Jiang Tian was considered a formidable force in the world of One Piece. Of course, as Jiang Tian's strength grew, Jiang Tian had not forgotten about Nami and Karina. You two have done exceptionally well during this time. These 2 million are for you. Jiang Tian grabbed 2 handfuls of coins and handed them to Nami and Karina. Nami and Karina. One was a skilled navigator known as the Cat Burglar, the other a master thief called the Phantom Thief. The rapid increase in Jiang Tian's proficiency with Kakuzu's template from the Akatsuki was also greatly attributed to Nami and Karina. For Jiang Tian, who was now role-playing as Kakuzu, Nami and Karina were the perfect tools. Moreover, he might need their assistance again when he sought to improve his proficiency with other Akatsuki members. For such perfect tools, Jiang Tian had to treat them well. Really? You're really giving this to us? Thank you, Lord Kakuzu. Seeing the money Jiang Tian offered, Karina was thrilled. She never expected Lord Kakuzu to give them money. This was 2 million berries, an amount she couldn't steal in a whole year. From this perspective, following Lord Kakuzu seemed like a good deal. But unlike Karina's excitement, Nami felt a deep sense of unease. After all, this money had just been given to Jiang Tian by her, and she had given Jiang Tian 60 million berries. Jiang Tian giving them back only 2 million berries seemed highly suspicious, as if she had been shortchanged. This was all her hard-earned savings. Nami, why are you standing there dumbfounded? What? Don't you want it? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Seeing Nami frozen in place, Karina, who had just pocketed 1 million berries, reached out for the other million. Damn it, Karina, what are you doing? That's my money. Witnessing Karina's move, Nami became agitated and lunged forward, clutching the million berries to her chest. Although 1 million was a bit meager, having something was better than nothing. Nami, is there a marine base nearby? I need to collect the bounty on the pirate Arlong. Jiang Tian pointed at Arlong's corpse. Elated by the money she had just received, Nami thought for a moment upon hearing Jiang Tian's question and then replied, Lord Kakuzu, I know of a marine base nearby. Then lead the way quickly. Jiang Tian dragged the corpse of the pirate Arlong toward the marine branch. Marine Base 16. This was a marine base not far from Kokoyashi village. The highest-ranking officer at this base was a marine with a sleazy appearance. Because of his rat-like appearance, he was known as Captain Nezumi. At that moment, Captain Nezumi was in his office pondering how much bribe money he could collect this month. I heard the Arlong pirates have taken over another village recently. I should demand more money from him this month. Captain Nezumi schemed inwardly. Although Captain Nezumi was a marine, he had never performed a single act of marine justice. Instead, he colluded with the Arlong pirates, oppressing the people and accepting bribes. It was precisely because of Captain Nezumi's protection that the Arlong pirates had been able to thrive in the East Sea for so long. Sir, a bounty hunter has arrived at our base. He wants to claim a pirate's bounty. Just as Captain Nezumi was contemplating ways to make money, a marine entered and reported loudly. A bounty hunter, claiming a bounty. Hearing the Marines report, Captain Nezumi was taken aback. All the nearby seas had been taken over by the Arlong pirates. Any bounty hunter who approached these waters would be killed by the Arlong pirates. How could a bounty hunter have come to his base? Which pirate's bounty is this bounty hunter here to claim? Captain Nezumi asked curiously. Sir, it's the captain of the Arlong pirates, the pirate Arlong, with a bounty of 20 million berries. The Marine immediately replied. What? What did you say? The pirate, Arlong. Arlong has been killed. Captain Nezumi was extremely agitated, slamming his hand on the desk and standing up. Yes, sir. Arlong's corpse is right here in our base. The Marine soldier affirmed confidently. Damn it, how could this happen? Take me to see it. Captain Nezumi said with a grim expression. Soon Captain Nezumi arrived at the base's plaza where 2 women and a man stood with a fishman corpse lying before them. Captain Nezumi immediately went to the fishman corpse and examined it. Bastard, it really is Arlong. That Arlong was killed by a bounty hunter. Who will give me money now, eh? Captain Nezumi said, his face dark. The reason Captain Nezumi had shielded the Arlong pirates was that Arlong gave him a large sum of money every month. Now that Arlong was dead, there would be no more payments. Captain Nezumi was now deeply distressed. Marine, have you seen enough? Hand over the bounty now. Jiang Tian, role-playing as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, spoke in a hoarse voice to the Marine before him. Heh, a bounty hunter are you? Seeing the 2 women and 1 man before him, Captain Nezumi suddenly let out a sleazy chuckle, a scheme forming in his mind. The Arlong pirates were the highest bounty pirates in the East Sea. If he himself eliminated the Arlong pirates, it would be a tremendous achievement. He might even get a promotion and be transferred directly to Marine headquarters. As for the bounty hunters before him, Captain Nezumi paid them no mind. If he got rid of them, the credit for defeating the Arlong pirates would be his. With this thought, Captain Nezumi's expression shifted, and he spoke to Jiang Tian with a menacing tone. Humph, what bounty hunters? I say you are pirates. Men, arrest them. At Captain Nezumi's command, the surrounding Marines did not hesitate, aiming their rifles at Jiang Tian and the others. Hey, what are you Marines doing? We're not pirates. Oh, we're bounty hunters. We killed the pirate Arlong. That's right. Are you Marines mistaken? Nami and Karina, frightened by the Marines' actions, hastily tried to explain. If I say you are pirates, so you are pirates. Captain Nezumi retorted rudely. You a Marine don't intend to give me my money. Seeing the demeanor of Captain Rat before him, Jiang Tian's expression turned extremely grim as he spoke with a hostile tone. What money? The pirate Arlong was eliminated by us Marines. You 3 are also members of the Arlong pirates. Seize them at once. Captain Rat pointed at Jiang Tian and his 2 companions, speaking with great arrogance. His manner suggested he held Jiang Tian and the others in utter contempt. In Captain Rat's eyes, he was a proud Marine. Moreover, he was the base commander of Marine Branch 16 and a Marine captain. As for the man and 2 women before him, they were merely bounty hunters. What could 3 bounty hunters possibly do? He could kill them and be done with it. By eliminating them, he could claim sole credit for defeating the pirate Arlong. Clearly, he held the upper hand. Lord Kakuzu, what should we do now? These Marines are closing in. Seeing the Marines surrounding them from all sides, Nami and Karina spoke with fear. They were merely a cat burglar and a phantom thief, usually only dabbling in petty thievery. They had never faced such a scene before. Unlike Nami and Karina's fear, Jiang Tian's face was filled with fury. No one can take my money. Anyone who dares to steal from me will die. Jiang Tian was now enraged, profoundly so. He was currently playing the role of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki. For Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, an immortal being, money was eternal. And now, as Jiang Tian embodied Kakuzu, he needed this money to raise his proficiency with the character. Yet now this insignificant Marine captain dared to try and take his money. This was utterly intolerable. Ha ha ha, a pirate dares to say such words to me. Let's see who dies today. Kill him. Clearly Captain Rat still did not take Jiang Tian seriously and directly ordered an attack. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Earth Grudge. Seeing the Marines charging, Jiang Tian did not hesitate and launched his attack. Black tentacles of Earth Grudge emerged from Jiang Tian's hands. These tentacles shot out like sharp blades, striking at the surrounding Marines. Ah, ah, ah. A series of screams rang out as blood splattered. Countless Marines fell at Jiang Tian's hands. You dare to kill us Marines. Seeing the fallen Marines bathed in blood, Captain Rat stood frozen in shock, staring at Jiang Tian in disbelief. He had not expected that Jiang Tian, a bounty hunter, would be so bold as to attack the Marines. Anyone who dares to steal my money will die. After killing these Marines, Jiang Tian turned his hostile gaze toward Captain Rat. Feeling Jiang Tian's glare, Captain Rat flinched, stepped back repeatedly, and shouted at the surrounding Marines. Kill him. Kill him now. Kill this damned bounty hunter. Go. Attack. At Captain Rat's command, countless Marines surged forward, all attacking Jiang Tian. All of you die. Lightning, release false darkness. Violent lightning gathered before Jiang Tian, forming spear-like bolts that shot outward. Ah, ah, ah. Another series of screams erupted. The fierce lightning pierced through the charging Marines, leaving them charred. You 2 don't just stand there. Go find all the money in this base immediately. Jiang Tian looked at Nami and Karina, his tools, and ordered. This, Lord Kakuzu, these are Marines. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. How can we rob the Marines? Nami and Karina spoke timidly. After all, Nami and Karina were merely thieves, usually only stealing from pirates. They had never dared to steal from the Marines. No one can take my money, not even the Marines. As my subordinates, go and find every treasure in this Marine base now. Jiang Tian spoke forcefully, then continued walking deeper into the base. He still had to kill Captain Rat, who had dared to take his money. Karina, what should we do now? Are we really going to loot the Marine base's treasure? Nami looked at Karina. Do you think we have a choice? This is Lord Kakuzu's order. Karina replied helplessly. They had no strength other than following Jiang Tian's orders. There was no other option. But still, looting the Marine base's money is quite thrilling. Cat burglar, don't you want to plunder the Marine's treasure? Karina thought for a moment before continuing. Plundering the Marine's treasure. That is indeed an exhilarating thought. Hearing Karina's words, excitement lit up Nami's face. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Let's move. Soon Nami and Karina ran into the Marine base, beginning their treasure hunt. As for Jiang Tian, he was now pursuing Captain Rat. Ah, don't kill me, don't kill me. I am a Marine. Captain Rat scrambled away, his face filled with terror as he watched Jiang Tian approach. He had thought Jiang Tian was just an ordinary bounty hunter. He believed the Marines could easily kill him. But he never imagined Jiang Tian's power would be so terrifying. All the Marines in the entire base had fallen at Jiang Tian's hands. I told you no one can take my money. Anyone who dares to steal from me will die. As Jiang Tian's words fell, black earth grudge tendrils emerged from his hands and instantly killed Captain Rat. Under Jiang Tian's overwhelming might, the entire 16th Marine branch was completely annihilated. At the same time, Nami and Karina approached Jiang Tian, each carrying a bundle. Lord Kakuzu, we've struck it rich. Who would have thought this Marine branch held so much money? Nami and Karina exclaimed excitedly. As the bundles were opened, a pile of money spilled before Jiang Tian, an estimated over 200 million berries. Excellent. You two have done splendidly. Seeing the fortune before him, Jiang Tian was equally exhilarated. With so much money, he could surely boost the proficiency of the Kakuzu template significantly. As Kakuzu's proficiency increased, so would his own strength. Yet amidst his own growth, Jiang Tian did not forget the contributions of his two tools, Nami and Karina. This is your reward. Jiang Tian grabbed a handful of money and tossed it to Nami and Karina. Really? Thank you, Lord Kakuzu. This money is mine. Nami rushed forward, first clutching the cash to her chest, her bosom bulging with the loot. You wretched little thief cat, what do you think you're doing? Trying to hog it all? Part of this is mine. Without hesitation, Karina joined in grappling with Nami over the money. Soon Karina's arms were also full of cash, her chest stuffed. Lord Kakuzu, where to next? Yes. We should go after that pirate crew. Elated by the money, both women were visibly thrilled. We're heading to the Marine base in Lowtown. And we can't waste this pirate Arlong. Jiang Tian said, pointing at the pirate Arlong. Though Jiang Tian had already acquired around 200 million berries, boosting Kakuzu's proficiency, who would ever complain about having too much money? Thus, Jiang Tian planned to continue to Lowtown to claim the bounty on Arlong. What? The Marine base in Lowtown? Are you insane? How can we go to the Lowtown Marine base? Nami and Karina exclaimed in shock upon hearing Jiang Tian's words. After all, they had just destroyed the 16th Marine branch. The Marines would surely be after them. Their best move now was to flee before being discovered. Yet Jiang Tian showed no intention of escaping. Instead, he wanted to head straight for the Marine base in Lowtown. Wasn't that walking right into a trap? I'm not joking. We're going to Lowtown. You two will lead the way immediately. Jiang Tian declared, his tone resolute as he looked at Nami and Karina. Very well. Let's hope the Marines in Lowtown don't spot us. Nami and Karina thought, their hearts filled with reluctance. Even the money they had just acquired lost its appeal. All they wished for now was that the Marines in Lowtown had yet to learn of the 16th branch's destruction. But could the Marines truly be unaware of their own branch's annihilation? Obviously not. Not long after Jiang Tian had destroyed the 16th Marine branch, Smoker of Lowtown received the news of the branch's destruction. What? The 16th branch was destroyed? Damn it, who did this? Since when did the East Blue have such audacious pirates? Smoker demanded furiously. As the supreme commander of the East Blue Marine bases, Smoker oversaw all Marine branches in the region. The destruction of the 16th branch was a direct affront to the Marines, a slap in the face to him, the highest authority in the East Blue. How could Smoker not be enraged? Commander Smoker, it was Kaku. The Marine soldier promptly reported. Kakuzu. That bounty hunter. At the name, Smoker's brow furrowed. Yes, it's him. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. The Marine quickly handed Smoker a dossier on Kaku. As expected, these bounty hunters are just as despicable as pirates. Assemble the troops immediately. We're going to eliminate that wretched scoundrel. Smoker thundered. Sir. Hearing the order, the Marine soldier swiftly left to relay Smoker's command. But moments later, he came rushing back in a panic. What's the matter? Didn't I tell you to assemble the troops? Smoker frowned at the soldier's frantic expression. Commander Smoker, it's bad. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki is here at our base. The soldier stammered. What? That bastard dares to come to our marine base. Smoker shot to his feet in fury. This scoundrel is far too arrogant. He has no respect for the Marines. Having just destroyed the 16th branch, instead of hiding, he brazenly walked into the Lobetown Marine base. What did that mean? It was sheer contempt for the Marines. A complete disregard for their authority. Enraged, Smoker grabbed his weapon and charged out. As he reached the base entrance, he saw Jiang Tian clad in his black robe with red clouds slowly approaching from afar. Kakuzu, you destroyed the 16th Marine branch and still have the nerve to show up here. Smoker bellowed at the sight of Kaku. We're doomed. The Marines have found us. What do we do now? Hearing Smoker's words, Karina and Nami following behind Kakuzu were gripped by panic. But unlike their terror, Jiang Tian completely ignored the furious Smoker. Instead, he tossed the already foul-smelling corpse of Arlong before Smoker. Why wouldn't I dare? This is the corpse of the pirate Arlong. Give me his bounty immediately. Seeing Jiang Tian's dismissive attitude and the corpse thrown at his feet, Smoker's rage erupted like a volcano. Guards, arrest them all immediately. Sir. At Smoker's command, countless Marines swarmed out, encircling Jiang Tian. So you intend to pocket my money as well? Jiang Tian's tone turned menacing as he stared at Smoker. You damned pirate still dares to ask for money. You're courting death. Smoker seethed with fury. You're a pirate on the brink of death, and yet you still have the mind to worry about money. Surrounded by the encroaching Marines, Jiang Tian felt not fear, but fury. He had never imagined that the 16th branch of the Marines would try to seize his money. And now even the Marine base in Lobetown sought to rob him. How could Jiang Tian not be enraged? No one can take my money. Anyone who tries to take my money will die. Wind-style pressure damage. In his fury, Jiang Tian unleashed a ninjutsu. A gale coalesced into sharp blades surging toward the Marines before him. It instantly stirred up a chorus of screams. Ah, what is this? Damn, he's a devil fruit user. Get out of the way. Those too slow to dodge were sent flying by the gale, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood, most of them were likely beyond saving. A devil fruit user? A wind-type devil fruit user? Smoker thought to himself as he witnessed Jiang Tian's attack. In the world of One Piece, anyone capable of unleashing special abilities was considered a devil fruit user. Seeing Jiang Tian, who was playing the role of Kakuzu, wield the power of wind, Smoker naturally assumed he was a devil fruit user with wind abilities. Don't get cocky. White blow. Seeing Jiang Tian launch an attack, Smoker did not hesitate and activated his own devil fruit ability. His fist transformed into a plume of smoke, propelling itself toward Jiang Tian. Smoker was a Logia-type smoke fruit user able to turn any part of his body into smoke. And now Smoker had turned his arm into smoke to strike at Jiang Tian. Earth-style hardening. Seeing Smoker's incoming fist, Jiang Tian clenched his own fist, which turned rock-like as he met the attack. With a resounding crash, Jiang Tian's rocky fist erupted with immense power, shattering Smoker's attack. But Smoker's fist dispersed into smoke, scattering swiftly before reforming into a fist on his arm. Smoke thrust. After the first exchange, Smoker attacked again. This time his legs turned to smoke. The smoke acted like a jet, propelling Smoker rapidly toward Jiang Tian. Die. Wielding his jit, Smoker thrust it fiercely at Jiang Tian. Facing Smoker's assault, Jiang Tian reacted swiftly. He dodged with ease, simultaneously throwing a punch at Smoker's chest. Under Jiang Tian's fierce blow, Smoker's body dissolved into smoke once more. White Typhoon. Under Smoker's control, the smoke spread and expanded, continuing its assault on Jiang Tian. Sensing the danger, Jiang Tian quickly retreated, leaping out of the smoke's range. You damn pirate, surrender now. I am a Logia-type smoke fruit user. You cannot touch me. The smoke coalesced around him as Smoker spoke with utmost confidence. So this is a devil fruit user. Truly troublesome. But do you think this is enough to defeat me? Jiang Tian looked at Smoker with a sneer. Although Smoker's Logia-type ability was formidable and virtually invincible in the East Blue, without Haki, one must not forget that Jiang Tian was now playing the role of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki was not to be underestimated. For someone who could wield 5 different powers, dealing with Smoker was hardly a challenge. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Under Jiang Tian's control, the nearby sea surface churned, and a menacing water dragon rose into the air, charging swiftly at Smoker. What? How is this possible? This is seawater. Isn't he a wind-type user? How can he control seawater? Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief at the massive water dragon bearing down on him. For all devil fruit users, seawater was their bane. No matter how powerful the ability, contact with seawater would instantly nullify it. Thus, facing the incoming water dragon, Smoker did not hesitate. He turned into smoke and fled. But did Jiang Tian really intend to let him escape? Obviously not. The menacing water dragon exploded with a roar. Countless droplets of seawater scattered, attacking Smoker's smoke form. Where the seawater touched the smoke, it rapidly solidified, reverting to Smoker's original form. Now Smoker was utterly disheveled, drenched like a drowned rat. But that was not the worst of it. Under the suppressing effect of the seawater, Smoker had completely lost his smoke fruit ability. Yet was this the end of Jiang Tian's assault? Obviously not. Lightning-style false darkness. At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot forth, striking directly at Smoker. Damn, too late. Seeing the lightning approaching, Smoker tried to dodge. But the lightning was too fast, and he was already weakened by the seawater. There was no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck him. With a scream, Smoker's body was charred black, and he collapsed to the ground. What kind of ability is this? With that thought, Smoker lost consciousness. But it was not over yet. The lightning traveled through the seawater, spreading rapidly. It surged toward the entire marine base. Screams echoed throughout the base. All the Marines in the base were electrocuted and rendered unconscious. Hey, you two, what are you standing there for? Go find the treasure immediately. Seeing Nami and Karina still frozen, not yet recovered from the shock, Jiang Tian scolded them. Yes, Lord Kaku. Let's go. Karina exclaimed excitedly, dragging the cat burglar toward the marine base. They had thought they were doomed when the Marines surrounded them. But to their utter astonishment, Lord Kakuzu's power was so immense. He had effortlessly defeated all the Marines. Now they could plunder the treasure from the marine base. They wondered how much reward Lord Kakuzu would give them this time. The news of the destruction of the naval base in Rogue Town quickly reached the Navy headquarters. The current Navy Admiral Sengoku was also quite surprised upon hearing this news. What did you say? The naval base in Rogue Town of the East Sea has been destroyed. How is that possible? The first reaction of Admiral Sengoku was disbelief. It is well known that the East Sea can be regarded as the weakest sea area with no powerful pirate crews at all. Moreover, in order to cleanse the East Sea of pirates, the Navy headquarters had dispatched Smoker, a user of a Logia-type Devil Fruit, to be stationed in the East Sea. At the same time, the Navy hero garb would frequently return to the East Sea to eliminate pirate crews. It can be said that the East Sea had been completely under the control of the Navy. Even if there were a few powerful pirate crews, they could not possibly attack the naval base. Even if a pirate crew dared to attack the naval base, they could not destroy the naval base in Rogue Town. It should be noted that there were thousands of sailors stationed at the naval base in Rogue Town. This was not something any pirate crew would dare to confront. Sengoku, this is all true. The naval base in Rogue Town has indeed been destroyed, and the 16 naval bases in the East Sea have also been destroyed. The Navy Staff Officer Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke with great certainty. Although Vice Admiral Tsuru was also shocked when she first saw the news of the destruction of the naval base in Rogue Town, she was well aware that this information was relayed from the Navy's intelligence department and was absolutely reliable. The naval base in Rogue Town of the East Sea has indeed been destroyed. Likewise, the 16 naval branches in the East Sea have also been destroyed. Who did this? Have the pirates of the East Sea become this arrogant? Sengoku asked with a solemn expression. A person named Kakuzu, according to our intelligence, claims to be from a force called the Akatsuki. Vice Admiral Tsuru handed a document to Sengoku. Sengoku quickly looked over the document he received. Akatsuki. Kaku. What kind of force is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Sengoku furrowed his brows. As the Navy Admiral Sengoku, he had a certain understanding of the various forces at sea. He had never heard of a force called Akatsuki existing on the seas. We in the Navy also have no information on Akatsuki. This Kakuzu seems to have suddenly appeared in the East Sea. First, he acted as a pirate hunter for a while, then he consecutively destroyed 2 naval bases. Vice Admiral Tsuru said. Regarding Akatsuki and Kakuzu, Vice Admiral Tsuru had promptly investigated their information. However, no matter how much she investigated, there was no information about Akatsuki or Kakuzu. Akatsuki and Kakuzu seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the East Sea. A mysterious Akatsuki has emerged in the East Sea. The member of Akatsuki Kakuzu possesses immense power. Does this Akatsuki intend to plunge the East Sea back into chaos? Sengoku seemed to think of something, and his tone suddenly became grave. Sengoku was known as a strategic genius, which was precisely why he thought of many possibilities. Now seeing the intelligence regarding Akatsuki and Kakuzu in the East Sea, Sengoku's first thought was whether there might be a deeper conspiracy behind this. This is also very likely. A mysterious organization, Akatsuki, that just appeared at sea directly destroyed the naval base in Rogue Town. Hearing Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru could not help but nod. It is not surprising for them to think this way. Rogue Town in the East Sea is known as the town of beginnings and endings. This place is both where the pirate King Roger was born and where he was executed. It holds significant importance for both the Navy and the pirates. That is why the Navy established a naval base in Rogue Town. They spared no effort in eradicating the pirates of the East Sea, making it the weakest sea area. And now a mysterious organization called Akatsuki has appeared. The member of Akatsuki Kakuzu directly destroyed the naval base in Rogue Town. This looks like a direct provocation against the justice upheld by the Navy. They aim to destroy the justice maintained by the Navy in the East Sea and plunge it back into chaos. In Sengoku and Vice Admiral Thru's imagination, this Akatsuki quickly became a terrorist organization attempting to destroy the order of the East Sea Navy. No matter what, this detestable pirate must not be allowed to continue being arrogant. Kakuzu must be dealt with immediately, and the naval base in Rogue Town must be rebuilt. Sengoku said with great solemnity. Who should be dispatched? From the intelligence, it can be seen that Kakuzu of Akatsuki is extremely powerful. He can actually control multiple powers such as water, wind, and lightning at the same time, and it is still uncertain what kind of devil fruit user he is. Vice Admiral Tsuru asked Sengoku. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also very much in favor of taking serious action regarding this incident in the East Sea. The East Sea is extremely important for the Navy and absolutely cannot be neglected. Let's send a rear admiral. With the strength of a rear admiral, they should be able to handle this Kakuzu from Akatsuki. Sengoku thought for a moment and said, a rear admiral. They should be able to handle this Akatsuki. Vice Admiral Tsuru also nodded involuntarily. Although a rear admiral is not the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, they are also the backbone of the Navy headquarters, second only to the admirals. Even on the Grand Line, rear admirals are rarely faced with opponents. Sending a rear admiral to handle Kakuzu, a member of Akatsuki in the East Sea, should be absolutely no problem. Soon a warship departed from the Navy headquarters. 3 rear admirals stood on the deck of the Navy warship. They were Rear Admiral Squirrel from the Navy headquarters, Rear Admiral Dalmatia from the Navy headquarters, and Rear Admiral Spider. What is the mission this time that requires the 3 of us to be deployed? Rear Admiral Squirrel asked the other 2. It seems we are going to the East Sea. Rear Admiral Dalmatia continued. The East Sea, the weakest sea area. Is it worth the 3 of us deploying at the same time? Rear Admiral Spider asked somewhat curiously. They were all rear admirals, the existence second only to the admirals in the Navy headquarters. They usually carry out some major Navy operations. What could be worth the rear admirals deploying in the weakest sea area, the East Sea? Moreover, it is 3 rear admirals acting at the same time. I heard that a mysterious force called Akatsuki has appeared in the East Sea and destroyed the naval base in Rogue Town. We are going to eliminate this Akatsuki and rebuild the naval base in Rogue Town. Rear Admiral Dalmatia continued. They actually dared to destroy our naval base. These pirates are simply too arrogant. Let us go and deal with these detestable pirates. The 3 rear admirals said with righteous indignation. Clearly they did not take Akatsuki to heart, nor did they take this Kakuzu person seriously. Jiang Tian, assuming the role of Kakuzu, obliterated the marine base in Rogue Town. Not only were the Marines astounded, but every pirate crew in the East Blue was equally stunned. However, the pirate crews of the East Blue were more elated. Is this for real, eh? Has the Marine base in Rogue Town truly been destroyed? Of course it's real. The entire Marine base in Rogue Town has been reduced to rubble. Even that detestable Marine smoker has been defeated. Excellent. These wretched Marines have finally been vanquished. Now nothing can stop us. Lads, let's move at once and show these pirates what we're made of. In the past, due to the Marines' deliberate suppression in the East Blue, the pirates living there had always lived in frustration, forced to conceal themselves, at every moment terrified of being discovered by the Marines. Especially that Marine smoker who had repeatedly chased them into frantic flight, leaving them utterly disheveled and humiliated. Now, upon hearing the news of Smoker's defeat and the destruction of the Rogue Town Marine base, how could they not be ecstatic? At last, no one in the East Blue could stand in their way. These pirates could finally do as they pleased. Of course, amidst their excitement, they were also curious about who could have destroyed the Rogue Town Marine base. You haven't heard. It was Kakuzu of the Akatsuki who destroyed the Rogue Town Marine base. The Akatsuki. What is that? I've never heard of it. Neither have I. Whoever it is, since they could destroy the Rogue Town Marine base, the Akatsuki's strength must be astonishing. I want to join the Akatsuki. Me too, I want to join the Akatsuki. For a time, all the pirates in the East Blue were filled with longing for this organization. The world of One Piece is one where the strong reign supreme. The weak clinging to the strong is a fundamental law of survival. Now that Jiang Tian as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had destroyed the Rogue Town Marine base, he naturally inspired the admiration of every pirate in the East Blue. Many pirates in the East Blue yearned to join this formidable organization. It could be said that the Akatsuki had already become renowned throughout the entire East Blue. As for Jiang Tian, the one who had caused all this, where was he? At this moment, he was looting the treasure of a pirate crew alongside Nami and Karina. Lord Kakuzu, this is all the treasure of the Wolf Fong pirates. 5 million berries. Nami and Karina presented the plundered coins to Jiang Tian. Is this all the money there is, eh? These pirates are far too poor. Jiang Tian frowned, unable to help remarking. Jiang Tian, now playing the role of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, knew that for this character, nothing was more beloved than money. Thus, amassing wealth was the fastest way to increase his mastery over the Kakuzu template. So after destroying the Lowtown Marine base, Jiang Tian continued his assault on pirate crews, plundering their treasures. But the pirates' treasure was far too meager. Indeed, pirates were all paupers, the Marines were the ones with real money. After all, every Marine base he had destroyed yielded around 100 million berries. Yet destroying a pirate crew only netted him 5 million berries, not even a fraction of what the Marines offered. Now Jiang Tian was considering whether to focus solely on looting Marine bases in the future. "Captain, it's terrible. A Marine battleship is approaching ahead." Just then Nami and Karina cried out in alarm as they spotted a distant Marine warship. A Marine battleship? Jiang Tian gazed out over the sea. Indeed, a massive Marine warship was rapidly advancing toward the island where they stood. The Marines, perfect timing. I was just looking to plunder their treasure. Seeing the warship closing in fast, a smile curled at the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth. Aboard the Marine warship, 3 vice admirals were discussing their assault strategy. According to the latest intelligence, our target, known as Kakuzu, is on this island. He can wield multiple abilities, wind, lightning, water, making him extremely troublesome. We haven't yet determined what type of devil fruit ability he possesses. To ensure mission success, Enigmo, you and I will lead the assault. Dalmatian, as a devil fruit user, you provide support for the 2 of us. Vice Admiral Mamanga addressed the other 2. Understood. No problem. Vice Admirals Enigmo and Dalmatian had no objections. As Vice Admirals of Marine Headquarters, they never underestimated their opponents. Even though this man called Kakuzu was a rookie pirate, they were fully vigilant and had formulated a battle plan. The Marine warship docked, and Vice Admirals Enigmo and Mamanga disembarked, accompanied by a squad of Marines who swiftly secured the entire island. As for Vice Admiral Dalmatian, he remained hidden in the shadows, tasked with supporting Mamanga and Enigmo. "Are you Kakuzu of the Akatsuki?" Mamanga stared at Jiang Tian, his tone hostile. "That's right, it's me. I wonder if you Marines brought any money this time." Jiang Tian looked at the 3 vice admirals and said, compared to the vice admirals, Jiang Tian was far more interested in the Marines' money. Such an arrogant pirate. To speak like that at death's door. Why waste words with him? Let's finish him off. Attack together. Seeing Jiang Tian's demeanor, Vice Admirals Mamanga and Enigmo did not hesitate and launched their assault directly at him. Both were master swordsmen. Their long blades slid from their scabbards as they lunged toward Jiang Tian with swift slashes. Sword techniques, is it? Unfazed, Jiang Tian charged forward as well. Clang, clang. Soon the 3 were locked in close combat. Enigmo and Mamanga were vice admirals of formidable strength. This was beyond doubt. Each swing of their blades unleashed a massive shockwave. But Jiang Tian, assuming the role of Kakuzu, an Akatsuki member, possessed extraordinary taijutsu skills as well. Facing their attacks, he deftly evaded each strike while extending dark, writhing earth grudge fear tentacles from his hands to counterattack. For a time, Mamanga and Enigmo found themselves outmatched. In fact, they were even suppressed by Jiang Tian's bizarre earth grudge fear tentacles. Slashing strikes crisscrossed as the 6 powers flickered. Vice Admirals Enigmo and Mamanga unleashed a barrage of slashes and rokushiki techniques against Jiang Tian, who was playing the role of Kakuzu. Attack. Kill this accursed pirate. Armament Haki. Slash. Both were Vice Admirals of immense power. Furthermore, due to their frequent joint missions, their coordination was impeccable. Facing their assault, Jiang Tian, as Kakuzu, reacted with remarkable speed. He could easily evade their attacks each time. For strikes he couldn't dodge, he utilized earth release to harden his body, making it as tough as rock to effortlessly block them. Thus, despite their prolonged assault, Mamanga and Enigmo failed to inflict any damage on Jiang Tian. Of course, while blocking their attacks, Jiang Tian was not idle. He employed the Earth Grudge Fear alongside ninjutsu to strike back at Enigmo and Mamanga. Wind release pressure damage. Lightning release false darkness. Whoosh. Crackle. A gale intertwined with lightning surged violently toward the 2. Not good. Dodge quickly. Shave. Facing such a ferocious assault, Mamanga and Enigmo dared not withstand it, Hidan swiftly activating rokushiki to evade. However, the wind and lightning struck the ground, blasting a massive crater with a thunderous explosion. Such power. We must not be hit. Damn it, what kind of ability user is he? He can use several completely different abilities. Mamanga and Enigmo stared at Jiang Tian's Kakuzu with grave expressions. In their view as vice admirals, they should easily dispatch any enemy. What formidable pirate crew could exist in the weakest region, the East Blue? Yet they never anticipated that this man named Kakuzu possessed such bizarre strength. Not only could he unleash black tentacles from his body to attack, but he could also simultaneously wield the 5 elements: wind, water, lightning, fire, and earth. What kind of devil fruit user was he? Is this ability too strange? Too powerful? So these are vice admirals. They're nothing special. Jiang Tian looked at Mamanga and Enigmo with utter disdain. Through the recent battle, Jiang Tian had gained a clear understanding of a vice admiral's strength. During this period, by continuously amassing wealth, his proficiency with the Akatsuki's Kakuzu had reached 70. In other words, Jiang Tian now possessed 70 of Kakuzu's power. With that, confronting the two vice admirals was entirely feasible. In fact, relying on Kakuzu's uncanny abilities, it was not impossible for Jiang Tian to slay them. Damn you, you wretched pirate. Don't underestimate us. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Enigmo and Mamanga burned with fury. They two esteemed vice admirals of the Marines were being belittled by a pirate. Enigmo, execute the plan. Understood. Enraged, the two gripped their longswords, exchanged a glance, and simultaneously activated Rokushiki to continue their assault on Jiang Tian. It's useless. Neither of you is a match for me. Earth grudge fear. Seeing them approach, Jiang Tian extended his hands, unleashing a mass of black tentacles that shot toward them. Instead of evading, Enigmo and Mamanga engaged the black tentacles directly. Using their swords, they each seized a section of the tentacles, temporarily restraining Jiang Tian. Now's our chance, strike. Seize the moment. Just as they pinned Jiang Tian down, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows and lunged at him. To be precise, it was not a man but a half-dog being, a human body with a canine head and limbs. This was Vice Admiral Dalmatian. While Enigmo and Mamanga attacked, Dalmatian had not acted rashly. Instead, he lurked in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. Now that Jiang Tian was temporarily restrained by Mamanga and Enigmo, Dalmatian saw his chance. He activated his Inu no Mi ability, transforming into a spotted dog form, and charged at Jiang Tian with blinding speed. There's another one. So fast. No good, it's too late. Seeing the charging figure, Jiang Tian was startled. He had not anticipated a third vice admiral hiding in the shadows. He attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. In his spotted dog form, Dalmatian's strength and speed multiplied several-fold. Jiang Tian could only watch helplessly as Dalmatian closed in. Sharp dog claws aimed for his chest. Schluck! Dalmatian's claws pierced straight through Jiang Tian's chest. Even the body Jiang Tian had hardened with earth released beforehand offered no resistance. Dalmatian's devil fruit enhanced attack shattered all of Jiang Tian's defenses. Phew. Finally dealt with. That damned bastard is dead at last. Yes. So this is a member of the Akatsuki. Truly a troublesome fellow. Seeing the fallen body, the three vice admirals breathed a collective sigh of relief. What about those two? They seem to be accomplices of the Akatsuki's Kaku. Kill them directly. Vice Admirals Enigmo and the others turned their gaze toward Nami and Karina. We're doomed. Karina, what should we do now? Lord Kakuzu has been defeated. Watching the Marines closing in, Nami looked to Karina in fear. I don't know either. At this moment, Karina was also at a complete loss. With the most powerful among them, Kakuzu, killed by the Marines, the two powerless young women had no means to resist the approaching forces. As for Jiang Tian's corpse, no one paid it any mind. In everyone's eyes, with his chest pierced through, he was undoubtedly dead. But was Jiang Tian's Kakuzu truly dead? Obviously not. If an Akatsuki member played by Jiang Tian could die so easily, then Kakuzu would not have earned the title of the immortal duo. Just as a Marine was about to strike Nami and Karina, a figure suddenly appeared and delivered a fierce kick to that Marine. Boom! With a thunderous impact, the Marine was sent flying backward. What? How is this possible? What just happened? The sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned. Even the Marine Vice Admiral couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. Lord Kakuzu, you are not dead. Thank goodness. Seeing Kakuzu appear before them, Nami and Karina couldn't help but show expressions of relief at having escaped death. Though they had no idea what had transpired, they knew that Lord Kakuzu was alive, and they too would not die. What is going on? Wasn't he already dead? Dalmatian, are you certain you hit him? Gaspard and Mamanga looked at Jiang Tian, standing there, and couldn't help asking Dalmatian. A man confirmed dead had now come back to life. I am absolutely certain. I did strike his vital point. What is happening? Wasn't he dead? Dalmatian stared at Jiang Tian, equally bewildered. He was sure that during his attack his strike had pierced the target's chest. With such a severe wound, no one could survive. Yet now Jiang Tian stood there as if nothing had happened. Dalmatian was deeply perplexed. Could this be the power of the Akatsuki? Isn't this too formidable? Is he an existence that cannot be killed? Gaspard, Mamanga, and Dalmatian, the three Marine Vice Admirals, murmured. An enemy they had clearly killed was now as good as new. It was their first encounter with such a bizarre foe. You're right, I am indeed very powerful. Now it's time to end this. Jiang Tian slowly unbuttoned his robe, flung aside the red cloud over a black outfit, and revealed his upper body. On his back, 4 masks of different colors were embedded. Now let me show you the true power of an Akatsuki member. With a loud roar, the 4 masks on Jiang Tian's body came to life, rapidly detaching from him along with some tentacles. The masks and black tentacles merged together, transforming into 4 black monsters of various shapes. This was the ultimate ability of Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear. Each mask represented a heart, each heart bore the power of a specific element, and each heart also symbolized a life. Unfortunately, due to the earlier attack, the Earth Element Black Monster had dissolved into a pool of black liquid. The 4 masked monsters had become 3. What are these things? Could this be his Devil Fruit ability? What kind of power is this? Seeing the 3 masked monsters, Gaspard and the others grew wary, though they still didn't know what these 3 monster masks represented. But through their Kinbunshica Haki, they could be certain that each masked monster possessed astonishing strength. Marines prepare to be struck. Lightning-style false darkness. Under Zhang Tian's control, the lightning element mask launched an attack. A burst of wild lightning erupted, shooting toward Gaspard and the other 2 like countless lightning spears. Not good. Dodge quickly. Gaspard and the others reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the lightning strike. But did Zhang Tian's attack end there? Obviously not. Wind-style pressure damage. The wind element masked monster soared into the air, rapidly gathering gales that transformed into countless wind blades aimed at the 3 Marine vice admirals. Move. The attack is coming again. Facing the onslaught of wind, the 3 vice admirals who had just dodged the previous attack swiftly evaded once more. Fire-style had hardened. Before the 3 Marine vice admirals could steady themselves, Zhang Tian's next attack arrived. A sea of flames surged forward, rolling toward them. Not good. We've dodged too much. Having evaded 2 consecutive attacks, the trio was exhausted and powerless to avoid this torrent of fire. They could only watch helplessly as the blazing inferno rushed at them. Ah! 3 cries of pain rang out as the Marine vice admirals sustained varying degrees of burns. Damn it, is this really his Devil Fruit ability? So powerful. This is already on par with an admiral's combat strength. Badly wounded Gaspard and the others clutched their injuries, their faces grim as they stared at Zhang Tian. Such a relentless barrage of attacks was fully equivalent to the might of a Marine admiral. You 3 should feel honored. It's been a long time since I fought at full strength. The last time I went all out was against rocks. Zhang Tian looked at the battered Gaspard and his comrades, his voice hoarse. Rocks? How is that possible? Rocks died long ago. How could you have fought him? You fought against Rocks. How many years have you lived? Hearing the name Rocks, Gaspard and the others were even more astonished. Though it was now the era of Pirate King Roger, and most on the sea only knew of Roger, not Rocks. But by sheer coincidence, as veteran vice admirals of Marine headquarters, Gaspard and his colleagues knew exactly who Rocks was. Rocks was the pirate overlord before Pirate King Roger. His immense power once drove him to directly attack the world government. He even approached the holy land of Marigios. It took the combined forces of the world government, Marine headquarters, and the Roger pirates to finally defeat Rocks. Among the current 4 emperors, Charlotte, Lean, Whitebeard, and Kaido of the Beasts were all former crew members of the Rocks pirates. This illustrates how formidable Rocks once was. And now this Akatsuki member Kakuzu claimed to have fought against him. How could they not be shocked? Seeing the astonishment on Gaspard and the others' faces, Zhang Tian chuckled inwardly. He was now playing the role of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki. In the world of Naruto, Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had once fought the first Hokage. Now in the world of One Piece, Zhang Tian was portraying Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. From that perspective, it was not unreasonable for Zhang Tian to claim that Kakuzu had once battled Rocks. As for whether Kakuzu truly had, that was none of Zhang Tian's concern. When Zhang Tian spoke these words while playing the role of Kakuzu, he truly stunned the 3 Marine vice admirals before him. How is this possible? Someone who once fought against Rocks. How could someone from that era still be alive? Just how many years has he lived? In the eyes of Enigmo, Momonga, and Dalmatian, an uncontrollable look of terror emerged. Initially, the 3 of them believed that this Akatsuki member Kakuzu they were facing was merely a newly risen pirate and a fresh faction. However, they never expected that Kakuzu was actually someone who had lived through the Rocks era. Moreover, he was someone who had crossed hands with Rocks himself. Think about who had fought Rocks' Marine hero Garp, Pirate King Roger, and the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku. And now this Akatsuki member before them, Kakuzu, claimed to have fought Rocks. What did this imply? It implied that this Akatsuki member might be on par with a Marine admiral. At this thought, a surge of dread welled up within them. Now the 3 had abandoned all hope of defeating Zhang Tian. They were already contemplating how to survive his onslaught. You ask how long I've lived? I've already forgotten. However, as long as I obtain a fresh heart before my death, I can live forever. Zhang Tian looked at the 3 Marine vice admirals and smiled. Heart. What does that mean? Could his Devil Fruit ability be related to hearts? Hearing this, the 3 vice admirals quickly began to ponder. Having fought Zhang Tian for so long, they only knew that his strength was immense, yet they still hadn't figured out what his Devil Fruit ability truly was. You destroyed one of my hearts. Then I'll have yours as replacements. As Jiang Tian's words fell, he instantly appeared before Dalmatian. Before Dalmatian could react, Jiang Tian struck, immediately grabbing Dalmatian by the neck. At the same time, a mass of black tendrils emerged from Jiang Tian's hand, binding him tightly. Damn, what is this thing? It's so tough. Can't break it at all. Dalmatian struggled incessantly, trying to free himself from the black tendrils. But no matter how he struggled, it was futile. These tendrils were incredibly resilient. Even after unleashing his Zoan-type power, he couldn't break free in the slightest. Dalmatian. No good, we need to support Dalmatian. Seeing Dalmatian captured, Enigmo and Momonga attempted to assist. But at that moment, 3 masked monsters charged forward. Gale winds, raging flames, and crackling lightning. They furiously attacked the two. Faced with the assault of the masked monsters, Enigmo and Momonga could only flee in panic. Hey, your heart is mine. Gazing at Dalmatian in his grasp, Jiang Tian activated the power of the Earth Grudge. The pitch-black tendrils plunged directly into Dalmatian's body. Amidst a blood-curdling scream, Dalmatian's heart was ripped out by the black tendrils. With his heart extracted, Dalmatian was dead beyond any doubt. His corpse was useless, so Jiang Tian simply tossed it aside. Dalmatian. Damn it. He killed Dalmatian. What is he going to do? Why is this guy digging out Dalmatian's heart? Enigmo and Momonga stared at the fallen Dalmatian, their expressions grim. At the same time, they were deeply puzzled as to why Jiang Tian had extracted Dalmatian's heart. What a powerful heart. It even contains devil fruit abilities. Sensing the power within the heart, Jiang Tian remarked with some surprise. The power of Akatsuki's Kakuzu lies in the Earth Grudge. He can use the forbidden technique Earth Grudge to steal others' hearts and acquire their abilities. Since Dalmatian was a devil fruit user, after seizing his heart, Jiang Tian sensed the devil fruit ability within it. Who would have thought that the Earth Grudge could actually seize the abilities of a devil fruit user? This was an unexpected gain. This heart is mine. Under Jiang Tian's control, countless Earth Grudge tendrils coiled around the heart. Soon a new masked monster emerged. Perhaps because the heart belonged to a dog fruit user, this monster took the form of a canine. Attack! Under Jiang Tian's command, the dog-like masked monster swiftly charged at Momonga and Enigmo. Watch out! Bam! Bam! With 2 tremendous impacts, Momonga and Enigmo were sent flying. The sharp claws of the dog-masked monster left hideous wounds on their bodies. What is this thing? Such a formidable ability. It's just like a dog fruit user. Clutching their wounds, Momonga and Enigmo exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, dog fruit ability. Isn't that Dalmatian's power? Could this be his true ability? He can gain abilities by stealing other people's hearts. As Marine Vice Admirals, Enigmo and Momonga were no fools. From Jiang Tian's act of taking Dalmatian's heart and acquiring the dog fruit ability, they quickly deduced the power of Akatsuki's Kaku. It likely revolved around heart theft. That's right, exactly. The other 3 masked monsters must also be hearts he stole in the past. And the reason he's lived until now is by stealing others' hearts. When we ambushed him and took one of his lives, we essentially destroyed one of his hearts. Now there are 4 masked monsters here, plus himself. We need to kill him 5 more times. Hiss. Isn't this ability way too overpowered? Enigmo and Momonga drew in a sharp breath. If earlier they had only felt that Akatsuki's Kakuzu was mysterious when they didn't know his ability. Now that they understood it, what they felt was sheer terror. They had exhausted all their strength just to take one of his lives. Now they would need to kill him 5 more times to truly finish him. This was an utterly impossible task. Having discerned the abilities of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki Vice Admirals, Enigmo and Momosaji had completely lost their usual composure. The two stared at Jiang Tian, who was impersonating Kakuzu of the Akatsuki with tension and vigilance. Enigmo, what should we do now? Momosaji, gripping his longsword, turned to look at Enigmo. His clenched hands were slick with sweat from the strain. His strength is far beyond what we can contend with. We need to find a chance to retreat. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki once fought against rocks. We must report this intelligence to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In this organization, the Akatsuki must also be taken seriously. Enigmo deliberated and spoke. Understood. Momosaji clearly concurred with Enigmo's plan to retreat. Now they both knew Kakuzu's abilities. It was precisely because they understood Kakuzu's power that fear took hold. They were well aware that their combined strength was no match for the Akatsuki member before them. If they continued to fight, they would surely perish here. Rather than dying in vain, it was more important to bring the intelligence about Kakuzu back to the Marines. You despicable Marines dare to disturb my pursuit of profit. All of you die. Under Jiang Tian's control, the 4 masked monsters all charged at Enigmo and Momosaji. Retreat. Fall back immediately. Facing such a ferocious assault, Enigmo bellowed, instantly activating the 6 powers and propelling himself backward across the sea surface. Momosaji did not hesitate, either employing the 6 powers to retreat as well. Retreat. Fall back now. Seeing the two vice admirals fleeing, the other marines were momentarily stunned. Then, without a second thought, they too beat a hasty retreat. Though these marines were hardly formidable in combat, their speed in retreat was remarkable. Some simply dropped their weapons and dashed headlong into the sea. Knowing Zhang Tian possessed a devil fruit, the marines dared not board their ship. They abandoned the vessel and dove into the ocean in one swift motion. A wave washed over them, and they quickly vanished from sight. Escaped have they? Never mind, just a bunch of worthless scum with no bounties. Watching the fleeing marines, Zhang Tian made no move to pursue. At present, Zhang Tian was playing the role of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki. Although the brief skirmish had slightly increased his proficiency with the persona, it was negligible. The increase was painfully slow, a mere 0.003. Using combat to boost Kakuzu's proficiency was even less efficient than making money. Therefore, for Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, nothing mattered more than wealth. Earning money was the best way to enhance his mastery. These marines carrying no bounties were worthless to Zhang Tian. Compared to such trash, he found the marine warship far more interesting. Nami, Karina, you two search this marine warship thoroughly. See if there's any treasure. Zhang Tian commanded Nami and Karina. Yes, Lord Kaku. Having witnessed Zhang Tian's overwhelming power, Nami and Karina dared not hesitate. They swiftly ransacked the entire warship. Lord Kakuzu, this is all the treasure on board. Only 5 million berries. Nami and Karina presented the money before Zhang Tian. Only 5 million berries. What a pitiful sum for a vice admiral. How disappointing. Zhang Tian exclaimed with evident displeasure. Oh, what's this? Just then a document caught Zhang Tian's attention. Lord Kakuzu, this is the transport route for the heavenly tribute from the East Blue. Karina glanced at it and explained. The heavenly tribute. That must contain a fortune. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up as he spoke. Of course. The heavenly tribute is the treasure offered by all nations of the East Blue to the world nobles. Wait, Lord Kakuzu, what are you planning? Could it be that you intend to rob the heavenly tribute? Karina, as if struck by a revelation, stared wide-eyed at Zhang Tian in astonishment. Robbing the heavenly tribute, not a bad suggestion. Zhang Tian pondered for a moment and continued. Since the heavenly tribute was the treasure offered by the world government's member states to the celestial dragons, it must be immensely valuable. If he could get his hands on this treasure, it would surely boost his proficiency with Kakuzu's persona significantly. It might even allow him to unlock the next Akatsuki member. Zhang Tian was determined to seize the heavenly tribute. Nothing is impossible. Nami set sail immediately. We're going to rob the heavenly tribute. Zhang Tian commanded Nami. At Marine headquarters, Momosaji and Enigmo returned battered and severely wounded. Vice Admiral Momosaji. Vice Admiral Enigmo. What happened to you? Quick, get a doctor. Seeing the grievously injured vice admirals, the surrounding marines were greatly alarmed. The two were in a terrible state. Their marine coats were tattered and their bodies were covered in wounds. Blood streamed from every cut, painting a picture of sheer misery. Enigmo and Momosaji were seasoned vice admirals, formidable even among their ranks. Seeing them return so gravely wounded, the marines couldn't help but be shocked. They were also filled with confusion. How could Vice Admirals Momosaji and Enigmo sustain such severe injuries? Had they gone to the New World to clash with the Yonko crew? Don't worry about us. Take us to Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately. We have critical intelligence. Momosaji and Enigmo said urgently, enduring their pain. The fact that Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had fought against rocks was far too important. This intelligence had to be relayed to Fleet Admiral Sengoku without delay. Yes, escort the Vice Admirals to Fleet Admiral Sengoku at once. Supported by the Marines, the two dragged their wounded bodies to the Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, seeing the severely injured Enigmo and Momosaji, showed a look of astonishment. Enigmo, Momosaji, what happened? Weren't you in the East Blue? How did you sustain such grave injuries? What happened? Weren't you in the East Blue? How did you sustain such grave injuries? Sengoku was genuinely astonished to see the severe injuries sustained by Enigmo and Momonga. Though they were merely vice admirals of the Marines within the Marine headquarters, they were second only to the three admirals in power. Moreover, their mission had taken them to the weakest sea of all, the East Blue. With the strength of a vice admiral, they should have been invincible there. Who could have possibly wounded two vice admirals to such an extent? Enigmo, Momonga, what in the world happened? Where is Dalmatian? Didn't he go to the East Blue with you to carry out the mission? Sengoku looked at the two men, his brow furrowed with confusion. Cough. Sengoku-san, our mission has failed. Dalmatian has been killed. Enigmo and Momonga coughed up mouthfuls of blood, steadying their injuries before continuing. What a... Dalmatian is dead? Are you joking? Who could possibly have killed Dalmatian? Hearing this news, Sengoku was stunned. Sengoku was well aware of Dalmatian's capabilities as a vice admiral. He was not only a formidable fighter, but also a devil fruit user. Who could have slain him? Wait, could it be that red-haired man? It seems the red-hair pirates did visit the East Blue. Sengoku pondered inwardly. In Sengoku's view, only the red-hair pirates could have defeated Inigumo and Momonga and slain Dalmatian. Furthermore, according to intelligence, the red-hair pirates had indeed been sighted in the East Blue during that period. No, it wasn't the red-hair pirates. It was the Akatsuki. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. He killed Dalmatian. Inigumo and Momonga continued. The Akatsuki. Kaku. How is that possible? Isn't this a newly formed organization? How can it possess such formidable combat power? Sengoku asked, his voice laced with doubt. When he first heard of the Akatsuki and Kakuzu, Sengoku had paid them no mind. Even when Kakuzu of the Akatsuki destroyed the marine base in Lobetown, Sengoku had not placed much importance on the matter. He had merely assumed the Akatsuki was an exceptionally reckless pirate crew. Nevertheless, to curb their arrogance, Sengoku dispatched 3 vice-admirals. In Sengoku's estimation, 3 vice-admirals would be more than enough to deal with the Akatsuki and rebuild the marine base in Lobetown. But what he never anticipated was that not only would the 3 vice-admirals fail their mission, they would return gravely wounded and Dalmatian would be slain. Fleet Admiral the Akatsuki is no ordinary organization. And Kakuzu of the Akatsuki is no ordinary man. He once fought against rocks. His ability is to steal hearts. By stealing hearts, he can acquire others' powers and live forever. Inigumo and Momonga held nothing back, hastily relaying all the intelligence they had gathered. Upon hearing this information, Sengoku's expression grew grave. This intelligence is critical. Momonga and Inigumo, go and tend to your wounds first. Sengoku addressed the 2 men. Yes, sir. Obeying Sengoku's order, Momonga and Inigumo dragged their heavily wounded bodies out of the room. Their bodies were at their limit. They required immediate medical treatment. Send for Tsuru and Garp immediately. Sengoku commanded the messenger outside, his tone heavy with concern. Now that a formidable pirate who had once clashed with rocks had emerged on the seas, Sengoku had no choice but to take the matter seriously. Moments later, Garp and Tsuru entered one after another. Sengoku, what's this about? Hey, you've got donuts here. Garp plopped himself onto the sofa across from Sengoku and grabbed a handful of snacks, stuffing them into his mouth. Sengoku, what has happened? Have the pirates from the New World made a move? Seeing the grim look on Sengoku's face, Tsuru couldn't help but ask. In Tsuru's view, only the powerful pirates of the New World could make Sengoku look so troubled. It's not the New World, it's the East Blue. Take a look at this file. Sengoku handed Tsuru the dossier he had just compiled on the Akatsuki and Kakuzu. The East Blue. What's there to worry about in the East Blue? Garp said nonchalantly, still munching away on his snacks. What a Kakuzu of the Akatsuki once fought against rocks. His ability involves hearts. He can steal the abilities of others and live forever. Unlike Garp's indifference, Tsuru's expression turned extremely serious after reading the file. Garp, I think you should take a look at this intelligence. Tsuru handed the documents to Garp. What's all the mystery about? Curious, Garp took the documents from the sofa and began to read. Soon his previously indifferent face gave way to an expression of shock. How is this possible? Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. A man who fought against rocks. Startled, Garp shot to his feet, tossing his snacks aside as he began to scrutinize the intelligence seriously. Garp, what do you make of this? You fought rocks before. Have you ever heard of a man named Kaku? Sengoku inquired of Garp. I've never heard of him, but anyone capable of fighting rocks is certainly no ordinary individual. Garp's demeanor became stern. Garp was fully aware of Rock's immense power. It was only through the combined efforts of Garp and Roger that they had managed to defeat him. For this, Garp had earned the title Hero of the Marines. And now this Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, who had actually fought against rocks, must possess terrifying strength. Yet what puzzled Garp was why he had never heard of this man on the seas. Garp is right. We must take this man called Kakuzu seriously. And we must also pay close attention to this organization known as the Akatsuki. If it can attract a powerhouse like Kakuzu, its strength must be formidable. Tsuru said, her voice laden with gravity. Although they had yet to determine the true nature of the Akatsuki, the fact that it could secure the allegiance of a warrior like Kakuzu indicated that the organization was far from ordinary. Yes, notify the world government and have them cooperate with the Marines in a full-scale investigation of the Akatsuki and Kakuzu. I have a feeling that the Akatsuki will make a major move soon. Sengoku declared, his face extremely solemn. For a time, all intelligence divisions of the world government and the Navy were mobilized, launching an exhaustive investigation into the Akatsuki and Kakuzu. Yet despite their relentless efforts and covert inquiries, they found nothing. No intelligence regarding the Akatsuki or Kakuzu could be unearthed. It was as if the Akatsuki and Kakuzu had materialized out of thin air. However, the more the Navy failed to uncover any information about the Akatsuki, the more Fleet Admiral Sengoku perceived their formidable strength. The Akatsuki hides so deeply that even the intelligence networks of the world government and the Navy have found nothing. No, we must intensify our efforts. We must ascertain their true intentions. Fleet Admiral Sengoku declared, his expression gravely stern. The world government and the Navy were already the most formidable powers on the seas. The CP intelligence agency of the world government in particular was known to be omnipresent. There was nothing the world government and the Navy could not uncover. Yet now, with both their intelligence divisions mobilized simultaneously, they still failed to find any trace of the Akatsuki. What did this signify? It meant the Akatsuki was concealed with exceptional depth and possessed immense power, having already slipped beyond the control of the world government and the Navy. This realization instilled a profound dread in Sengoku. An enemy in plain sight was not fearsome, it was the enemy lurking in the shadows that was truly terrifying. For one could never predict the intentions of a concealed adversary. And now in Sengoku's mind, the Akatsuki had become that dreaded enemy hidden in the darkness. Consequently, the intelligence divisions of the Navy and the world government intensified their frantic collection of information on the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, where was Jiang Tian, the architect of all this? At that moment, Jiang Tian was recruiting underlings. Indeed, he was gathering subordinates. After all, the Akatsuki, as portrayed by Jiang Tian, had first destroyed the marine base in Logtown, and then slain a marine vice-admiral. The renown of the Akatsuki and Jiang Tian's persona Kakuzu had already spread throughout the East Blue. Every pirate in the East Blue now knew of the emergence of a formidable organization, the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki possessed the strength to oppose the Navy. Many pirate crews in the East Blue began seeking out Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, hoping to join their ranks. Thus, the moment Jiang Tian set foot on an island, he was discovered by pirates. Look, that robe. Yes, the red clouds and black cloak the Akatsuki's attire. That's Lord Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. I want to join the Akatsuki. Me too, I want to join. All the pirates on the island surged toward Jiang Tian. What's going on? Why are there so many pirates here? What do they want? Nami and Karina were startled at the sight of the countless pirates charging from afar. Pirates delivering themselves to me. I wonder if they have any money. Jiang Tian showed no fear as he watched the approaching pirates. Instead, he was concerned about their wealth. But to his surprise, the pirates did not attack when they reached him. Instead, they knelt before him one by one. Lord Kakuzu, we are from the Barus pirates. We wish to join the Akatsuki. And us, we are the Coals pirates. We also want to join. And us. We are. We've even prepared the Akatsuki robes. The pirates eagerly introduced themselves, each vying to be heard before the others. Some pirate crews had even already donned the red cloud black cloaks of the Akatsuki and renamed their crews in the organization style. You wish to join our Akatsuki? Jiang Tian looked at the pirates, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, Lord Kakuzu, we want to join the Akatsuki. Please allow us to join. We will obey your every command. The pirates spoke urgently, each afraid of falling behind. However, Jiang Tian had no interest in them. The names of their crews sounded like those of mere extras. Do you have any money? Compared to these pirate crews, Jiang Tian was far more interested in money. Money? Yes. This is all the money from our crew. And here is ours. Hearing Jiang Tian's demand for money, the pirates did not hesitate, offering up all the funds from their crews. After all, it was natural for the weak to pay tribute to the strong. If they wished to join the Akatsuki, offering money was only fitting. Nami, Karina, count the money. A smile spread across Jiang Tian's face as he looked at the pile of cash. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. Nami and Karina did not hesitate, quickly tallying the sum. Lord Kakuzu, the total is only 50 million berries. Karina reported. Only 50 million berries. That's so little. Jiang Tian frowned. He hadn't expected these pirates to be so impoverished. Lord Kakuzu, this is truly all the money our crew has. Yes. The Navy has cracked down on us so harshly that we can't make any money. But now that we're joining the Akatsuki, Lord Kakuzu, you will surely lead us to fortune. The pirates quickly explained to Jiang Tian. Hey, you want to get rich? Then come along. I'm about to go plunder the heavenly tribute. Jiang Tian declared to the pirates. The heavenly tribute. Lord Kakuzu intends to plunder the heavenly tribute. Hearing this, the pirates' faces were etched with astonishment. Even as pirates, they fully understood what the heavenly tribute represented. It was a tribute meant for the celestial dragons. Plundering the heavenly tribute was tantamount to offending the celestial dragons. What? Are you afraid? Jiang Tian looked at the pirates with utter contempt. What is there to fear? We are willing to follow Lord Kakuzu to plunder the heavenly tribute. That's right, we are now members of the Akatsuki. Let's go seize the heavenly tribute together. The heavenly tribute will soon be ours. The pirates roared with excitement. In the past, they would not have dared to plunder the heavenly tribute. But now it was different. They had joined the Akatsuki. They believed that under the leadership of the Akatsuki, they could surely seize the heavenly tribute. Soon a fleet composed of countless pirate ships appeared on the sea, heading toward the island where the heavenly tribute was kept. The Goa Kingdom, a relatively powerful nation in the East Blue, was renowned as the most beautiful country in the sea due to its immaculate cleanliness. Thus, every year the heavenly tribute by all the nations of the East Blue was gathered at the Goa Kingdom. At its docks, an entire ship's worth of treasures was loaded and transported to the holy land of Marigeos. Today was once again the day for escorting the heavenly tribute. Countless sailors were busy moving cargo at the docks. Whole crates of treasures were being loaded onto a massive vessel. Numerous marines stood guard all around. Keep an eye on the sea surface, beware of pirate attacks. A marine rear admiral shouted loudly to the surrounding soldiers. Yes, sir. Though the soldier responded promptly, his face showed nonchalance. Seeing his subordinate's demeanor, the rear admiral said no more. In their view, the heavenly tribute they were escorting was an offering to the celestial dragons. Who would dare to rob the tribute of the celestial dragons? Was that not a death wish? Moreover, this was the East Blue, the weakest of seas. They did not believe anyone would be bold enough to steal the heavenly tribute. Therefore, all the marines were extremely relaxed. It seemed like a very easy task. But was it truly impossible for someone to come and plunder the heavenly tribute? Obviously not. Just then a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the distant sea. The shadow moved with incredible speed, quickly approaching the waters of the Goa Kingdom. These were ships, each flying a pirate flag fluttering in the wind. Without a doubt, they were pirate vessels. The appearance of so many pirate ships immediately caught the attention of the marines on guard at the docks. Look, what is that? Pirate ships? Oh no, pirates are attacking. Pirate ships? Are you joking? How could there be pirate ships here? Yeah, what pirate would be so audacious as to rob the heavenly tribute? The other marines still seemed incredulous, not believing any pirate would dare to steal the tribute. It's true, they really are pirates. So many pirate ships. The marine on lookout affirmed, his face turning somewhat panicked. Only then did the other marines lift their heads and gaze at the distant sea. Indeed, countless pirate ships densely covered the waters. These pirate ships were charging toward them at full speed. They are indeed pirate ships. Oh no! Quick, sound the alarm. Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming to rob the heavenly tribute. Soon the sound of an alarm echoed across the entire dock. Pirates! Pirates dare to come and rob the heavenly tribute. Are the pirates of the East Blue this arrogant? The Marine Rear Admiral in charge of escorting the heavenly tribute was also astonished to see the countless pirate crews rapidly approaching on the distant sea. This was not his first time escorting the heavenly tribute. He had never encountered any trouble before. He never expected that escorting the tribute in the East Blue would lead to a pirate ambush. When had the pirates of the East Blue become so audacious? In the past, the pirates of the East Blue were certainly not this bold. But things were different now. Jiang Tian had arrived in the world of pirates, and the Akatsuki organization he portrayed had demonstrated formidable power. This gave the pirates of the East Blue a newfound confidence. Lord Kakuzu, that is the Goa Kingdom, according to the marine documents we obtained today, is the day for escorting the heavenly tribute. Lord Kakuzu, are we really going to rob the heavenly tribute? Nami and Karina spoke with some concern. They were well aware of what the heavenly tribute represented. If they truly robbed the heavenly tribute, the world government would never let them go. The thought of being constantly hunted by the world government filled them with dread. Now both of them regretted deeply. How could they have followed Lord Kano? If they had known he was so mad as to dare rob the heavenly tribute, they would have slipped away long ago. Of course. How could I give up such a treasure? I am determined to have the heavenly tribute. Jiang Tian clenched his fist and said with absolute certainty. Jiang Tian was currently playing the role of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. According to the template of Kakuzu, money could increase proficiency. As proficiency increased, so did Jiang Tian's strength. With the heavenly tribute containing such immense wealth, how could Jiang Tian let it go? As for whether he would be hunted by the world government or pursued by the Marines, Jiang Tian was completely unconcerned. With great power, who feared the Marines and the world government? Unlike Jiang Tian's excitement, Nami and Karina wore grim expressions. It's over. Lord Kakuzu really intends to rob the heavenly tribute. The world government and the Marines will never forgive us. Karina, what should we do? I don't know either. For a moment, Nami and Karina looked crestfallen, as if life had lost all meaning. Although Jiang Tian planned to seize the heavenly tribute, he had not forgotten the pirate crews that had followed him. Attack! Let me witness your strength. Show me whether you pirate crews are worthy of joining the Akatsuki. Jiang Tian waved his hand grandly and said to the surrounding pirates. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. Attack! All of you attack. Let Lord Kakuzu see our pirate spirit. Seize the heavenly tribute. The heavenly tribute is ours. Hearing Jiang Tian's command, all the pirate ships accelerated. Countless pirates on the ships roared wildly as they charged toward the heavenly tribute. In the eyes of these pirates, seizing the heavenly tribute meant not only gaining boundless treasure, but also joining the formidable Akatsuki organization. It was a twofold gain. Facing these frenzied pirate ships, the Marine Rear Admiral in charge of the escort, though astonished, reacted swiftly. Quick, prepare the cannons. All Marines, take your positions. Crush these pirates. At the rear admiral's command, all marines quickly assumed battle stations. Countless cannons were aimed at the distant sea. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. Countless cannons fired simultaneously, sending a dense hail of cannonballs toward the pirate ships. Boom, boom, boom. Each cannonball's impact created a massive explosion on the sea surface. The seawater boiled violently, the raging blast destroying everything around them. Some unlucky pirate ships were struck directly by cannonballs. With a tremendous explosion, they were shattered into splinters. As for the pirates aboard, they sank into the sea amidst the explosions, their screams echoing. Soon the sea was filled with a series of explosions. The explosions were mingled with the cries of the pirates. "Ah, help! I don't want to die. The Marines are too powerful. We are no match for the Marines. I don't want to die. Someone save me." Despite their earlier frenzy and show of determination, faced with the Marines' bombardment, they quickly crumbled. It was inevitable. The pirates of the East Blue were simply too weak. So weak that they could not even withstand the Marines' cannon fire. Against such concentrated artillery, they had no choice but to flee and scream. In contrast to the pirates' cries, the Marines, seeing the routed pirate ships, wore excited expressions. So these are pirates. Just a mob. Exactly, a complete mob. And they dare to come for the heavenly tribute like this. Step it up. Annihilate these pirate crews. The Marines unleashed even denser cannon fire at the pirate ships. Facing the even more intense bombardment, the pirates fled desperately, some crying out to Jiang Tian for help. "Lord Kakuzu, save us." "Yes. We are members of the Akatsuki. Please save us, we don't want to die." Countless pirates shouted loudly toward Jiang Tian. "A bunch of worthless trash. Trash has no right to join our pirate crew. You all might as well die." Instead of saving them, Jiang Tian directly attacked the pirates who begged him for help. In the world of Naruto, Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had killed his own comrades multiple times. Therefore, Jiang Tian now intended to destroy these pirate crews outright. After all, these pirate crews were not good people anyway. Let them serve as stepping stones to increase the proficiency of his Kakuzu template. Fire-style head hardening. Violent flames gathered before Jiang Tian. When the flames condensed to their peak, they erupted. Whoosh. Boom. Scorching flames surged like a wave of fire toward all the pirate ships. "Ah, Lord Kakuzu, what are you doing? Ah, help! Don't kill us! Ah!" Amidst a chorus of screams, the flames engulfed the pirate ships. In the blazing inferno, all the pirate ships were consumed, and every pirate perished, reduced to ashes amidst their cries. Ding! Akatsuki Kakuzu template proficiency increased by 3. Just as Jiang Tian finished destroying the pirate crews, the system's voice rang out. Only a 3 increase in proficiency? Hearing the system, Jiang Tian thought to himself. A 3 increase was minimal, but it was better than nothing. Compared to gaining proficiency by killing comrades, Jiang Tian was far more interested in the heavenly tribute. With that thought, Jiang Tian hurried toward the dock where the heavenly tribute was stored. Seeing the raging flames that had destroyed all the pirate ships, the Marines attacking on the dock were momentarily stunned. What happened? Where did those flames on the sea come from? It seems the flames destroyed all the pirate ships. The Marines were bewildered. They had been about to launch a full assault on the pirates when suddenly the pirates were all destroyed. "Stay alert, I have a bad feeling." The rear admiral frowned and spoke gravely. Though only a rear admiral, he was from Marine headquarters and had seen much. Seeing the raging flames, his first thought was of a devil fruit user. Could a devil fruit user also be here to steal the heavenly tribute? Just as the rear admiral was pondering, Jiang Tian, dressed in the red cloud black robe and playing the role of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, slowly walked across the sea surface. "Who are you? Stop right there." Seeing Jiang Tian approaching, several Marines wielding flintlock rifles blocked his path. "Get out of my way. I have no interest in you." Bang, bang, bang. Seeing the Marines blocking his way, Jiang Tian did not hesitate. He charged forward and with a few swift moves sent them all flying. Jiang Tian's purpose here was the heavenly tribute. Anyone who dared to obstruct him from obtaining it would die. "Oh no. He is a pirate. Stop him. Do not let him near the heavenly tribute." Seeing Jiang Tian suddenly attack and knock away the Marines. Even a fool would realize that Jiang Tian was a pirate and that his target was the heavenly tribute. The rear admiral charged directly at Jiang Tian. Hearing the rear admiral's command, the other Marines did not hesitate either. They also attacked Jiang Tian with their weapons. "If you dare to block me, anyone who dares to stop me from making money must die." A compound ninjutsu flame wind chaotic wave. Seeing the Marines in his way, Jiang Tian said nothing more and directly unleashed a jutsu. To quickly dispatch these Marines, Jiang Tian used a compound ninjutsu that combined wind and fire, not an ordinary one. Gale winds and flames gathered swiftly before Jiang Tian. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire amplified the wind. Wind and fire merged, creating a violent raging storm of flames. Whoosh! Rumble! The scorching storm of flames surged toward the Marines as if to annihilate everything in its path. Along the way, all was consumed by the fiery storm. What is this? Is this something we can even fight? Does the East Blue have such terrifying pirates? Ah! The Marines stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the approaching storm of flames. They had no chance to dodge and were directly engulfed by it. Amidst their screams, they were reduced to ashes. Damn it, armament Haki. The Rear Admiral, having become a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, was proficient in Haki. Facing the flame storm, he immediately used armament Haki, hoping to withstand the attack. But he forgot that the flame storm was a formidable force formed by the combination of fire and wind. This power of wind and fire was not something this mere Rear Admiral could resist. Ah, no. With a cry of unwillingness, the Rear Admiral was also consumed by the flame storm. After the flames swept across, all the Navy at the Goya dock vanished, reduced to ashes in the fierce fire. Only a charred ground remained along with the ships docked at the pier ignited by the flames. Under Zhang Tian's control, the seawater began to boil, rushing towards the ships, directly extinguishing the flames on board. You two stop dawdling. Quickly gather all the heavenly gold for me. Zhang Tian commanded Nami and Karina. Nami and Karina, one known as the Phantom Thief and the other as the Little Cat Burglar, despite their mediocre strength, possessed exceptional skills in treasure hunting. No matter how well hidden the treasure was, they could always find it. Therefore, Zhang Tian entrusted the task of treasure hunting to Nami and Karina. Yes, Lord Kaku. Reluctantly, Nami and Karina began to loot the ships, fully aware that these were vessels transporting heavenly gold. If they truly came into contact with the heavenly gold, neither the world government nor the Navy would spare them. However, faced with the formidable Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization, they had no choice but to obey. Especially after witnessing Zhang Tian directly kill these pirate crews, both of them were even more frightened. Yet when they boarded the ships and saw the treasure chests, their reluctance vanished. Wow, so much treasure. Little Cat Burglar, did you see that? I saw it too, there's really so much treasure. Nami and Karina's eyes instantly turned into those of greed as they excitedly rushed towards the treasure. Having been thieves for so many years, it was the first time they had seen such an abundance of treasure. In the face of such wealth, the world government and the Navy were soon forgotten. First, they needed to secure the treasure. Under the busy efforts of Nami and Karina, treasure chests were quickly moved out. Despite their lack of strength, today was different. It seemed as if they were filled with inexhaustible energy. Heavy treasure chests were moved out by the two without any pause. Even when they were out of breath, they continued without stopping, as if they had endless strength. Amidst Nami and Karina's excitement, Zhang Tian was equally thrilled. Such a vast amount of treasure would undoubtedly enhance Kakuzu's template significantly. With that thought, Zhang Tian showed no hesitation and began counting the money right there. 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, 200 million, 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. There's actually a total of 30 billion berry. Zhang Tian thought excitedly after counting all the money. Just as Zhang Tian finished counting all the money, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the Kakuzu template of the Akatsuki organization has been proficiently upgraded to 90. As the system's voice fell, Zhang Tian felt the power within him surge again. Indeed, robbing heavenly gold was the right choice. Feeling the boost in his strength, Zhang Tian thought with excitement. Although he hadn't raised the proficiency to 100, increasing Kakuzu's template proficiency to 90 was enough to exhilarate Zhang Tian. Now that the proficiency of the Kakuzu template has reached 90, it meant that Zhang Tian possessed 90 of Kakuzu's power. Such immense power was rare to find in the world of One Piece. Just as Zhang Tian was reveling in this, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, the Kakuzu character template has reached 90, granting the opportunity to activate a companion template. Ding, Kakuzu's companion is Hidan. Would you like to continue activating the character template for Hidan? Hidan of the Akatsuki organization? What are we waiting for? Of course, activate it. Zhang Tian thought without hesitation. Zhang Tian was currently portraying Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization, one of the immortal duo. However, without Hidan, the duo would not be complete. With the chance to activate Hidan of the Akatsuki organization, how could Zhang Tian let it slip by? Ding, congratulations to the host for activating Hidan of the Akatsuki organization. As the system's voice faded, a man with a gray pompadour, pale purple eyes, dressed in the Akatsuki attire, and with an expressive face appeared before Zhang Tian. Hidan of the Akatsuki organization, one of the immortal duo, possesses the ability of immortality. Moreover, Hidan's immortality is different from Kakuzu's. Kakuzu's immortality is achieved by stealing the hearts of others, while Hidan's immortality is complete. Even if his heart is pierced, his head severed, or his body blown to smithereens, Hidan will not die. If his body reassembles, he will continue to fight as if nothing happened. Kakuzu and Hidan. In that case, the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization is complete. The first activated character was Kakuzu, and now Hidan of the Akatsuki organization had come back to life. Thus it appeared that the immortal duo of the Akatsuki organization was indeed complete. What troubled Zhang Tian now was that although he had activated Hidan, he was still alone. How could he portray both Hidan and Kaku? As Zhang Tian was entangled in this dilemma, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding detected that the host has two character templates activating summon and roleplay. Summon and roleplay. The host can summon the character template to their side for roleplay. Summoning and roleplaying characters. Zhang Tian was taken aback, not expecting the system to have this new ability. Summon roleplay, as the name suggests, is the ability to summon and roleplay. Zhang Tian can summon the character he is roleplaying to appear beside him. Just like now, Zhang Tian possesses the character templates of both Kakuzu and Hidan. Zhang Tian can roleplay Kakuzu to increase proficiency, while summoning Hidan to appear beside him, also helping to increase proficiency. This is somewhat akin to having a main character and a sub-character in an online game. Currently, Zhang Tian is portraying the main character Kakuzu, while Hidan is the sub-character. Activating summon roleplay ability. Summoning Hidan of the Akatsuki organization. As Zhang Tian's voice fell, a figure walked towards him from a distance. Dressed in the red cloud black coat of the Akatsuki organization, wearing an evil god necklace with a gray pompadour and wielding a massive scarlet scythe. Without a doubt, this person was Hidan of the Akatsuki organization. As soon as Hidan appeared, information from the system appeared before Zhang Tian. Current companion roleplay character Hidan of the Akatsuki organization. Current roleplay progress 5. Although Zhang Tian now played the role of Akatsuki's Kakuzu, Hidan appeared beside him through a summoning technique. Yet, Zhang Tian realized that everything about this Hidan was under his complete control. Zhang Tian felt as if he were playing an online game, controlling two characters simultaneously, like a high-level account guiding a low-level one. Just as Hidan approached, Zhang Tian, who was acting as Kakuzu, Hidan's sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of Nami and Karina. Lord Kakuzu, someone's coming. A red cloud on a black cloak. Is he also a member of the Akatsuki? Seeing the approaching Hidan and his attire, Nami and Karina couldn't help but remark. Akatsuki's Hidan. What brings you here? Zhang Tian said in Kakuzu's tone as he looked at Hidan. Kakuzu, don't be so cold. I'm your partner. Quickly help me spread the word of Lord Jashin. I will dedicate everything on this sea to Lord Jashin. Zhang Tian then controlled Hidan, shouting like a fervent fanatic. A boring goal. The most interesting thing on the sea is endless money. Zhang Tian's Kakuzu continued. You bastard Kaku. What did you say? You dare to look down on Lord Jashin? Hidan retorted angrily. Although Hidan and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki were known as the immortal duo, they often bickered in their daily interactions. Thus, bickering was a routine for the immortal duo. Now, as Zhang Tian portrayed both Kakuzu and Hidan, he naturally had them argue, just like in the original Naruto series. After all, arguing was also an opportunity to boost proficiency. Akatsuki's Hidan, Lord Kakuzu's partner. He dares to argue with Lord Kaku. Seeing Hidan daring to quarrel with Kakuzu, Nami and Karina were both astonished. During this time, they had been following Kakuzu, so they were well aware of his power. Anyone who dared to offend him had died. Even the newly joined pirates were destroyed due to their weakness. Thus, seeing this newcomer argue with Kakuzu surprised Nami and Karina. Didn't this imply that this man named Hidan was as powerful as Lord Kaku? Thinking this, Nami and Karina exchanged glances and quickly devised a plan. Lord Hidan, I am Nami. Lord Hidan, I am Karina. The two approached Hidan and spoke with great deference. Nami and Karina understood well that to survive in an organization, one must curry favor from all sides. Through their recent experiences, they had learned that Kakuzu was a man obsessed with money, valuing it above all else, even his life. Moreover, he would kill his comrades at the slightest provocation. Nami and Karina feared that Kakuzu might one day suddenly turn on them. Therefore, upon seeing Hidan, who dared to argue with Kakuzu, they hurried over to earn some goodwill. This was their survival strategy. Nami, Karina, you two are quite impressive. Would you like to follow me and believe in Lord Jashin? Hidan looked at Nami and Karina and said, Believe in Lord Jashin. What is Lord Jashin? Is Lord Jashin very powerful? Nami and Karina asked curiously. Of course, Lord Jashin is an immensely powerful being. The entire sea will belong to Lord Jashin. Hidan shouted like a true fanatic. So Lord Jashin is that powerful. I want to believe in Lord Jashin. Me too. Nami and Karina quickly responded. But whether they truly meant it, only they knew. Haha, excellent. From now on you are my people. Upon hearing their words, Hidan burst into laughter. Then Hidan said to Zhang Tian's Kakuzu, Kakuzu, see that. They are now members of my Jashin cult. If you dare to steal my subordinates, you're asking for death. As Zhang Tian spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it directly at Hidan's neck. With a tearing sound, Hidan's head was severed. Ah, Lord Hidan. Lord Hidan has been killed. How could Lord Hidan be so weak? Seeing Hidan's decapitated body, Nami and Karina were utterly stunned. They had initially believed Hidan was immensely powerful and sought his protection. But they never expected Hidan to be beheaded so easily by Lord Kakuzu. Yet what happened next left them even more astonished. Hidan's head rolled several times across the ground before stopping. Then his head began to curse loudly at Jiang Tian. Kakuzu, you bastard. What are you doing? You cut off my head. Do you know how much that hurts? Seeing a severed head that could speak, Nami and Karina were terrified. Ah, what is this thing? A head that can talk. Nami and Karina jumped back in fright, staring in horror at Hidan's head as it continued to curse. Even Jiang Tian found it astonishing to see Hidan's head. So this was Hidan's immortality. Truly remarkable. Hidan, you dare to steal my subordinates. Jiang Tian's Kakuzu said irritably. Kakuzu, you bastard, what are you talking about? They willingly joined my Jashin cult. Hey Nami, Karina, tell him, isn't that right? Hidan's head asked Nami and Karina. No. We don't want to join the Jashin cult. We quit. Your cult is too terrifying. Nami and Karina said fearfully. They had joined the cult hoping for Hidan's protection. Now seeing him beheaded, they were utterly horrified. If they had known that joining the Jashin cult meant getting their heads cut off, they would never have agreed. Bastards, you dare betray Lord Jashin. I will punish you. In the name of Lord Jashin, I will judge you. Hidan's head continued to curse at Nami and Karina. As Hidan's severed head continued to hurl threats at them, Nami and Karina's faces turned pale with terror. A head without a body, its eyes staring fixedly at them, spewing ceaseless threats. Even Nami and Karina seasoned as they were felt a profound sense of dread. Lord Kakuzu, save us. We no longer wish to believe in that evil god. Save us. The terrified Nami and Karina immediately sought help from Jiang Tian, who was playing the role of Kakuzu. Although Kakuzu was also an oddity, stealing hearts and obsessed with money, compared to Hidan, who would recklessly sever heads, Kakuzu was far more tolerable. Hidan, what are you doing? They are my subordinates. How dare you lay a hand on them? Jiang Tian glared at Hidan, speaking with great fury. Why wouldn't I dare? He dared to betray the evil god. I must kill him. Anyone who betrays the great Lord Jashin must die. Hidan persisted relentlessly. If that's the case, then stay here. Jiang Tian declared, preparing to leave directly. Ah, Kakuzu, you bastard, don't leave me here. Get me up. Kakuzu, am your comrade. Seeing Jiang Tian about to leave, Hidan screamed. After a barrage of curses proved futile, he quickly changed his tone. Kakuzu, I was wrong. Dear Kakuzu, save me. Little Kakuzu, I truly admit my mistake. Please save me. Hidan pleaded like a buffoon. Seeing Hidan in this state, Jiang Tian grabbed his head. Ah, that hurts. Kakuzu, you bastard, why are you grabbing my head? Hidan yelled. Because your body is too heavy. Be still, Jiang Tian said, fitting Hidan's head back onto his body. Then using the Earth Grudge Fear ability, he summoned black threads that meticulously stitched Hidan's head back onto his neck. Ah, it hurts. Kakuzu, you bastard, be gentle, it hurts. Hidan howled in pain. Quiet down, or your head will be sewn on crooked, Jiang Tian warned him. Soon Hidan's head was completely reattached. Having a body feels so much better, Hidan said, flexing his newly stitched neck and moving around. A severed head can be sewn back on. How is that possible? Are all members of the Akatsuki this bizarre? Nami and Karina stared in disbelief at the restored Hidan, their minds reeling. They had already found it incredible that Kakuzu could survive by stealing hearts, but Hidan's ability to reattach his own head was even more astonishing. Hidan, with his head reattached, acted as if nothing had happened. As Nami and Karina marveled, Jiang Tian noticed something intriguing. While stitching Hidan's head, Jiang Tian was surprised to find that Hidan's proficiency had increased, rising from 5 to 7. Is this the way to increase Hidan's proficiency? Through self-harm? Jiang Tian mused. But upon reflection, it made sense. In the world of Naruto, Hidan was a devotee of Jashin, and his power was a curse activated through the blood of his enemies. He could transfer the damage inflicted on his own body to his target via a blood curse. So increasing Hidan's proficiency likely involved self-harm to activate the curse. Now that the method was clear, it was simple. In future battles, he would have Hidan collect the enemy's blood and activate the curse. Nami, Karina, let's move on. There's a sea of gold waiting for me, Jiang Tian declared to them. Yes, Lord Kaku. Without hesitation, Nami and Karina quickly prepared the ship. Kakuzu, you bastards, wait for me. I will dedicate everything on this sea to Lord Jashin. Hidan shouted, chasing after them. Not long after Jiang Tian and his crew departed, a large bird-like man in a suit and hat holding a camera emerged from a bell tower nearby. Ha ha, big news, big news. Who would have thought I'd find such a scoop in this remote East Blue? The plump birdman laughed excitedly, clutching his camera. This birdman was Morgan's, the president of the World Economy newspaper. His business was gathering intelligence and sensationalizing it in the papers, earning him the moniker Big News. He was also the one who would later inflate Luffy's reputation, dubbing him the Fifth Emperor. Where there was news, Morgans was sure to be found. Upon hearing that an organization called the Akatsuki had appeared in the East Blue and destroyed the Marine base in Lobetown, Morgan's journalistic instincts told him a big story was brewing. So he came to the East Blue. But he never imagined that upon arriving in the Goa Kingdom, he would witness the Akatsuki robbing the tribute money. This sent Morgans into a frenzy. It was a once-in-a-lifetime scoop. He immediately pulled out his camera and began snapping photos. From the moment the Akatsuki launched their attack to their departure, Morgans captured every detail of the incident. Haha, I've got tomorrow's headline. After destroying the Marine base in the East Blue, the Akatsuki strikes again, stealing the tribute money. This news will set the seas ablaze. Excited, Morgans rushed back to his base to publish the story. Morgans worked swiftly. By the next day, news of the Akatsuki had spread across the seas via the newspapers. Extra, breaking news. A formidable new force has emerged in the East Blue. The Akatsuki. The Akatsuki has just issued a challenge to the justice of the Marines, destroying the Marine headquarters in Lobetown of the East Blue. Subsequently, they challenged the world government, seizing the entire celestial tribute of the East Blue. What will the Akatsuki do next? Let us wait and see. Below the news report, there were photographs of the Akatsuki's hidden in combat and the theft of the celestial tribute. With Morgan's newspaper, information about the Akatsuki spread quickly across the four seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. Everyone who saw the news was astonished. I must be seeing things. How dare someone rob the celestial tribute? Are they asking for death? The Akatsuki. What kind of organization is this? I've never heard of it. This is my first time hearing about the Akatsuki too. The Akatsuki. They actually dared to rob the celestial tribute. Destroy a marine base. Isn't this organization way too arrogant? Indeed. But I doubt they'll last a month. The Marines and the world government won't let them off. Well said. Everyone who saw the newspaper for the first time was utterly shocked. Whether it was robbing the celestial tribute or destroying a marine base, both were utterly inconceivable acts. Yet this Akatsuki organization had done both. How could they not be astonished? The Akatsuki had done what they themselves wished to do, but dared not. However, amidst their shock, they also felt that the Akatsuki's doom was imminent. Destroying a marine base and stealing the celestial tribute was not merely a provocation against the world and the Marines. It was a resounding slap in the face to the world government and the Marines. The world government and the Marines would never forgive this Akatsuki organization. In the New World, on the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, a newsbird glided over the Moby Dick. Marco, the commander of the 1st Division, raised his hand, and the bird descended. Marco tossed a few coins to the newsbird and took a newspaper from its pouch. As he read the headline, Marco gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Everyone, big news. Something huge has happened in the East Blue. Hearing Marco's exclamation, the other division commanders curiously gathered around. Marco, what big news? The East Blue. Isn't that the weakest sea? What big news could come from there? Exactly. Marco, you must be mistaken. The other division commanders chimed in. Clearly, they found it hard to believe that the weakest of seas could produce any major news. It's true. An organization called the Akatsuki has appeared in the East Blue. The Akatsuki destroyed the marine base in Lobetown and also stole the celestial tribute from the East Blue. Marco looked at the paper and said, somewhat startled, What? Destroyed the marine base in Lobetown? Stole the celestial tribute? Marco, are you sure you're reading that right? Hearing this news, the other division commanders were also astonished. They fully understood what stealing the celestial tribute and destroying a marine base signified, especially the marine base in Lobetown of the East Blue, which held great symbolic importance for the Marines. Although the Whitebeard pirates considered themselves the mightiest pirate crew on the seas and feared neither the world government nor the Marines, they would not lightly destroy a marine base or steal the celestial tribute, because doing so was tantamount to declaring war on the Marines and the world government. That was precisely why they were so shocked to hear that someone had dared to do both. The Akatsuki. I've never heard of them. Is there such an organization on the seas? Neither have I. But this Akatsuki is way too arrogant. The division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates were all intensely curious about the Akatsuki. They were also curious about what kind of organization the Akatsuki was daring enough to destroy a marine base and steal the celestial tribute. Pops, have you heard of the Akatsuki? Yeah. Pops, what do you think of this Akatsuki? The many division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates all turned their gaze toward a burly man. This burly man was bare-chested, revealing muscles bursting with explosive power. The most striking feature was his crescent-shaped, upward-curving white mustache. Undoubtedly, this man was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He was known as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. The Akatsuki. Never heard of them. But for this organization to dare steal the celestial tribute and destroy the marine base in Lobetown, it seems quite interesting. I hope they make it to the New World. Clearly, even Whitebeard was pessimistic about the Akatsuki's chances. He did not believe they could survive the onslaught from the Marines and the world government. In the Tado Land Sea on Whole Cake Island. This was the territory of one of the 4 emperors, the Big Mom Pirates. In a castle at the center of Whole Cake Island, Charlotte Lean, one of the 4 emperors, was voraciously devouring sweets. She stuffed various cakes and candies into her mouth, chewing ravenously. Katakuri, is there any news on the seas? While gorging on sweets, Charlotte Linlin asked her son and crew members. Mama, there's big news from the East Blue. Hearing Charlotte Linlin's question, Katakuri quickly replied. The East Blue? What could possibly happen there? After Roger's death, the East Blue has become the weakest sea. Charlotte Linlin said dismissively. An organization called the Akatsuki has appeared in the East Blue. The Akatsuki destroyed the marine base in Lowtown and stole the celestial tribute from the East Blue. Katakuri continued. Oh, interesting. This Akatsuki is certainly bold. But that is utter foolishness. The Marines and the world government will not let them off. The world government and the Marines will surely destroy this Akatsuki. Charlotte Linlin said with great disdain. Clearly, Charlotte Linlin also held a very pessimistic view of the Akatsuki. In the land of Wano upon Onigashima, within a structure resembling a demonic skull Kaido of the beasts, one of the 4 emperors held a gourd of sake in one hand and a newspaper in the other. The Akatsuki. I never imagined an organization called the Akatsuki would emerge in the East Blue. What a pity, it seems they won't make it out of the East Blue. I had hoped they might provide me with some amusement. After reading the report in the newspaper, Kaido tossed it aside. Though he was often wild and sought to unleash a war that would devastate the seas, he was not foolish. He understood full well what destroying a marine base and plundering the Celestial Dragon's tribute signified. This fledgling Akatsuki in the East Blue dared to provoke both the world government and the Marines simultaneously. Was that not suicide? In Kaido's view, this Akatsuki would soon be crushed by the Marines and the world government. Meanwhile, aboard the Red Force, the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. Shanks of the Red Hair had only recently become one of the 4 emperors. As the Red Hair Pirates followed an elite path, they controlled few territories. Most of the time, the crew gathered on their massive pirate ship. Yasop, the sniper of the Red Hair Pirates, was scanning the sea. Just then, he spotted a newsbird flying swiftly toward them from a distance. Ah, newsbird. Wonder if there's any major news lately. Yasop raised a hand, and the newsbird landed. He bought a newspaper. The moment he opened it, Yasop let out a startled cry. What? How is this possible? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of the others. Yasop, what happened? Is there some big news in the paper? The other members of the Red Hair Pirates asked curiously. Even Shanks looked over upon hearing Yasop's shout. Something huge happened in the East Blue. An organization called the Akatsuki appeared there. They destroyed the marine base in Lowtown and stole the Celestial Dragon's tribute. Yasop announced to everyone. What? They stole the tribute and destroyed the Lowtown marine base. What is this Akatsuki? How can they be so audacious? Don't they fear the Marines and the world government? This is my first time hearing of the Akatsuki. Weren't we just in the East Blue not long ago? How come we never heard of them? Hearing Yasop's words, the others were equally astonished. They were well aware of the implications of destroying a marine base and plundering the tribute. That was precisely why they were so shocked. When did such a force as the Akatsuki emerge in the East Blue? Were they utterly insane, daring to destroy a marine base and steal the tribute? Did the Akatsuki not fear the Marines and the world government? Shanks, have you heard of this Akatsuki? The crew turned their gaze toward him. I've never heard of them. But for them to commit such an act, I wonder what their strength is like, Shanks mused. He was deeply curious about this Akatsuki that dared to destroy a marine base and steal the tribute. In the kingdom of Dressrosa. This was the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Young master. Big news. Big news. An organization called the Akatsuki appeared in the East Blue. They stole the tribute and destroyed the Lowtown marine base. Treble, an executive of the Don Quixote pirates, rushed over with a newspaper. Oh, the East Blue. The Akatsuki. Intrigued, Doflamingo picked up the newspaper and began reading. How interesting. I never thought such a fascinating organization would appear in the East Blue. What are they trying to do? Don't they fear the world government and the Marines? Doflamingo fell into thought. He himself had once stolen the Celestial Dragon's tribute. However, because he was a Celestial Dragon, the Marines dared not move against him. That was how he used the tribute to secure his position as a warlord. Now, seeing the Akatsuki do the same, he was intensely curious. What exactly were they planning? In the kingdom of Alabasta, a desert kingdom, and one of the few large nations in the world of One Piece. The entire kingdom was now under the control of one of the 7 warlords, Sir Crocodile. The Akatsuki stole the tribute and destroyed a marine base. When did such an arrogant pirate group appear in the East Blue? Crocodile was equally surprised. As a warlord, he fully grasped the gravity of stealing the tribute and destroying the Lobetown base. This was an outright provocation against the world government and the Marines. To uphold their prestige, they would surely not let this Akatsuki go unpunished. Humph, but it doesn't matter, Crocodile muttered after his initial surprise, tossing the paper aside. He gazed out the window at the entire kingdom of Alabasta. Once I find the ancient weapon of legend, I will conquer the seas. Indeed, every pirate crew, faction, and family across the sea that day was stunned by the news of the Akatsuki. None of them had expected the Akatsuki in the East Blue to be so bold and audacious, daring to steal the tribute and openly challenge the world government's authority. In stark contrast to the pirates' astonishment, the Marines and the world government were incandescent with rage upon reading the newspaper. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, in the Fleet Admiral's office. Bang! Damn that Akatsuki! Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed the newspaper furiously onto his desk. How dare they steal the Celestial Dragon's tribute? Sengoku knew that after destroying the base at Lobetown, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly strike again. Yet what he never anticipated was the sheer audacity of their next move. They had seized the heavenly tribute from the East Blue. This tribute, paid by all the kingdoms of the East Blue to the Celestial Dragons, was a direct affront to their authority and a blatant challenge to the world government. This was no trivial matter, it was an event that would shake the seas. In the 8th century since the world government's founding, no one had dared to challenge it so brazenly. All who had dared to defy the world government and the Celestial Dragons had perished. To restore the reputation of the Navy and the world government, the Akatsuki must be dealt with severely. Thus, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, all the high-ranking officials of Marine headquarters had assembled. The 3 admirals, the hero of the Marines, Garp, Consultant Tsuru, and the admiral candidates were all present. Each of them stared at the intelligence report on the Akatsuki, their faces etched with astonishment. To dare rob the heavenly tribute. How terrifying. Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, wore a look of mock fear. The Akatsuki, those vile pirates, deserve nothing less than total annihilation, declared Akainu, another admiral, his face twisted with righteous fury. The Akatsuki. Such an organization has emerged in the East Blue. Akiji, the 3rd admiral, spoke with a grave expression. Though the others remained silent, their expressions betrayed their shock at the Akatsuki's actions, destroying a marine base and stealing the heavenly tribute. It was truly unexpected that such a brazen organization would appear in the East Blue. After all, this was the sea that had birthed Roger and Garp. Sengoku, how have the Celestial Dragons of the world government reacted? Consultant Tsuru asked. The Celestial Dragons are pressuring the world government to retrieve the heavenly tribute. Their status must not be defied. The world government has issued orders. CP0 has already been dispatched to assassinate the Akatsuki members. The 5 elders have also commanded the Navy to cooperate, Sengoku replied after a moment of thought. Sengoku, let me go. Such pirates must be utterly destroyed. Akainu immediately rose to his feet as Sengoku finished speaking. Akainu was a hawkish marine, believing that all pirates on the seas should be eliminated. To him, an organization like the Akatsuki, which dared to destroy a marine base and steal the heavenly tribute, was an existence that must be annihilated. Very well, Akainu. The Akatsuki matter is yours to handle. Sengoku finally agreed after deliberation. The Akatsuki had become a terrorist pirate group that undermined the Navy's justice and challenged the world government. To restore the Navy's prestige, overwhelming force was needed to crush the Akatsuki. Thus, deploying Akainu, the hawkish admiral, was the most suitable course of action. I will depart immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Akainu left the meeting room upon receiving Sengoku's command. Tsuru continued to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. I have a feeling they are not so simple, Sengoku said to Consultant Tsuru. Based on their current intelligence, the Navy only knew of one Akatsuki member, Kazu. But Sengoku refused to believe that the Akatsuki, which had dared to destroy the Lowtown Marine base and steal the heavenly tribute, consisted solely of Kaku. Understood. I have already mobilized all Navy intelligence personnel to investigate the Akatsuki, Consultant Tsuru promptly replied. The Akatsuki had now become the Navy's top priority. Countless intelligence agents were daily investigating their activities. Everyone else remained vigilant. There may be other Akatsuki members appearing, Sengoku addressed the other high-ranking Marines. Understood. Soon the entire Marine headquarters mobilized rapidly around the Akatsuki threat. In the East Blue, on an ordinary island called Huanyan Island, Jiang Tian as Kakuzu and Hidan set foot on the island and headed toward the town at its center. Nami and Karina followed closely behind like lackeys. No sooner had Jiang Tian entered the town than he drew the attention of everyone. Look at their clothes. Red clouds on a black cloak. They are the Akatsuki. That's right. It's them. The ones who dared to destroy the Lowtown Marine base and steal the heavenly tribute. They've also annihilated over a dozen pirate crews. What are they doing on Huanyan Island? Who knows? Let's get out of here. The townspeople of Huanyan Island scurried away at the sight of Jiang Tian and his group. Even those who admired the Akatsuki dared not approach. After all pirate crews that had previously tried to join the Akatsuki had been destroyed by Jiang Tian due to their weakness. Damn it, Kakuzu, why are we on this island? There's nothing here. It's so boring. Hidan complained to Jiang Tian, who was playing Kakuzu. Shut up, Hidan. There's a bounty exchange on this island. I'm going to turn in the pirates I've killed for money. Jiang Tian snapped at Hidan. Having destroyed the Lowtown Marine base, Jiang Tian could no longer claim bounties at marine bases. Thus, he had to resort to bounty exchanges, places where one could also trade pirate heads for rewards. In these exchanges, they cared only for money, not identities. Anyone who killed a pirate could bring their head for payment. Thus, some pirates occasionally moonlighted as bounty hunters. Money again. How tedious. I need to prepare an offering for Lord Jashin. If I don't make an offering, Lord Jashin will be angry. Hidan grumbled. Umph. Jiang Tian snorted coldly and strode into the exchange. Hidan bored sat down at the entrance. Nami and Karina kept their distance from Hidan, fearing he might decide to take their heads. Not far from Hidan, three masked figures lurked in the shadows. Confirmed. They are Akatsuki members. According to intelligence, Kakuzu's ability is to steal hearts, gaining the power of his enemies. As for this other member, we have no information on him. Then let's take him out first. No problem. Begin the operation. The three masked figures planned and swiftly closed in on Hidan. Without a doubt, these three masked figures were members of the world government's CP0. CP0, an organization directly under the Celestial Dragons, known as the mightiest shield of the Celestial Dragons and the world's strongest intelligence agency. After learning that the heavenly tribute from the East Blue had been stolen by the Akatsuki, the Celestial Dragons of the world government dispatched the most formidable members of the CP organization, CP0. The CP0 operatives moved swiftly, soon tracking down the Akatsuki's trail. Their mission was straightforward: eliminate the Akatsuki members and reclaim the heavenly tribute. When the three CP0 agents discovered an additional Akatsuki member beside Kakuzu, they did not dwell on it. No matter how many Akatsuki members there were, they would slay them all and complete the mission. Intelligence had already revealed Kakuzu's ability to steal hearts. By stealing hearts, he could acquire other abilities and extend his life. This was a formidable target, not one to be resolved hastily. Thus, they aimed to eliminate the newly appeared Akatsuki member first. Though unaware of his abilities, they did not hesitate. No matter the power, a sudden strike to a vital spot would suffice. Even the mightiest would fall if their vitals were pierced. As for Nami and Karina, the CP0 agents paid them no heed. They were merely two ordinary pirates from the East Blue. Once the Akatsuki members were dealt with, these two could be easily dispatched. The three CP0 agents stealthily closed in on Hidan, who was busy complaining. Damn, Kakuzu, always making money. This is so boring. When can I pray to Lord Jashin? If I don't pray, Lord Jashin will get angry. Hidan muttered tediously, holding his scythe in one hand and resting his chin on the other. Just then the three CP0 agents closed in. Move. The white-masked agent suddenly sprang from the shadows, firing a flintlock at Hidan. Bang! A bullet sped toward Hidan. Huh? Who's there? Hidan reacted swiftly, swinging his chain-linked scythe. The scythe effortlessly deflected the bullet and then lashed out at the CP agent. Dodge. The white-masked agent reacted quickly, sidestepping Hidan's attack with ease. But remember, CP0 had three members, not one. Perfect chance. Die. At that moment, the red-masked and yellow-masked agents sprang into action. Shave. Shave. Using the Navy's 6 powers, they instantly appeared on either side of Hidan. Simultaneously, their long swords thrust toward both sides of Hidan's chest. Hidan sensed the ambush, but made no move to evade. Schluck. The two sharp blades pierced Hidan's body. Blood splattered as the steel tips emerged from the other side. Solved. Did it work? Is this the Akatsuki? Pathetic. The three CP0 agents felt a surge of joy at their easy hit. They were certain their attacks had landed perfectly. Even the mightiest man, Whitebeard, could not survive such a blow. Oh, Lord Hidan. Lord Hidan has been hit. Nami and Karina, not far away, gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of the CP agents. Just as the CP agents reveled in eliminating an Akatsuki member, Hidan spoke, as if unharmed. Hey, that hurts. Who the hell are you people? The three CP agents were startled to see Hidan talking normally. What's going on? We clearly pierced his vitals. The two agents holding their swords through Hidan's chest stared in astonishment. They were certain they had struck his vital points. Such fatal wounds would incapacitate or kill anyone instantly. Yet this man acted as if nothing had happened. Hey, you two, stop twisting the blades. It really hurts. Hidan continued nonchalantly, looking at the CP agents. What devil fruit ability does this guy have? Even a Zoan wouldn't grant such recovery. The red-masked and yellow-masked agents exclaimed in surprise. As CP members, they knew Zoan users possessed strong regenerative abilities. But even a Zoan user with a pierced chest and such severe injuries would be half dead at best. How was this Akatsuki member completely unfazed? Zoan ability. I'm an immortal follower of Lord Jashin. Hey, who are you people? Hidan continued complaining to the CP agents. Just then he noticed the world government emblem on their attire. That emblem. You're from the world government, right? Kakuzu stole a lot of your money, didn't he? Hidan remarked, eyeing the symbol. The heavenly tribute. The white-masked agent frowned, his tone sharp. We are CP agents of the world government ordered to eliminate the Akatsuki. Surrender now and hand over the heavenly tribute. The white-masked agent aimed his flintlock at Hidan again. Hey, you want to eliminate the Akatsuki? Too bad you picked the wrong order to attack. Hidan smirked at the agents. Where's the other one? The white-masked agent demanded. Are you looking for me? At that moment, Jiang Tian, disguised as Hidan, suddenly appeared behind the white-masked agent. Hidan was the summoned companion role of Jiang Tian. Everything about Hidan was under Jiang Tian's control. Therefore, the moment the CP organization's member attacked Hidan, Jiang Tian became aware of their arrival. As the white-masked CP member struck at Hidan, Jiang Tian appeared behind him. How dare you attack a member of the Akatsuki? Died. Jiang Tian clenched his fist and drove it directly toward the white-masked CP member. Not good. Soar. As a member of CP0, the white-masked man reacted swiftly, his figure vanishing instantly as he deftly evaded Jiang Tian's attack. Although the CP member successfully dodged Jiang Tian's strike, Jiang Tian's fist still slammed heavily into the ground. A thunderous explosion sent countless fragments of stone flying and a cloud of dust erupted. The white-masked CP member stumbled out of the debris, disheveled. The target has appeared. Quick, fall back. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the white-masked CP member shouted to the other two. The two who were attacking Hidan immediately abandoned Kakuzu and swiftly gathered beside the white-masked man, all three watching Jiang Tian and Hidan warily. You're from CP0, aren't you? Your strength is considerable, but unfortunately there's no bounty on your heads. Hidan, it seems you have no luck with money. Playing the role of Kakuzu, Jiang Tian remarked as he looked at the three CP0 members. Those who could become members of CP0 were all tremendously powerful. If they were pirates, their bounties would undoubtedly be sky-high. But unfortunately, they served the world government, so despite their immense strength, they carried no bounty. Thus, playing Kakuzu, Jiang Tian had no interest in them. Kakuzu, don't intervene. Leave them to me. Hidan flicked his right hand, pulling the chain, and the massive scythe returned to his grasp. Very well, Hidan. Make it quick. My patience has its limits. Jiang Tian added, then gestured to Nami and Karina not far away. You two don't be idle either. Find out which pirates in the East Sea currently have high bounties. Yes, Lord Kaku. Lord Kakuzu, is it really all right for Lord Hidan to face them alone? Will Lord Hidan be in danger? Nami and Karina asked with concern. Rest assured, that guy isn't so easy to kill. You two focus on helping me make money. Jiang Tian said nonchalantly. Jiang Tian knew very well that Hidan's ability was immortality. Moreover, the proficiency of the Akatsuki organization's Hidan template needed to be improved through suicide and curses. Thus, sending Hidan to deal with these three CP members was perfect. Hidan is this newly appeared Akatsuki member called Hidan. Hearing their conversation, the CP members quickly recorded the information. Kakuzu, rest assured. I will soon offer them to Lord Jashin. Hidan said, gripping his scythe and looking at the three CP members while tracing patterns with his feet through his own dripping blood. Soon a circular pattern with a triangle inside appeared beneath Hidan's feet. What is this Akatsuki member named Hidan doing? What does that symbol mean? What kind of devil fruit ability does he possess? The three CP members watched Hidan's movements cautiously. No matter what devil fruit ability it is. As long as I hit him with a sea prism stone bullet, I can kill him. Yellow mask, cover me. Red mask, keep an eye on the other Akatsuki member. The white-masked CP member instructed the other two. Although Hidan's ability was bizarre, and they had yet to determine his devil fruit power, the three CP members quickly devised a battle plan after a brief exchange. The yellow-masked one attacked Hidan, while the white-masked one used a flintlock to fire sea prism stone bullets. In their view, Hidan's immortality must be a devil fruit ability. And sea prism stone was the bane of devil fruit abilities. They believed that striking with sea prism stone would surely kill Hidan. The red-masked one was tasked with monitoring the Akatsuki member Kakuzu, preventing a surprise attack. Attack! With a sharp shout, the yellow-masked CP member immediately executed the 6 powers, charging at Hidan. Soru finger gun. Come on. Facing the charging yellow mask, Hidan gripped his scythe and rushed forward. Hidan's scythe clashed with the CP yellow mask's attack. Renkyaku. After the first exchange, the yellow mask CP member launched another attack, and Hidan once again met it with his scythe. Every CP0 member was proficient in the 6 powers and Haki, thus each possessed strength at least on par with a Marine Vice Admiral. The yellow-masked CP member was no exception. With Haki and the 6 powers, his entire body became a weapon as he relentlessly attacked Hidan. But Hidan, as an Akatsuki member, was no pushover. The scythe connected to a rope danced in his hands, attacking the CP member from all directions. Thus, despite their continuous exchanges, neither gained the upper hand for a time. But one must not forget that the CP0 team consisted of more than just the Yellow Mask. While Yellow Mask was attacking the White Mask, one held a flintlock loaded with sea prism stone bullets, constantly seeking an opening. With a precise moment, Yellow Mask executed Renkyaku Bird of Prey and kicked fiercely at Hidan. A bird-shaped Renkyaku attack surged violently toward Hidan. Although Hidan raised his arms to block, quickly the immense force sent him flying backward. Perfect opportunity die. Haki imbued sea prism stone bullet. Seeing Hidan hurtling through the air, the white-masked CP0 member fired without hesitation. A sea prism stone bullet imbued with Haki erupted with a sonic boom as it streaked toward Hidan midair. The bullet pierced deeply into Hidan's body, sending a spray of blood into the air, and Hidan crashed heavily to the ground. Did it work? The three CP0 members felt a surge of joy upon seeing the bullet hit Hidan. To the three members of CP0, Hidan of the Akatsuki possessed an immortal body undoubtedly due to a unique Devil Fruit ability. But no matter the Devil Fruit ability, it would be countered by Sea Stone. Once struck by Sea Stone, even a pirate as formidable as an emperor would instantly lose their power. Thus, upon witnessing Hidan struck by a Sea Stone bullet, the three CP0 agents believed he had been defeated. But was that truly the case? Obviously not. Hidan was a member of the Akatsuki. If he could be vanquished so easily, he would hardly deserve the title. Damn bastards, you lot ambushed me. Hidan rose from the ground as if nothing had happened, glaring resentfully at the white-masked CP agent who had just attacked him. Hidan seemed utterly indifferent to the wounds on his body, allowing blood to drip continuously from the gashes. Hey, what did you hit me with just now? It feels so itchy. Hidan muttered as he reached into his own wound, probing around. His movements widened the gash, spilling more blood onto the ground. Yet his expression remained unchanged, as if he were completely unharmed. Found it. So this is the stone you used to ambush me. Hidan pinched the sea stone bullet between his fingers and tossed it to the ground. As the bullet clattered on the ground, the three CP agents stood dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can he be unaffected by sea stone? What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Could there truly be a devil fruit power that defies sea stone? The three CP agents were astounded. As members of CP, they had fought many devil fruit users before. But no matter the user, a sea stone bullet would leave them severely crippled if not dead. Yet Hidan acted as though nothing had happened. He even dug the bullet out himself. This was the first time they had encountered such an anomaly. Hidan, can you handle this? You're too slow, my patience is wearing thin. Need my help? Jiang Tian, playing Kakuzu, spoke to Hidan. Kakuzu, don't you interfere. They'll dedicate them to Lord Jashin soon enough. Hidan retorted, gripping his scythe as he charged swiftly toward the three CP agents. Soru Renkyaku. Soru Shirgan. The CP agents countered quickly against Hidan's assault. Powerful techniques derived from the 6 powers of the Navy relentlessly struck Hidan, but he made no effort to evade these fierce attacks. He let the blows land upon him. Soon his body was covered in wounds, each gash hideous and dripping blood. Anyone else suffering such severe injuries would have perished long ago. Yet Hidan remained unfazed, wielding his scythe and striking back at the CP agents. Damn it, what's going on? What kind of ability user is he? This is utterly monstrous. The white-masked CP agent was deeply astonished. He had undertaken countless missions and faced formidable foes, but never had he encountered someone as indestructible as Hidan. Was this the caliber of an Akatsuki member? Die? As the white-masked CP agent pondered, Hidan's scythe came flying toward him. Dodge? Soru. Reacting swiftly, the white-masked CP agent employed the 6 powers to evade Hidan's attack. But at that moment, Hidan yanked hard on the chain. The scythe twisted like a serpent in the air. The flying scythe turned sharply, attacking the white-masked CP agent from behind. Kami. Sensing the attack from behind, the agent once again used the 6 powers, contorting his body smoothly to evade Hidan's strike. Yet Hidan's attack was not entirely in vain. The scythe's crimson blade grazed the white-masked agent's arm, drawing a trace of blood. White Mask, are you alright? The yellow-masked agent asked urgently. I'm fine. This wound won't hinder the fight. Press on, or we must break his immortality. White Mask glanced at the gash on his arm and spoke with indifference. It was merely a cut a few centimeters long, bleeding, but negligible to him, hardly affecting his combat ability. Understood. Assured that White Mask was unharmed, Yellow Mask charged again at Hidan. Shirgan, Yellow Lotus. Yellow Mask's fingers thrust rapidly, unleashing explosive sounds like a machine gun, all aimed at Hidan. But Hidan did not dodge this fierce assault. Instead, he returned to the pattern he had drawn with his blood and licked the blood of White Mask from his scythe. Instantly, Hidan's body turned black and white, covered in white patterns. Just as he completed this, Yellow Mask's attack landed. A barrage of finger strikes hammered into Hidan. Yellow Mask's attack was indeed formidable. Hidan's body was riddled with holes, blood spraying out as if he had been gunned down. After the flurry of strikes, Yellow Mask quickly retreated. That hurts, doesn't it? Hidan now, in his black and white form, ignored his wounds and spoke to the white-masked CP agent. As Hidan's words fell, the white-masked agent's body suddenly showed strange signs. With a tearing sound, his body was covered in countless puncture wounds, blood gushing forth. Overcome by agony, he dropped his flintlock. The severely wounded CP agent stared in disbelief at the injuries covering his body. How is this possible? My wounds. Cough, how did I suddenly sustain such severe injuries? When did you attack me? The other two CP agents, Yellow Mask and Red Mask, stared wide-eyed at the gravely wounded White Mask, utterly incredulous. What in the world is happening? Did he launch an attack? Both Yellow Mask and Red Mask were now baffled. Had this Akatsuki member attacked? If not, how had White Mask been injured? Could this be yet another powerful Devil Fruit ability? How about it? Can you feel my pain now? Hidan's voice was deep and ominous. Damn it, what's going on? My injuries. White Mask stared at Hidan, now transformed into a black and white figure, and pondered in confusion. You are now cursed. The ritual begins. Ha ha ha, come suffer with me. Hidan laughed maniacally at the white-masked CP agent. This was his ability, the curse of death reliant on blood. By licking another's blood, he entered a cursed black and white state, enabling him to transfer his own injuries to that person. As now, by licking White Mask's blood, Hidan had linked their bodies. Any damage inflicted on Hidan would be reflected onto White Mask. The brutal assault just launched by Yellow Mask was thus transferred directly to White Mask. Now begin the ritual. Come. Experience the most exquisite pain with me. In his cursed state, Hidan not only appeared terrifying, but also grew increasingly deranged. Damn it, what is happening? What devil fruit ability is this? How is White Mask injured? I was attacking the Akatsuki member. Yellow Mask's face darkened as he looked at White Mask's wounds. At that moment, Yellow Mask realized that White Mask's injuries matched exactly those he had inflicted on Hidan. Haha, everything is ready now. It's going to hurt. Best brace yourself. Hidan drew a black extendable spear and gripped it firmly. Seeing Hidan's move, the severely wounded White Mask, gritting through the pain, raised his flintlock again to attack. But Hidan struck faster. Take this. He drove the black spear viciously into his own thigh. Blood splattered as Hidan's right leg was pierced clean through, crimson gushing out. Simultaneously, the white-masked CP agent's right leg also burst open with a gaping hole, blood spraying everywhere. His leg crippled, the white-masked agent stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. It hurts, doesn't it? Huh. Seeing his attack succeed, Hidan burst into excited laughter, even deriving pleasure from this self-mutilation. This pain is the best. The agony of others at death's door is etched into my body. The greater the pain, the more it transforms into ecstasy. Ha ha. Hidan laughed wildly, his face contorted with bliss. This Akatsuki's ability. Look, White Mask's injuries match Hidan's. Hidan stabbed himself and White Mask was wounded too. Could this be his power? The ability to transfer damage to others. The CP agents were not foolish. Seeing the matching wounds, they quickly deduced Hidan's ability. Haha, which spot should I hit next? Here, or maybe here. The legs would be good too. Hidan pulled the black spear from his leg and gestured toward various parts of his body. Every gesture made the white-masked agent's heart race. He now understood Hidan's power perfectly. He could transfer any injury onto his target. Any attack Hidan made would gravely wound him. Haha, it's so hard to choose. Or perhaps you'd prefer a quick end. Finally, Hidan aimed the black spear at his own chest, directly over his heart. Seeing Hidan's gesture, sweat poured down White Mask's face, even hidden behind his mask. Quick, stop him. Yellow Mask rushed forward at the sight. They were already no match for the Akatsuki members. If Hidan killed White Mask, they would stand even less chance. Moreover, they had been comrades for years. For many reasons, they could not let White Mask die so easily. Ha ha ha, no one can stop my sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Or do you intend to join the offering? Hidan laughed as Yellow Mask charged. With a flick of his scythe, he easily blocked Yellow Mask's attack. But as Hidan pulled the chain, the scythe flew back. The scythe slammed into Yellow Mask's back. The impact forced blood from his mouth, a droplet splattering onto Hidan's finger. Haha, blood. This is your blood. It seems you truly wish to join the sacrifice to Lord Jashin. Then I shall grant your wish. Huh. Hidan's tongue darted out to lick the blood from his finger. Haha, you are now cursed too. Hidan stared at Yellow Mask with excitement. Seeing his mad laughter, Yellow Mask's face twisted with terror. Damn it, Red Mask, quickly. Get out of here. Our mission has failed. We must report this new Akatsuki member's ability to the world government. Seeing that Hidan had obtained Yellow Mask's blood, White Mask spoke decisively to Red Mask. Understood. Without hesitation, Red Mask turned and swiftly retreated into the distance. In this operation, the mission of the three CP0 members was to eliminate the Akatsuki members, reclaim the celestial gold, and restore the world government's prestige. Yet what they never anticipated was the eerie and formidable nature of the Akatsuki members' abilities, especially the one who had just appeared. Hidan of the Akatsuki possessed not only an immortal body, but also the power to cast curses through blood, transferring the damage inflicted upon himself onto others. This ability was utterly monstrous. Hidan alone had already incapacitated 2 of them. How could they continue such a battle? All hope was lost. Thus, the white-masked CP0 member decisively ordered a retreat, instructing the red-masked member to flee swiftly and relay intelligence on the Akatsuki. Trying to run. Did I give you permission? Seeing the fleeing red-masked CP0 member Jiang Tian, who was playing the role of Kakuzu, intervened decisively. With a swift movement, Jiang Tian vanished and reappeared before the red-masked figure. His right hand rapidly turned to stone as he hurled a devastating punch at the CP0 member. At that moment, the red-masked CP0 member was solely focused on escape and never anticipated Jiang Tian's sudden attack. Thus he was caught off guard. A resounding impact echoed and the CP0 member was sent flying backwards, spitting blood before crashing heavily at Hidan's feet. Hidan, you're slipping. He almost got away, Jiang Tian as Kakuzu remarked, looking at Hidan. Damn you, Kakuzu. What did you say? I would never have let him escape. You were just meddling. Hidan retorted angrily. After venting at Kakuzu, Hidan gripped his scythe and glared furiously at the red-masked CP0 member. You wretched fool, daring to flee. He'll curse you and offer you to Lord Jashin. Hidan swung his scythe, forcefully attacking the red-masked CP0 member. Despite the red-masked CP0 member's desperate dodging, the scythe's sharp blade grazed his chest, sending blood splattering onto Hidan's weapon. Hidan pulled the chain, and the scythe, now stained with blood, returned to his hand. Haha, I've got what I need. He extended his tongue, excitedly licking the blood of the CP0 member. Now you are all cursed by me. Hidan laughed maniacally like a fervent zealot. Damn it, are these the Akatsuki members? Their strength is too overwhelming and bizarre. Is this truly a newly risen power in the East Blue? Unlike Hidan's wild laughter, the 3 CP0 members stared at him in sheer terror. They never imagined that as elite members of the world government's most formidable CP0 unit, they would meet their end at the hands of the Akatsuki today. They longed to charge forward and kill Hidan, yet they dared not attack. For they knew well that through the blood Hidan had linked their bodies to his. Any harm inflicted on Hidan would be reflected onto them. Unlike Hidan, they lacked an immortal body. Haha, that look in your eyes. I love that look of despair. The more you fear, the more Lord Jashin delights when I offer you. Hidan laughed wildly at the terror in the CP0 member's eyes. You can't kill us. That's right, we are CP members of the world government. If you harm us, the world government will never let you go. The Marine Admiral is on his way, he will not spare you. Accustomed to arrogance, even at death's door, the 3 CP0 members threatened Hidan instead of begging for mercy. Bastards, what are you 3 doing? How dare you threaten me? Enraged by their threats, Hidan roared furiously. Hearing their threats, Hidan cursed in fury and thrust the black spear in his hand violently into his own abdomen. Blood splattered as the black spear pierced straight through Hidan's stomach. Simultaneously, the 3 CP0 members screamed in agony as gaping wounds tore open in their abdomens, gushing blood. Haha, it hurts, doesn't it? This is the price for daring to threaten the Akatsuki. Hidan's face twisted with glee as he watched them writhe. Damn it, this ability. It's excruciating. The 3 CP0 members clutched their wounds, their faces contorted in unbearable pain. Seeing their suffering only heightened Hidan's excitement. Ha ha ha. At last you taste agony. But don't think it's over. Now let me savor the pain of killing you. Laughing maniacally, Hidan raised the black spear again, aiming it at his own heart, and slowly drove it in. Is this the end? I wonder how much proficiency this will raise, Jiang Tian mused as he watched Hidan's actions. The sharp black spear pierced Hidan's chest, blood splattering everywhere. As Hidan impaled himself, the 3 CP0 members let out 3 unwilling screams of agony. Their chests also burst open with a gaping hole, blood gushing from the wounds. With vacant stares and blood spilling from their mouths, the 3 CP0 members slowly collapsed. Thus they perished completely at the hands of Hidan of the Akatsuki. At that moment, a system notification appeared in Jiang Tian's mind. Ding, companion role, Akatsuki Hidan proficiency increased to 15. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Tian couldn't help but smile. It was just as he had guessed. Curses and self-harm were indeed the best ways to improve Hidan's proficiency in the Akatsuki. Seeing the completely dead CP0 agent, Hidan withdrew from his curse state, the black and white patterns fading from his body. He retracted his black spear and slung his scythe over his shoulder. Kakuzu, I'm done. You're too slow. Jiang Tian playing Kakuzu said as he turned his gaze toward Nami and Karina. You two, have you found any profitable intelligence? Lord Kakuzu, we found some. Hearing Kakuzu's words, Nami and Karina snapped back to reality. At that moment, they still hadn't recovered from Hiden's battle. His fighting style was too bloody, too hard to stomach. Although they had long known Hiden's abilities were bizarre, they never imagined it would be this eerie, killing people by harming himself. Lord Kakuzu, we can go after the treasure hunter pirates. Karina quickly handed a wanted poster to Jiang Tian. The treasure hunter pirates. Only an 8 million berry bounty. Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at the wanted poster. Lord Kakuzu, although their bounty is low, this pirate crew focuses on excavating treasures in the East Blue. Yes, Lord Kakuzu, they seem to have already found treasures left behind from several pirate wars. That crew must have a lot of treasure. Nami and Karina chimed in. In the world of One Piece, aside from pirate crews that rob and plunder, there are also those formed for other purposes. For example, the chef pirates who love cooking, the festival pirates who want to hold grand celebrations, the news pirates who enjoy gathering news, and so on. In short, if you can imagine it, there's likely a pirate crew on the seas. The treasure hunter pirates were a group of pirates who gathered to dig for treasure. Then let's go after the treasure hunter pirates. Set sail immediately. Jiang Tian suddenly became intrigued by this pirate crew. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. The ship is ready and the course is set. We can depart anytime. Nami and Karina quickly replied. Through the battles of Hidan and Kakuzu, they both knew that the Akatsuki members were terrifyingly powerful. The casual self-mutilation and heart-tripping deeply frightened them. Without strength or power, the two girls had no choice but to obey orders. The news of a new Akatsuki member appearing and killing a CP0 agent quickly reached the Marines. Reporting to Admiral Akainu, we've just received word. The world government's CP operation has failed. A Marine soldier reported to Akainu. Those incompetents. Akainu scoffed upon hearing the report. According to intelligence, a new Akatsuki member has appeared. The soldier continued. Oh, a new Akatsuki member. Akainu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The new member is called Hidan. He possesses an immortal body and can cast curses through blood. Here are the detailed files. The soldier handed the intelligence to Akainu. Although Jiang Tian and Hidan had killed all the CP0 agents, the Marines and world government's powerful intelligence network still managed to gather information on the Akatsuki. Akainu took the files on Hidan and read them. Immortal body. How can there be an immortal body? Curses. This must be some kind of mythical Zoan devil fruit. Akainu analyzed inwardly after reading about Hidan's abilities. No matter what ability it is. Such pirates must be eliminated. As his words fell, magma began to bubble from his right hand. The scorching magma instantly incinerated the Akatsuki intelligence. How much longer until we reach the East Blue? Akainu demanded of the soldier beside him. Reporting Admiral Akainu. If we go at full speed, it will take a week, the soldier quickly replied. Then what are we waiting for? Full speed ahead. Get to the East Blue as soon as possible. Akainu was eager to reach the East Blue and use his powerful magma to destroy the Akatsuki members upholding marine justice. Yes, full speed ahead. At the command, the marine battleship surged forward, cutting through the waves as it raced toward the East Blue. On the East Blue Sea, a massive pirate ship was fleeing at top speed. The flag indicated it belonged to the treasure hunter pirates. Damn it, move faster. Give me more speed, more speed. Captain Keba of the treasure hunter pirates yelled at his crew, glancing anxiously back at the sea behind them. On the sea behind them, a small boat was in hot pursuit. Captain, we can't go any faster. This is our top speed. The ship's navigator said frantically. The other crew members were also pale with fear, constantly looking back at the small boat. Damn it, how did this happen? Why is the Akatsuki targeting us? We haven't offended them, have we? Captain Keba said in terror. Indeed, the small boat chasing them belonged to the Akatsuki. As a pirate, Captain Keba had heard of the Akatsuki's fearsome reputation. They were the ones who dared to destroy Marine headquarters, rob the heavenly tribute, and defeat Marine vice-admirals. Originally, Keba had wanted to lead his crew to join the Akatsuki. But when he heard that the Akatsuki had destroyed weak East Blue pirates out of disdain, Keba was terrified and abandoned the idea. He continued digging for treasure and plundering valuables. But to his surprise, the Akatsuki still came for him. He knew he had no power to oppose the Akatsuki. So upon seeing them appear, Keba didn't hesitate. He chose to flee. He knew he had no power to oppose the Akatsuki. So upon seeing them appear, Keba didn't hesitate. He chose to flee. Nami, they're going to escape. Hurry up and chase after them. Don't let them get away. On the small boat, Karina shouted loudly at Nami. Karina, I know I'm trying my best. Nami continuously maneuvered the vessel pursuing the treasure hunter's pirate ship. But no matter how hard she chased, no matter how skillfully she steered, it was still exceedingly difficult to catch up to the treasure hunter's pirate ship with such a small boat. I can't go on. With our boat's speed, we can never catch the treasure hunter's ship. Nami panted, heavily drenched in sweat. Though Nami possessed extraordinary navigational talent, she was still just a young girl in terms of physical strength. It was truly too much to ask of her to propel this small boat in pursuit of a pirate ship. Hey, what's wrong with you? I need to offer them to Lord Jashin. How am I supposed to explain to Jashin with you being so slow? Do you want me to offer you to Lord Jashin instead? Hidan, brandishing his scythe, glared at Nami and shouted. Oh, no, I don't want to be offered to Jashin. Lord Kakuzu, save me. Terrified of Hidan, Nami turned to Jiang Tian for help. Nami knew all too well what Hidan meant by offering to Lord Jashin. She had no desire to die. Hidan, shut up. Jiang Tian, playing the role of Kakuzu, cast a glance at Hidan and spoke in a hoarse voice. Damn you, Kakuzu, how dare you tell me to shut up? I am finding sacrifices for Lord Jashin. Hidan yelled at Jiang Tian. Given Hidan's temper and sharp tongue, he was truly asking for a beating. If it weren't for his immortality, he would likely have been killed by Kakuzu long ago. Ignoring the furious Hidan, Jiang Tian instead dashed towards the fleeing treasure hunter's pirate ship in the distance. These were the targets Jiang Tian had set his sights on. There was no way he would let them escape. Thus he decisively made his move. Wind-style pressure damage. Whoosh. A gale gathered, transforming into countless wind blades that sliced across the sea surface, attacking the treasure hunter's pirate ship. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as the wind blades slammed violently into the pirate ship. A massive blast echoed from the vessel. Ah, Captain, it's bad. We're under attack. My ship is damaged. The pirates on the treasure hunter's ship, feeling the violent shaking, turned pale with terror. Damn it, quickly. Head for the nearest island. Keba, the captain of the treasure hunter's pirate crew, pointed at a distant islet. Yes, Captain. Hearing their captain's order, the pirates scrambled in panic. They steered the damaged listing vessel towards a nearby island. Nami, what are you standing there for? Chase after them now. Seeing the pirate ship slowing down, Jiang Tian said to Nami. Yes, Lord Kaku. At Jiang Tian's command, Nami, though exhausted, could only continue operating the boat, speeding up in pursuit. Crash. With a loud impact, the unsteady treasure hunter's pirate ship slammed hard into the island's shore. At the same time, the pirates on board, without a moment's hesitation, scrambled to escape as soon as the ship touched land, led by Captain Keba. Hurry, get out of here quickly. The Akatsuki members are about to catch up. Run. The treasure hunter's crew knew full well. The Akatsuki was immensely powerful. They stood no chance against them. Facing the Akatsuki's pursuit, all they could do was flee. But could they truly escape? Obviously not. Whoosh. Just then a dark shadow suddenly shot over from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive crimson scythe. As the sharp blades swept through, several pirates running at the front were sliced in two. Where do you think you're going? I still need to offer you to Lord Jashin. Hidan instantly appeared before the treasure hunters, blocking their path. Damn it, an Akatsuki member. What should we do? It's over, an Akatsuki member has blocked us. Are we going to die here today? Seeing Hidan barring their way, the treasure hunters' pirates turned ashen-faced and trembled like leaves. Some of the more cowardly ones even collapsed onto the ground in sheer fright. Akatsuki member, what do you want? If you desire treasure, I can give you all of it. Captain Keba of the treasure hunters' crew looked at Hidan, his voice quivering. Treasure? I have no interest in that. Right now I'm going to offer you to Lord Jashin. Hidan gripped his scythe, addressing the pirates. You? Damn Akatsuki member. Hearing Hidan's words, Keba's expression turned extremely grim. Although he didn't know what Hidan meant by offering to Jashin, it was clear that this Akatsuki member Hidan had no intention of letting them go. Men, he's just one person. Charge. Kill him together. If you want to live, attack. Captain Keba shouted to all his crew. The captain is right. He's only one man. Let's attack together. To survive, we must attack together. Faced with Hidan's threat, driven by fear, these desperate pirates awakened their survival instinct. Since these Akatsuki members wouldn't spare them, they would kill this one. Only by killing this Akatsuki member could they hope to live. With this thought, the pirates gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot as they charged at Hidan. Attack! Kill him! Facing the frenzied pirates rushing at him, Hidan was not afraid, but instead burst into excited laughter. You've come just in time. I love this feeling of despair. Lord Jashin will surely love my sacrifices. Laughing wildly with excitement, Hidan gripped his scythe and swiftly charged forward to meet them. Though Hidan was not particularly formidable among the many powerhouses of the Akatsuki, he was, aside from his immortality, merely a bottom-tier presence. However, before the pirates of the treasure hunter crew, Hidan remained an exceedingly terrifying existence. The scythe in his hand swept a streak of light through the air, sending over a dozen pirates flying back with agonized cries. Yet Hidan did not kill them. He merely wounded them and obtained their blood. Of course, facing Hidan's assault, these pirates did not wait idly. They all gripped their weapons, unleashing every skill they possessed, launching a barrage of fierce attacks against Hidan. But in response to the pirates' onslaught, Hidan not only refrained from dodging, but instead directly met these violent attacks with his immortal body. Soon Hiden's body was riddled with swords and knives covered in bullet holes as blood continuously dripped from him. Yet he remained as if untouched, charging at the pirates. What is this? Is he immortal? He's a monster. Can there truly be someone on the sea who cannot be killed? Seeing Hidan state, the pirates all stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with disbelief. It was their first encounter with someone who could not be slain. Ha ha ha. It hurts so much. But this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. After a round of attacks, Hidan burst into ecstatic laughter. Gazing at the scythe, drenched in blood, Hidan's excitement grew even more intense. Now that I've obtained the key element, it's time to offer you to Lord Jashin. As he spoke, using the blood dripping from his body, Hidan swiftly drew a circular, triangular curse pattern with his feet. At the same time, he licked the blood from the scythe, and his body turned black and white. The sacrifice begins now. You are all cursed by me. Once in the cursed state, Hidan's tone turned sinister. Captain, what is he doing? Why has he changed color? I don't know, but this is a perfect chance to attack. Charged. Though Captain Koba had no idea what Hidan was up to or why he changed color, the fact that Hidan stood still presented an excellent opportunity to strike. Thus, without hesitation, Captain Koba decisively ordered the attack. Captain, leave it to me. They'll kill him. A pirate wielding a flintlock volunteered. Simultaneously, he aimed the gun at Hidan's chest. Bang! A bullet shot forth, swiftly piercing directly into Hidan's chest. A series of agonized screams rang out. But those screaming were not Hidan, they were the pirates. All the pirates had bullet wounds in their chests with blood gushing out profusely. Ha ha ha. Do you feel it? This is the taste of pain, such a delicious sensation. Watching the severely wounded pirates wailing, Hidan laughed maniacally in delight. What is happening? What did he do? How were we injured? I clearly attacked that Akatsuki member. Each severely wounded pirate stared with contorted faces at the laughing Hidan, utterly baffled about how they had been hurt. Haha, yes, this is the feeling. This despairing pain is so enjoyable, but there's an even more thrilling sensation. Hidan flicked his right hand, and a black spear appeared in his grasp. Clutching the spear, Hidan viciously stabbed it into his own right leg. Another chorus of screams erupted as all the pirates collapsed to the ground, each with a large hole torn open in their right leg. That's the sound, that's the feeling. This pain is utterly intoxicating. It's not over yet. Let us savor this exquisite agony. Laughing wildly, Hidan pulled the spear from his leg, raised it high, and drove it into his own body once more. Thud. Blood splattered, and the pirates' screams echoed again. Nami and Karina, who were looting treasures on the pirate ship, watched Hidan's battle with a shiver of dread. Is this the power of an Akatsuki member? No matter how many times I see it, it's always terrifying. Karina said fearfully, looking at Hidan drenched in blood and continuously self-harming. Karina, are we really going to stay in such a terrifying organization? The cat burglar Nami also spoke with some fear. I don't know either. Karina replied helplessly. Faced with such a fearsome Akatsuki member, even Karina, who prided herself on cleverness, found no solution for the moment. Hey, what are you two doing? Get the treasure out immediately. Seeing Nami and Karina frozen in place, Jiang Tian urged them repeatedly. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. At Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina wasted no time, swiftly hauling chests of treasure from the pirate ship. Jiang Tian, playing Kakuzu, saw the vast wealth before him, his eyes gleaming with gold as he began counting coin by coin. As Jiang Tian looted the treasure, Hidan's battle was nearing its end. After a round of cursed torment, the wounds on Hidan's body multiplied, and naturally the cursed pirates also had large holes torn in them, blood dripping continuously. However, these ordinary pirates lacked Hidan's immortality. Under such cursed attacks, each was half crippled with more breath out than in. You lot giving up so quickly. It seems time for you to taste the agony of death. Hidan gripped the spear, aiming at the heart area of his chest. Lord Jashin, accept my offering. As Hidan's words fell, the sharp spear pierced through his chest. Countless sprays of blood burst forth, staining the ground around him. While Jiang Tian was plundering the treasure of the pirate hunter crew on this island, and Hidan was mutilating himself to raise his proficiency. Not far from the island, 3 colossal navy warships were rapidly approaching. These 3 warships were the fleet, led by Akainu. Admiral Akainu, the intelligence has been confirmed. The Akatsuki members are on this island. A marine soldier reported, stepping before Akainu. Excellent. Full speed ahead. Seal off the entire island. This time we will annihilate those damned Akatsuki members. Hearing the news of the Akatsuki, an excited grin spread across Akainu's face. Yes, Admiral Akainu. Advance at full speed and blockade the island. Under Akainu's command, the 3 navy warships rapidly encircled the island. This haul is not bad. Here are your rewards. On the island, Jiang Tian nodded in satisfaction as he stowed away all the treasure. Of course, Jiang Tian did not neglect to give Nami and Karina, his 2 tools, a small reward. Thank you, Lord Kakuzu. We are so grateful, Lord Kaku. Nami and Karina excitedly took the money Jiang Tian handed them. Though the sum was a mere pittance compared to the entire pirate hunter crew's treasure, receiving any wealth at all made them overjoyed. Hidan, what the hell are you doing? Let's go. Jiang Tian called out to Hidan, who was crouching on the ground. After slaughtering all the pirates of the pirate hunter crew, Hidan, like a fanatical devotee, knelt and prayed, clutching the pendant around his neck. Coupled with the spear piercing his chest, Hidan's appearance was utterly grotesque. Damn it, Kakuzu, what are you yelling about? Can't you see him praying to Lord Jashin? Interrupting a prayer to Lord Jashin will make him angry, Hidan grumbled as he stood up, pulling the black spear from his own chest. He then looked at the pirates' corpses with utter disdain. These pirates are far too weak. Lord Jashin is not pleased with this offering. We must find more satisfying sacrifices for Lord Jashin. Hidan muttered, retrieving his weapon. Just then Nami suddenly screamed, pointing at the sea. Lord Kaku, Lord Hidan, it's terrible. The Navy is here. We're surrounded. Seeing the massive Navy warships closing in, Karina's face was also filled with terror. It's really the Navy. We're doomed. There's no escape. Both Karina and Nami knew full well that they had just accompanied the Akatsuki in robbing the Celestial Dragon's tribute and killing Marines. Falling into the hands of the Navy would mean a grim fate for them both. But their terror stood in stark contrast to another's reaction. Hidan, seeing the rapidly approaching warships, instead laughed with excitement. The Navy? Is it the Navy from headquarters? If we offer them to Lord Jashin, he will surely be most satisfied. Jiang Tian too began to ponder as he watched the approaching warships. The Navy, huh? I wonder who they've sent this time. Is it an admiral? Jiang Tian had just defeated members of CP and a vice admiral. If the Navy were to attack again, they would likely send an admiral. He wondered which one it would be. Although Jiang Tian, in his role as Kakuzu, mainly raised his proficiency through earning money and rarely needed combat to improve. One must not forget that he also controlled Hidan. Hidan could raise his proficiency through self-mutilation and curses. Moreover, the stronger the curse target, the more proficiency gained. Just now, by relying on his curse ability, Hidan had single-handedly killed all the pirates of the treasure hunter crew. But their strength was far too weak. Even though Hidan had slain them all, he had only gained a single-digit increase in proficiency. It was nothing compared to the proficiency gained from cursing the 3 CP members. And now with the Navy headquarters attacking, wasn't this the perfect chance for Hidan to use his curse? He just wondered what kind of Marines were coming. Reporting Admiral Akainu. The island is completely sealed off. No one can escape. As the warships docked, a Marine reported to Akainu. Excellent. Attack. Hearing the report, Akainu gave the order to attack without a moment's hesitation. Simultaneously, magma churned in his hands. Great eruption. A scorching fist of magma erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Jiang Tian and the others on the island. Akainu was naturally a man of fiery temper. In his view, all pirates on the sea deserved to be eliminated. Especially the Akatsuki, who were disrupting the order of the seas. They deserved nothing but utter destruction. Thus, upon confirming the Akatsuki's presence on the island, Akainu wasted no time. He activated his Devil Fruit ability and launched an attack on the Akatsuki members. Is this magma? Then the one who came must be Admiral Akainu. Seeing the roaring magma, Jiang Tian thought to himself, magma is coming. Why is there magma here? What do we do? Seeing the massive fist of magma descending from the sky and feeling the scorching heat, Nami and Karina turned pale with fear. Water-style water wall. Just as the magma fist was about to strike them, Jiang Tian unleashed his water jutsu. The sea surface around them churned, and the surging seawater gathered, forming a wall of water that shielded Jiang Tian. At that moment, the magma attack arrived. With a thunderous explosion, the magma and seawater collided, creating a massive blast. Seawater. Just as the intelligence said. He can actually control the power of the sea. This is troublesome. Akainu frowned, thinking to himself. Although he had known from the Akatsuki's file that Kakuzu could manipulate seawater, Akainu had still found it hard to believe. That was why he had released his magma to test the Akatsuki member's power. The result, however, left him astounded. The Akatsuki member really could control the sea. Wasn't this member's ability supposed to be stealing hearts? How could a heart-stealing ability also control seawater? This was something Akainu couldn't fathom. Nevertheless, it made him far more vigilant. He knew that seawater was the bane of all Devil Fruit users. Even as an admiral, he himself dared not touch the sea lightly because of his fruit. And now this Akatsuki member could control seawater, making him the nemesis of all Devil Fruit users. However, Akainu was not afraid. As the strongest combatant of Marine headquarters, his goal was to eradicate all pirates. Even if the Akatsuki member before him was incredibly powerful and possessed bizarre abilities, Akainu felt no fear. Admiral Akainu, all troops have landed. Akainu's adjutant reported promptly. Excellent. Surround them. Don't let a single one escape. Akainu commanded with a wave of his hand. Yes, sir. Surround them. All the Marines moved into position, training their weapons on Jiang Tian and his group. Seeing the vast number of Marines, Nami and Karina trembled with fear. Karina, what do we do? We're surrounded. I don't know. But Lord Hidan and Lord Kakuzu should be able to handle them. Although the two girls had experienced many thrilling events under Jiang Tian's coercion, they were still young women at heart. Being suddenly encircled by countless Marines with weapons aimed at them was terrifying. In stark contrast to Nami and Karina, Hidan was not afraid at all. Instead, he started taunting them. You damn filthy Marines. Was that you who attacked us just now? You seem to be a Navy Admiral. If I offer you to Lord Jashin, he will surely be most pleased. Hidan said, eyeing Akainu with great satisfaction. As a fanatical follower of Jashin, Hidan's first thought upon seeing anyone was to curse and kill them as a sacrifice to his god. Hidan, what are you doing? He's a Navy Admiral, incredibly powerful. With your current strength, you're no match for him. Jiang Tian, playing the role of Kakuzu, warned him. Akainu was a Navy Admiral, the highest combat power of Marine headquarters. He was an extremely formidable existence on the seas. As for Hidan, his strength was already the lowest in the Akatsuki, and his current proficiency was still very low. Therefore, Hidan was no match for Akainu. Damn it, Kakuzu, what did you say? You look down on me. He'll go kill this admiral right now and sacrifice him to Lord Jashin. Enraged by Jiang Tian's dismissive words, the hot-tempered Hidan roared. Gripping his crimson scythe, he charged straight at Akainu. His attack was straightforward, just a direct charge with his scythe. Akatsuki scum, you're courting death. Seeing Hidan rushing at him with the scythe, a cold glint flashed in Akainu's eyes as his right hand rapidly transformed into magma. Scorching magma coalesced in Akainu's hand. When it had condensed to its peak, he unleashed it. Hellhound. A torrent of molten rock incredibly fast shot forward as a magma blast, striking fiercely at the charging Hidan. With a deafening impact, the magma blast struck Hidan directly. The searing magma tore a massive hole through his chest, and the sheer force sent him flying. Hidan's body, like a lifeless corpse, plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Look, Admiral Akainu has defeated an Akatsuki member. So this is the Akatsuki. They're nothing special. Of course, that's Admiral Akainu, the strongest force at headquarters. The Akatsuki is no match for him. Seeing Akainu take down an Akatsuki member in one blow, all the surrounding Marines cheered. Even Akainu himself was surprised. He hadn't expected the Akatsuki member to be so weak that he could kill him with a single attack. It seemed the Akatsuki were nothing special after all. One down. Now it's your turn. The magma in Akainu's hand churned again as he turned his gaze to Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. In Akainu's mind, with his chest pierced by magma, that Akatsuki member, named Hidan, was surely dead, no matter how strong he was. Once he dealt with this one called Kakuzu, the Akatsuki would be destroyed. What are you talking about? What did you solve? Jiang Tian said disdainfully, looking at the smug Akainu. Akainu's brow furrowed at Jiang Tian's words. Just as Akainu was puzzled, the corpse of Hidan, whom he thought was dead, suddenly spoke. You damn bastard. That hurt. With his voice trailing off, Hidan slowly rose from the ground. What? How is this possible? What the hell is this guy? Seeing Hidan stand up, even Akainu's face showed shock. Akainu had every reason to be shocked, for Hidan's appearance was utterly horrifying and unbelievable. A massive hole was blasted through his chest, so large one could see the scenery behind him. The edges of the hole were cauterized by the magma's intense heat. Through the gap, one could see his internal organs, his shattered heart, completely ravaged by the molten rock. No one could survive such a grievous wound. Not even an emperor of the sea could withstand such damage. Yet this Akatsuki member bearing such a fatal injury stood up as if nothing had happened. Anyone who saw Hidan in that state would wear an expression of utter disbelief. What is going on? How is this person still alive? Even a Zoan devil fruit user couldn't withstand such injuries. Could he be a member of the Akatsuki? He's nothing short of a monster. All the Marines gasped in shock at the sight of Hidan at that moment. It was not their fault for being so astonished. Hidan's appearance was simply too bizarre. Even though these Marines were elites from Marine headquarters accustomed to witnessing all sorts of peculiarities. Yet seeing Hidan with a gaping hole in his chest, his internal organs completely destroyed, still acting as if nothing had happened, was utterly terrifying. You damn Marine, you've put a hole through my chest. I wonder how long it will take to recover. Hidan thrust his right hand through the gaping hole in his chest, then glared at Akainu and roared furiously. Enough, Hidan. Stop making a spectacle of yourself. Jiang Tian intervened, restraining the sharp-tongued Hidan. Although Hidan possessed an immortal body, unkillable even if dismembered, being torn limb from limb would still be a significant nuisance. Damn you, Kakuzu, what are you doing? He's the sacrifice I've chosen. I must offer him to Lord Jashin. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Hidan shouted loudly. If he's your target, then go ahead. But if he tears you apart, don't expect me to save you. Jiang Tian sneered at Hidan. Fine. They'll let you have this one for now. But you can't interfere with the other Marines. They're all mine to offer to Lord Jashin. Hidan thought for a moment and added, I have no interest in this trash. Jiang Tian glanced dismissively at the Marines. To him, a money-loving Kakuzu, these Marines without bounties were indeed worthless. Huh, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. Hidan swung his scythe excitedly and charged directly at the surrounding Marines. The enemy is attacking. Open fire. Shoot. Seeing Hidan rushing towards them, the elite Marines reacted swiftly, training all their weapons on him. Bang, bang, bang. Countless rifles fired simultaneously, a hail of bullets striking Hidan. Thud, thud, thud. The dense rounds pierced his body, sending sprays of blood into the air. But Hidan felt no pain, instead a wild grin spread across his face. Haha, this is the feeling. This pain is so exquisite. They'll make you all taste this agony. Hidan charged forward through the bullets, his scythe swinging relentlessly, bringing forth sprays of blood and the screams of Marines. Damn it, what is he, oi? Is he a monster? Why won't he die? Get back. How do we fight an enemy like this? Faced with Hidan's onslaught, the elite Marines were momentarily at a loss. It was not that the Marines were weak, but that Hidan was far too unnerving. His chest was torn open, his body covered in wounds, blood dripping constantly to the ground. Yet he continued to swing his scythe at the Marines as if nothing was wrong. This left all the Marines utterly bewildered. They had fought countless pirates and witnessed all kinds of abilities. But they had never encountered such a bizarre pirate as Hidan. He might be a devil fruit user. Quick use seastone weapons. Understood. As elite Marines from headquarters, they were well-equipped, even possessing seastone bullets specifically designed to counter devil fruit users. Now seeing Hidan's apparent immortality, they naturally assumed he was a devil fruit user. The best way to deal with such foes was seastone. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen seastone bullets flew towards Hidan. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets struck his body, punching small blooms of blood. But Hidan remained unfazed, even reaching into his wounds to dig. These strange bullets again. They make me so itchy. Soon he dug a seastone bullet out of his flesh. This? Impossible. He's not affected by seastone. What kind of ability is this? Watching Hidan extract the seastone bullet, the Marines were dumbfounded again, unsure of what to do. Huh, you damn Marines. I will offer all of you to Lord Jashin. With a maniacal laugh, Hidan continued his assault, scythe in hand. Damn it, what should we do? He's immune to seastone. Is he a monster? Run. As Hidan advanced again, the Marines fled in panic. At that moment, running seemed their only option. Their attacks left gruesome wounds on Hidan's body, but he continued his assault, as if completely unharmed. Even seastone had proven useless against him. Meanwhile, each swing of Hidan's scythe carved a deep gash into a Marine, sending blood splattering. Faced with an immortal enemy, these righteous Marines could only flee. Damn pirates! Don't get cocky. Seeing Hidan's relentless slaughter, Akainu was furious and prepared to attack him. But at that moment, Jiang Tian in the guise of Kakuzu blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me. Jiang Tian said, locking eyes with Akainu. Damn Akatsuki, I'll deal with you first. Akainu knew he couldn't aid the other Marines without first defeating the man before him. With that thought, Akainu's expression hardened as his arms turned to magma. Molten rock dripped down and the surrounding temperature soared. An admiral's power, is it? Then I suppose I'll have to get serious. Jiang Tian gazed at Akainu, his tone growing grave. Although Jiang Tian's proficiency with the Akatsuki member Kakuzu had already exceeded 90, he also possessed over 90 of Kakuzu's power. However, Jiang Tian was now facing the highest combat power of Marine Headquarters, Admiral Akainu. A Marine Admiral represented the most formidable force in the world of One Piece. Jiang Tian had to take this seriously. I heard that the previous generation of Marine Admirals defeated rocks. I wonder how you, a current Admiral, measure up, Jiang Tian remarked as he gazed at Akainu while beginning to unbutton his Akatsuki cloak. What is he planning? Could he really be someone who fought against rocks? Seeing Jiang Tian's actions and hearing his words, Akainu grew wary. Through marine intelligence, Akainu had learned that this man known as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had once clashed with rocks and possessed the ability to steal others' hearts. Not long ago, he had single-handedly defeated 3 Marine Vice Admirals and killed one of them. Such formidable power forced Akainu to remain vigilant. Out of caution, Admiral Akainu did not immediately launch an attack. He knew clearly that no one who had survived the era of rocks was weak. Facing a powerhouse from the rocks era, Akainu had to be fully alert. Now let me test the strength of a Marine Admiral. Jiang Tian grabbed his Akatsuki cloak and flung it forcefully. The red cloud black garment scattered into the air, revealing the 4 heart masks on his body. This man's body. What is this? Why do I sense the presence of 5 combatants? Seeing Kakuzu's form before him, Akainu activated his observation Haki, cautiously sensing the power of the Akatsuki member. To Akainu's astonishment, although it was clearly one person, he detected the auras of 5 individuals. Aunt. Just as Akainu was on guard, Jiang Tian let out a roar. The four heart masks on his body suddenly came to life, accompanied by countless black tendrils that detached from Jiang Tian. These tendrils continuously coalesced around the masks. Soon the heart masks transformed into monstrous entities. So this is his ability. Seeing Jiang Tian and the four masked monsters around him, the magma in Akaina's hands churned as he prepared for battle. Marine Admiral M about to strike. You'd better be ready, Jiang Tian said, looking at Akainu like a senior addressing a junior. Lightning release false darkness. Under Jiang Tian's control, the lightning attribute masked monster gathered lightning, forming a spear of electricity that shot toward Akainu. Great eruption. In response, Akaina's magma swelled rapidly, forming a massive fist of molten rock to meet the attack. Boom. The magma fist and lightning collided, causing a huge explosion. Wind release pressure damage. Even as the lightning and magma clashed, Jiang Tian launched another assault. The gale transformed into countless wind blades attacking Akainu. Such swift attacks. Dog bite Red Lotus. Seeing the fierce wind rushing toward him, Akainu was startled. But his reaction was swift. He gathered magma again, forming a massive dog's head to meet the wind's assault. Rumble. Another tremendous collision ensued as magma and wind clashed, with magma splattering and wind scattering in all directions. Water release water dragon technique. After the lightning and wind attacks, Jiang Tian unleashed the power of water. The sea surged, forming a colossal water dragon that charged at Akainu. Not good. Facing the seawater, Akainu did not withstand it this time. Instead, he leaped high to dodge swiftly. Dodge? Can you escape? Attack. Seeing Akainu evade, Jiang Tian commanded the four masked monsters to charge at him rapidly. Howling winds, crackling lightning, blazing flames, surging waves, a barrage of attacks bombarded Akainu from all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless explosions, Akainu was overwhelmed, struggling to keep up as a Marine Admiral. Is this the power of a Marine Admiral? Too weak. Jiang Tian sneered contemptuously, watching Akainu being pounded by the four masked monsters. Damn pirate, don't get cocky. Magma eruption. Enraged by Jiang Tian's words, Akainu erupted with magma from his entire body. Scorching magma blasted outward, forcing the four masked monsters back. Die? Sword. Without hesitation, Akainu accelerated and charged at Jiang Tian. Through the probing attacks, Akainu had realized that this Akatsuki member's long-range assaults were extremely fierce. Even he found it difficult to withstand the relentless bombardment from the four monsters. Since ranged attacks were ineffective, he would defeat this man with physical combat. Hellhound. Akaina's arm extended rapidly, transforming into a powerful magma blast aimed at Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian sidestepped, easily evading the attack. What are you doing trying to sneak attack me, eh? But you're still too green. When I fought rocks, you were nowhere to be found. With that, Jiang Tian spun and punched Akainu hard in the face. Then he followed with a fierce kick. Bang! Akainu was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Yet despite being knocked back, Akainu showed no anger. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha! Worthy of someone who fought rocks. Truly powerful. However, I've found your weakness. Akainu laughed as he spoke to Jiang Tian. Weakness? Jiang Tian frowned, puzzled by Akainu's claim. I am a Logia-type ability user. And it seems you haven't mastered Haki. Akainu's eyes gleamed as he stared at Jiang Tian. Through the brief exchange, Akainu realized that this member of the Akatsuki was indeed immensely powerful. Both his abilities and combat experience were formidable and refined. In terms of sheer ability and battle prowess, he was a rarity even within Marine headquarters and across the entire sea. However, Akainu noted with surprise that while this Akatsuki member was incredibly strong, he seemed incapable of using Haki. This realization made Akainu's eyes light up, as if he had instantly found the Akatsuki member's weakness, a way to defeat him. After all, Akainu was a Logia-type Magu-Magu no Mi user, a man who could transform into molten lava. Haki. Hearing Akainu's words, Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow. Akainu was not wrong. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki hailed from the world of Naruto, and the Jiang Tian, playing the role of Kakuzu, indeed lacked Haki. Despicable pirate, now you shall die. Having discovered Jiang Tian's weakness, Akainu charged forward with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, he turned both hands into surging magma and attacked Jiang Tian. Facing Akainu's assault, Jiang Tian reacted swiftly. Relying on his superior combat experience, he deftly dodged Akainu's strike and countered with a punch aimed at the admiral. Just as Jiang Tian's fist was about to connect, Akainu's body transformed into searing magma. Jiang Tian's powerful punch struck the molten rock, dealing no damage whatsoever. Not good. Earth release hardening. Realizing his attack had missed, Jiang Tian quickly defended himself, his entire body rapidly turning rock hard. At that moment, Akainu's magma fist came crashing in. A tremendous impact echoed as the lava fist slammed into Jiang Tian. The sheer force sent Jiang Tian flying backwards, skidding a great distance before he finally halted. A searing pain erupted in his chest, now covered in countless scars from the magma's burn. Huff! So this is the power of a marine admiral. Truly formidable. Jiang Tian thought with a hint of lingering fear as he examined his injuries. Though Jiang Tian had used Earth Release at the critical moment, turning his body as hard as rock, he had forgotten that Akainu was a Magu no Mi user. His powerful magma could melt even rock, causing Jiang Tian considerable harm. However, Jiang Tian was not alone. Besides him, there were 4 masked monsters present. The moment Akainu sent Jiang Tian flying, the 4 masks surged forward, launching an attack on the admiral. It's useless. Without Haki, you are no match for me. Magma body. Akainu once again liquefied into magma, easily evading the 4 masks' assault, while rapidly coalescing his molten power. Great eruption. The scorching magma directly struck the masked monster representing fire. With a sharp crack, the fire masked monster shattered under the violent blow. I simply cannot fathom how a warrior of your caliber has not mastered Haki. After destroying 1 masked monster, Akainu felt victory was within reach. In his view, this Hakuless Akatsuki member was no match for him. He could easily slay him. But was that truly the case? Was an Akatsuki member so easily defeated? Obviously not. Haki. That is simple enough. Jiang Tian's arm suddenly shot forward, aiming at a distant marine. This was a Marine Rear Admiral 1 who had mastered Haki. He was currently using his Haki to attack Hidan. What is that? Oh. The Rear Admiral never expected Kakuzu to suddenly target him. He tried to dodge, but was too late. With a cry of alarm, he was caught by Jiang Tian and dragged before him. Hey Kakuzu, you damn bastard. What are you doing? You dare steal my sacrifice for Lord Jashin. Hidan shouted upon seeing Kakuzu seize a marine. Shut up, Hidan. Deal with your own enemy first. Jiang Tian barked back before turning his gaze to the captured Rear Admiral. Vile pirate, what are you doing? Release me. The Rear Admiral struggled desperately, trying to break free. But unfortunately, he was far too weak to escape Jiang Tian's grip. Marine, lend me your heart. Countless black tendrils emerged from Jiang Tian's right hand, piercing directly into the marine's chest. Amidst agonizing screams, the black tendrils tore the marine's heart from his body. What is he doing? Witnessing such a gruesome act, Akainu frowned, uncertain of the Akatsuki member's intentions. Gazing at the beating heart, Jiang Tian's chest split open and he placed the heart inside. Soon the power emanating from the heart made his eyes gleam. So this is the power of Haki. I have now mastered it. With the thought, a metallic sheen enveloped both of Jiang Tian's hands. Not only that, but the remaining 3 masked monsters also became coated in that same metallic luster. This was the power of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, the ability to gain an opponent's strength by stealing their heart. Now that Jiang Tian had taken the Rear Admiral's power, he naturally acquired the ability of Haki. Haki. Could this be his power? The ability to gain strength by stealing hearts. Seeing Jiang Tian had fully mastered Haki, Akainus' expression turned extremely grim. He had believed the Akatsuki member lacked Haki, ensuring his victory. But he never anticipated such a bizarre and formidable ability. By simply stealing a heart, Jiang Tian had gained Haki. His advantage vanished instantly. Yet Akainus' astonishment was far from over. Another fire attribute masked monster split from Jiang Tian's body. The one just destroyed by Akainu reappeared before him fully intact. Marine Admiral Akainu. Let us continue. With Haki now at his command, Jiang Tian launched another attack at the Admiral. With the acquisition of the Conqueror's Haki heart, Jiang Tian was now completely devoid of any weakness. The 4 masked monsters imbued with Haki launched their assault on Akainu. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Wind-style pressure damage. Lightning-style false darkness. Fire-style head hard work. Torrents, gales, thunderbolts, and raging flames all surged violently towards Akainu. Damn it, great eruption. Facing such a ferocious onslaught, Akainu dared not underestimate it. His entire body of magma seethed as he unleashed his full power, conjuring a colossal magma fist to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless forces clashed violently, erupting into a massive explosion. With Haki, Jiang Tian, along with the 4 masked monsters, now possessed truly terrifying power in his role as Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. But Akainu as a Marine Admiral was not to be underestimated either. Even though Jiang Tian could now strike his magma body with Haki, Akainu showed no signs of being at a disadvantage. His magma continuously boiled, coalescing into fierce attacks that he hurled at Jiang Tian. Their intense battle sent thunderous explosions echoing through the air. While Jiang Tian clashed with Akainu on the other side, Hidan's fight had also reached its climax. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Is there really an enemy that can't be killed? Even a Zoan Devil Fruit couldn't withstand this many attacks. Countless wounded Marines, their bodies battered, stared grimly at the crazed Hidan charging at them despite his severe injuries. As elite Marines from Marine headquarters, each one possessed formidable strength. They faced the Akatsuki members without fear, fighting valiantly. Their weapons had left countless wounds on the Akatsuki members. Yet this particular Akatsuki member seemed to possess an immortal body. No matter how they attacked, it was futile. Even with a gaping hole in his chest, his heart destroyed, his stomach pierced through, he continued swinging his scythe at them as if nothing had happened. Facing such an unkillable foe, even the bravest elite Marines were helpless. Ha ha ha. It hurts so much. But now we've got what we need. Hidan stopped attacking his feet, tracing a curse pattern in the blood on the ground. At the same time, he licked the blood off his scythe, his entire body, transforming into the black and white cursed form. Now all of you are cursed by me. Having entered the cursed state, Hidan looked at the assembled Marines and burst into manic laughter. Why did he stop attacking? Is his injury flaring up? It doesn't look like it. What happened to his appearance? What is he going to do? Could this also be his devil fruit ability? I'm not sure, but I have a bad feeling about this. Seeing Hidan stop and transform into his cursed state, all the Marines were filled with confusion and looked at him warily. No matter what, this is a perfect opportunity to attack. Charged. Although they didn't know what Hidan was up to or why he had changed, the fact that he stood motionless presented an excellent chance. Thus a Marine wielding a sword didn't hesitate and charged straight at him. Damn Akatsuki, go to hell. The Marine thrust his sharp sword directly towards Hidan's chest without a moment's hesitation. Schluck. A piercing sound rang out as the sharp sword ran straight through Hidan's chest. Did it work yet? Seeing his attack hit Hidan, the Marine was about to smile. But suddenly a sharp pain stabbed through his own chest. The intense agony instantly sapped his strength, and he cried out in agony. It wasn't just this Marine, over a dozen others cried out in pain, as well collapsing to the ground. Oh, what's happening? Damn it, it hurts so much. How did I get injured? What's going on? The wounded Marines screamed in agony, their faces contorted in pain and confusion. How had they been injured? Does it hurt? Ha ha, yes, this is the feeling. This pain is absolutely delicious. Seeing the suffering Marines, Hidan laughed maniacally, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Did this Akatsuki member do this? What did he do? Did he launch an attack just now? Watching Hidan's wild laughter, the seriously wounded Marines struggled to their feet, clutching their injuries. They were certain their wounds were connected to Hidan, but they still couldn't figure out how Hidan had attacked them. Haha, pain is truly delicious. Now let's continue savoring this delightful agony. Gripping a black spear, Hidan suddenly stabbed it into his own right leg. Schluck. The sharp black spear pierced clean through Hidan's right leg, sending blood splattering. Immediately another chorus of screams erupted. The Marines who had just struggled to their feet after being wounded collapsed again, screaming. On each of their right legs a gaping hole had appeared, gushing blood. Damn it, what's going on? What is happening? Who attacked us? What did this Akatsuki member do? They stared at Hidan, their faces full of terror. As elite Marines of the headquarters, they feared neither a powerful enemy nor injury, but they dreaded the unknown, inexplicable harm. Severely wounded and utterly bewildered, they couldn't understand what was happening. Who was attacking them? Look, the wounds on this Akatsuki member are exactly the same as ours. That's right, they are identical. What's going on? Could it be that his body is linked to ours? It seems so. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? The Marines were not foolish. By observing Hidan's wounds, they understood. Hidan had used some special method to connect their bodies together. Although the injuries on their bodies allowed these Marines to discern Hidan's ability, they remained helpless against his curse technique. In the past, despite Hidan's immortality rendering him unkillable, they could still attack him and inflict wounds. But now things had changed. Hidan had already cast his curse upon them, linking their bodies to his. Any damage Hidan suffered would be mirrored on them. For a moment, they dared not attack him any further. Thus, countless severely wounded Marines stared at Hidan with wide, terrified eyes. Haha, yes, that's the expression. This fear, this pain is so delicious. Let me think, where should I strike next? Sensing the terror around him, Hidan burst into manic laughter. At the same time, he yanked out the black spear in his hand and began gesturing with it over his own body. Every movement Hidan made, every place the black spear pointed on his body, caused the Marines' hearts to tremble involuntarily. I've decided. The next delicious pain will be the left arm. As Hidan's voice fell, he drove the black spear viciously into his left arm. Blood splattered, and all the Marines simultaneously clutched their left arms, screaming in agony. Ha ha ha. This is it, this feeling. This pain is simply exquisite. I want to savor this sensation of suffering. This time Hidan did not hastily pull out the black spear embedded in his left arm. Instead, he began to twist it continuously. With each twist, the wound widened and blood gushed forth. Simultaneously, the wounds on the Marines also expanded and their screams intensified. What's going on? What are those fools doing? Witnessing the chaos around Hidan, Akainu turned his gaze toward them. It must be noted that the Marines Akainu had brought on this mission were all elite soldiers from Marine headquarters, possessing formidable strength and ranking among the Navy's finest. In Akaina's view, even if these elite Marines couldn't defeat this member of the Akatsuki, they could at least hold him off for a while. He had planned to deal with Hidan after finishing off Kakuzu of the Akatsuki. But what Akainu never expected was that before he could defeat Kakuzu, all his Marines had collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain. Akainu, you still have the nerve to worry about others. You'd better focus on yourself. Haki. Jiang Tian suddenly charged in front of Akainu and delivered a fierce punch imbued with Haki, slamming it into Akainu's face. Bang! A deafening impact rang out as Akainu was sent flying backwards, spitting blood. But this was not the end. The moment Akainu was knocked away, the four-masked monsters surged forward again. Gale winds, thunderbolts, raging waves, and scorching flames all assaulted Akainu ferociously. Damn it! Facing these relentless attacks, Akainu realized this was no time to concern himself with others. The Akatsuki member before him, called Kakuzu, possessed terrifying strength. If he didn't fight with full concentration, he might even die here today. With that thought, Akainu wiped the blood from his mouth and rapidly gathered his magma powers. When they reached their peak, he unleashed them explosively. Great eruption. Scorching magma coalesced into a colossal fist of molten rock, hurtling fiercely toward Jiang Tian. But Jiang Tian reacted swiftly, dodging the attack with ease. The massive magma fist, missing its target, slammed violently into the island. Akainu, if this is all you've got, you won't be able to defeat me, Jiang Tian remarked, looking at Akainu. Just then the entire island began to tremble violently. The intense shaking caused the ground to quake, as if some terrifying force was erupting from within. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, don't get cocky. Today I will definitely defeat you, Akainu declared, firmly staring at Jiang Tian. As Akainu's words echoed, a massive explosion rang out. Boom! Crack! The ground of the island split open and countless streams of magma erupted from beneath. Rolling, searing magma flowed across the island, destroying everything in its path. Soon the entire island transformed into a colossal volcanic eruption. This is magma. Was it from that attack just now? Jiang Tian thought to himself as he surveyed the flowing magma around him. Jiang Tian's guess was correct. Although Akainu's earlier attack had missed him, it had pierced through the island's crust beneath. The fractured crust allowed magma to gush forth, turning the island into a volcano. As a Logia-type Magu-Magu no Mi user, the boiling magma not only failed to harm Akainu, but instead allowed him to unleash the full power of his fruit. Die, Hellhound! Under Akainu's control, the magma surged like ravenous hounds, charging ferociously toward Jiang Tian. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Jiang Tian reacted quickly, causing the seawater around him to churn and form a water dragon that attacked the magma hounds. Boom! An even more intense and violent battle erupted. As the fight between Jiang Tian and Akainu escalated, their battlefield expanded rapidly. Not far from the island where they fought lay the Kingdom of Class, a member state of the world government. The clash between Jiang Tian and Akainu soon engulfed the kingdom. Massive tremors shook the Kingdom of Class like an earthquake, followed by towering waves surging onto the shore. As if that weren't enough, magma rained down from the sky, bombarding the kingdom's capital. The already weak Kingdom of Class now seemed to face an apocalypse. What's happening? Is this the end of the world? The King of Class asked in panic, witnessing his nation's devastation. Your Majesty, it's a Marine admiral capturing pirates. A soldier reported frantically. A Marine admiral? Why would a Marine admiral attack our country while capturing pirates? Contact the world government immediately. We are a member state. We pay the heavenly tribute every year. Why is a Marine admiral attacking us? The King of Class hastily grabbed a den mushi. The world government's affiliated nations are countries that have joined the world government. As long as they pay the annual tribute known as the heavenly gold, they can enjoy the protection of the world government and the Marines. Undoubtedly, the Kingdom of Clars was one of the world government's affiliated nations. Hence it now heard that the attack of a Marine admiral had affected its own territory. The king of the Kingdom of Clars immediately reported the situation to the world government. The volcano erupted, spewing forth countless streams of boiling lava. Die, meteor volcano. Under the control of Akainu, a Logia-type Magu-Magu no Mi user, the seething lava surged rapidly toward Jiang Tian. Along the way, everything was swallowed by the lava, its scorching heat and corrosive nature destroying all in its path. If it were any other ordinary pirate facing such a ferocious assault from Akainu, they would have perished long ago. But Jiang Tian was now playing the role of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki. Even though Akainu's Magu-Magu no Mi abilities were immensely powerful, as a member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu's strength was equally astonishing. Water-style water dragon jutsu. Wind-style pressure damage. Lightning-style false darkness. Fire-style fireball. Earth-style hardening. Jiang Tian, embodying Kakuzu, used his own earth attribute power, while the masks of the other four attributes transformed into mask monsters coordinating with him to continuously assault Akainu. For a moment, they managed to block Akainu's lava attacks. The battle between Akainu and Jiang Tian was evenly matched, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Hidan's fight was also nearing its end. Through self-mutilation, Hidan's body was covered in wounds, blood pouring from him without restraint. By the power of the curse, the Marines before him also bore the same injuries as Hidan. Ha ha ha. This is truly delicious. This pain is the most exquisite thing in the world. Although Hidan was now covered in wounds, he showed no signs of suffering. Instead, his face was filled with an expression of ecstasy. But unlike Hidan's enjoyment, the Marines cursed by him were screaming in agony. Damn it, how did this happen? Is this what it means to be a member of the Akatsuki? The strength of Akatsuki members is truly terrifying. Despite being elite Marines from Marine headquarters, they had not yet died under Hidan's assault. However, the intense pain and bizarre attacks twisted their faces, filling their hearts with terror as they stared at Hidan. Ha ha, you Marines are indeed more valuable than those pirates. Offering you to Lord Jashin will surely make him very pleased. Seeing that the Marines had not died after being cursed for so long, Hidan laughed with even greater excitement. For a fanatic like Hidan, the longer a sacrifice endured the curse, the more worthy it was to be offered to Lord Jashin. Unlike the previous sacrifice of pirates who died as soon as the curse began, those were not qualified offerings. But now it was different. These Marines had been cursed for so long without dying. In Hidan's eyes, they were the finest sacrifices to present to Lord Jashin. Now I have enjoyed enough. It's time to offer you to Lord Jashin. Let us taste the pain of death. Amid Hidan's maniacal laughter, he raised the black spear in his right hand and aimed it at his own chest. What is he doing? Is he going to strike his heart? No, stop him. We must not let him pierce his heart. Seeing Hidan's action, the gravely wounded Marines panicked, because they were fully aware that now cursed by Hidan, their bodies were linked to his. Whatever damage Hidan suffered, they would endure the same attack. They did not possess Hidan's immortality. Thus, seeing Hidan about to impale his own heart, these Marines were even more agitated than he was. One by one, the wounded Marines struggled to their feet and rushed toward Hidan, attempting to stop his actions. No one can stop my offering to Lord Jashin. Lord Jashin, I am coming. Hidan drove the black spear fiercely toward his own chest. The black spear pierced straight through his chest, impaling his heart. At the same time, all the Marines' eyes contracted and they froze in place. Then all the Marines' eyes glazed over, clutching their gushing chests, they collapsed to the ground. Lord Jashin must be satisfied now. Seeing that all the Marines were dead, a satisfied smile spread across Hidan's face. He then turned to shout loudly at Jiang Tian and Akainu, who were still locked in combat nearby. Hey Kakuzu, what are you doing? Why haven't you finished the fight? I've already taken care of my side. In the past, it was always Kakuzu who complained about him being slow and interrupting his rituals. Now Hidan had finally finished his target before Kakuzu. How could he miss this chance to mock him? Hidan, shut up. The ones you eliminated were nothing but trash, while my opponent is a Marine admiral. And it took you that long to get rid of that trash. Jiang Tian, as Kakuzu, sneered dismissively at Hidan before continuing his assault on Akainu. Damn it, Kakuzu, what did you say? You're the one who's too slow. Hidan, gripping his scythe, shouted angrily at Jiang Tian. Hearing Hidan's outburst, Akainu, who was facing Jiang Tian, couldn't help but glance over. Seeing all the Marines dead, his face turned as black as charcoal. Damn it, how could this happen? All the elite Marines are dead. Akainu was seething with rage. After all, to completely eliminate the Akatsuki members, they had brought elite Marines from Marine headquarters. Akainu had believed such forces would be more than sufficient to deal with the Akatsuki. But he never imagined that not only had the Akatsuki not been eliminated, but all the elite Marines had perished here. The ordinary Marines have been dealt with. Now it's your turn, Marine Admiral. Since Hidan had taken care of the regular Marines, Jiang Tian naturally couldn't fall behind. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. Lightning-style Earth Walk. Water and Lightning Fusion. Under Jiang Tian's control, the Water Attribute Mask Monster and the Lightning Attribute Mask Monster launched an attack simultaneously. The turbulent water boiled, rising into the air and transforming into a menacing water dragon. But that was not all. A bolt of lightning gathered upon the water dragon. The dragon was now cloaked in lightning, becoming a thunderous water dragon. This further amplified the already formidable presence of the dragon, increasing its aura several times over. With a roar, the thunderous water dragon charged rapidly toward Akainu. Lava Great Eruption. Facing the oncoming thunderous water dragon, Akainu reacted swiftly, gathering the surrounding lava into a massive fist to meet it. The lava fist and the thunderous water dragon collided, unleashing a powerful explosive shockwave. Damn pirates! I will kill you today. Akainu stared furiously at the Akatsuki member before him, unleashing the power of his Magu Magu no Mi with even greater frenzy. Under the influence of the Magu-Magu Nomi, the lava beneath the ground erupted even more violently. As a Logia-type Magu-Magu Nomi user, the more lava around him, the more powerful Akainu became. Due to Akainu's reckless activation of his devil fruit power, the surrounding sea began to boil along with the lava. The entire sea area transformed into a lava zone, destroying everything around it. Just as Akainu was about to launch another attack, a den mushi on his person suddenly rang. What's this? A den mushi from Marine headquarters? Seeing the snail, Akainu frowned. Given Akainu's temperament, he would normally not answer a call during the heat of battle, but since it was from Marine headquarters as a Marine admiral, he had to. Hello, this is Akainu. I am in the middle of an operation to eliminate the Akatsuki. As Akainu spoke, the den mushi relayed the furious voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akainu, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy the East Blue? Sengoku, back at Marine headquarters, was livid. He had just received a call from the world government. Akainu was in the East Blue, unrestrainedly unleashing the power of his Magu-Magu Nomi. The boiling lava and earthquakes had nearly destroyed several countries. Sengoku deeply regretted sending Akainu to the East Blue. If he had known Akainu would be so reckless, he would never have done so. Was Akainu there to eliminate pirates or to annihilate the East Blue? Thus Sengoku immediately contacted him. But the Akatsuki members are extremely powerful. If I don't go all out, I cannot defeat them. Akainu explained, holding the den mushi. Akainu, the East Blue must not be destroyed. Cease combat immediately and return to Marine headquarters. Sengoku's voice came through the den mushi. But this is an order. Akainu tried to argue, but Sengoku cut him off. Yes. Understood. Reluctantly, Akainu cast a resentful glance at the Akatsuki member before swiftly departing. Has he fled? Seeing Akainu leave, Jiang Tian did not pursue him. As Kakuzu, his primary concern was making money. Akainu, as a Marine admiral, clearly had no monetary value. Moreover, his strength was formidable. Akainu could not defeat Jiang Tian, nor could Jiang Tian overcome Akainu. Faced with an admiral intent on escape, Jiang Tian had no effective means to stop him. Hey Kakuzu, what's wrong with you? How did you let him get away? Are you losing your touch? Seeing Akainu escape, Hidan immediately ran over, taunting Jiang Tian. Shut up. He's a Marine admiral. And he's of no value. Let him go. Jiang Tian yelled at Hidan. Can't stand being told the truth. Next time I meet a Marine admiral, I'll offer him to Lord Jashin. Hidan gripped his scythe, speaking defiantly. In the conference room of Marine headquarters, the senior Marine officers, led by Fleet Admiral Sengoku, were all assembled. The entire room was steeped in a heavy atmosphere. For the mission to eliminate the Akatsuki, led by Admiral Akainu, had ended in failure. Not only had it failed, but countless elite Marines had been lost, with only Admiral Akainu returning. Moreover, during the fierce battle, Admiral Akainu had nearly devastated a country in the East Blue. It could be said that this Marine operation was a complete and utter failure. Akainu, what exactly happened? What transpired in your battle with the Akatsuki? How did it come to this? Sengoku asked Akainu in a grave tone. The failure of Akainu's mission and the deaths of countless elite Marines were a grave matter for Marine headquarters. Sengoku had to take it seriously. At the same time, he was deeply perplexed. How could Akainu's mission have failed? Not only was Sengoku baffled, but the other Marines present also looked at Akainu with great confusion. Everyone present was well aware of Akainu's strength and character. Among the three Marine admirals, Akainu was the one who harbored the deepest hatred for pirates, a stark contrast to the laid-back attitudes of Kizaru and Akiji. Akainu would never let a single pirate off easily, preferring to kill 1,000 innocents rather than let one pirate escape. This was evident during the destruction of Ohara. To prevent archaeologists from hiding among refugee ships, Akainu had destroyed all of them. For this very reason, everyone was astonished to hear that Akainu's mission to eliminate the Akatsuki had failed. In a small sea like the East Blue, there were pirates that even Akainu could not handle. The members of the Akatsuki possess terrifying strength. Among them, Kakuzu can steal hearts to gain abilities, even Haki, and each heart grants him an extra life. Furthermore, Hidan has an immortal body, unkillable even with his heart pierced, and can curse his targets through blood. Akainu recounted the entire battle process with a grim expression. Failing to eliminate the pirates and being forced to retreat was in Akainu's eyes a stain on his honor as a Marine admiral. At the same time, his hatred for the Akatsuki members deepened. How is it possible? Are there truly people who cannot be killed? Gaining lives by stealing hearts and stealing abilities. This is too absurd. Are all Akatsuki members this terrifying? How have we never heard of this organization before? After hearing Akainu's report, everyone present exclaimed in shock. If before they had doubted the strength of the Akatsuki, now after hearing about Akainu's battle, they began to believe that a truly terrifying organization had emerged in the East Blue. The Akatsuki members were indeed fearsome. Akatsuki's Kakuzu, a man who once fought against rocks, possesses the ability to steal hearts and is difficult to kill. Akatsuki's Hidan has an immortal body and can cast curses through blood. The abilities of these two are exceedingly troublesome. Looking at the compiled information, Sengoku's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Akaina's mission had failed, even he could not handle the Akatsuki members. This indicated that the Akatsuki members possessed at least admiral-level combat strength. Coupled with their bizarre abilities, even Sengoku currently had no good solution. More importantly, the Marines had yet to uncover any other information about the Akatsuki. Now just 2 Akatsuki members had already put the Marines in a difficult position. If other members appeared, what would the Marines do? Drawing on years of wisdom, he sensed that this mysterious Akatsuki was plotting a terrifying scheme. What was the Akatsuki hiding? What was the Akatsuki's goal? The unknown and mysterious Akatsuki kept Sengoku deeply uneasy. Tsuru, what are your thoughts? Unable to think of a good plan, Sengoku turned to advisor Tsuru. Hearing Sengoku's question, Tsuru rested her chin on her hands and pondered for a moment. We did not anticipate that the Akatsuki members would possess admiral-level strength. Since that is the case, we cannot easily launch an operation to eliminate these 2 Akatsuki members. Tsuru said thoughtfully. Although the Marines also had admiral-level power, those forces were needed to balance the 4 emperors in the New World and could not be deployed lightly. Moreover, the battles of Marine admirals possessed earth-shattering power and could not be engaged in lightly. As it was now, Akaina's full-power fight had nearly destroyed a country in the East Blue with his boiling magma. I have no good solution for dealing with Akatsuki members of admiral-level strength either. We can only wait until the Akatsuki members enter the Grand Line before making a move. However, before that we need to issue bounties for the Akatsuki members. Tsuru thought for a moment and said, issuing bounties on pirates was a last resort. The Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Hidan had destroyed Marine bases, stolen the heavenly tribute, and killed Marines. Crimes of the highest order. The world government and Marines would not let them go. They were determined to eliminate the Akatsuki. But the Akatsuki members were simply too powerful. Multiple operations by the world government and Marines had failed. Not only had they failed to eliminate the Akatsuki, but they had also suffered heavy losses. Now issuing bounties was the only option left. The other Marines, after hearing Tsuru's analysis, also had no better ideas. Therefore, they had no objections to issuing bounties for the Akatsuki members. This is the only way. Akatsuki's Kakuzu bounty 2 billion berries. Akatsuki's Hidan bounty 5 billion berries. Sengoku said after a moment's thought. 2 billion and 5 billion. First time bounties this high. Hearing Sengoku's words, the Marines around him gasped in surprise. First time bounties of 2 billion and 5 billion were unprecedented on the seas. Even the current 4 emperors had initial bounties only in the tens of millions. Now 2 Akatsuki members had starting bounties as high as 2 billion and 5 billion. How could this not astonish the Marines present? But considering what these Akatsuki members had done recently. First, they destroyed a Marine base, then robbed the heavenly tribute, killed a Marine vice admiral, and defeated a Marine admiral. With such terrifying destructive power and formidable strength, such high bounties were well-deserved. I agree. Bounties of 2 billion and 5 billion are very appropriate. I also agree. The Akatsuki members are indeed worth this bounty. Agreed. The Marines present voiced their consent one by one. Also, the cat burglar Nami and the phantom thief Karina need bounties too. Let's make it 100 million berries each. Sengoku said, looking at the files on Nami and Karina. The cat burglar Nami and the phantom thief Karina were originally just 2 small-time thieves in the East Blue, hardly worth the notice of Marine headquarters. But now things were different. They were in the company of Akatsuki members. In Sengoku's view, anyone associated with the Akatsuki posed a significant threat. After setting the bounties for the Akatsuki members, Sengoku still felt uneasy and continued speaking. Closely monitor the seas. I have a feeling the Akatsuki is not that simple. If any other Akatsuki members are found, report immediately. Sengoku addressed all the Marines present. Yes, sir. Every Marine present had etched the Akatsuki into their minds. Soon wanted posters for the Akatsuki's Kakuzu and Hidan appeared across the seas. Akatsuki Kakuzu destroyed Marine base, robbed heavenly tribute, killed Marines, heinous crimes. Bounty 2 billion berries. Akatsuki Hidan killed world government personnel, killed Marines, heinous crimes. Bounty 5 billion berries. Cat burglar Nami bounty 100 million berries. Phantom thief Karina bounty 100 million berries. Seeing such astronomical bounties, everyone on the seas was astounded. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? The Akatsuki members have been given bounties. That's right, these are the wanted posters for the Akatsuki. Looks like the Marines couldn't eliminate them. Quick look at the bounty amounts. Units. Tens. Hundreds. Millions. Billions. 10 billions. It's 2 billion and 5 billion. First-time bounties as high as tens of billions of berries. Is this the Akatsuki? The Akatsuki members are terrifyingly powerful. Does anyone know how to join the Akatsuki? I want to join. I want to join too. In an instant, the Akatsuki's reputation on the seas skyrocketed once again. Amidst a wave of shock, the Akatsuki's wanted posters spread across the new world. Aboard the Moby Dick, a ship as colossal as a whale belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, the 1st Division commander, idly flipped through the newspaper, searching for intriguing news. At that moment, 2 wanted posters caught his eye. New wanted posters? This is the Akatsuki. Members of the Akatsuki have been bountied. This bounty. Upon seeing the Akatsuki's wanted posters and the bounties listed, Marco gasped in astonishment. Marco, what's wrong? What happened? Hearing Marco's exclamation, Jozu, the 3rd Division commander, asked curiously. The Akatsuki, it's the Akatsuki. News of the Akatsuki has appeared in the paper again. Marco said, his face filled with surprise. The Akatsuki. I remember now, isn't that the group that robbed the heavenly tribute some time ago? What is it? That organization must have been destroyed by the Marines by now. It must be so. The Marines and the world government won't let the Akatsuki off. Hearing Marco's words, Jozu said, without hesitation. No. The Akatsuki hasn't been destroyed. Far from being destroyed, they defeated a Marine admiral and have been bountied. Marco said to Jozu, looking at the newspaper in his hand. What? Defeated a Marine admiral? And bountied? How is that possible? Hearing Marco's words, Jozu was utterly astonished and highly incredulous. It's true. It's published in the paper. The Akatsuki members' bounties are 2 billion and 5 billion. Marco handed the newspaper to Jozu. Jozu immediately took the newspaper and began reading. The first things that caught his eye were the wanted posters of Kakuzu and Hidan of the Akatsuki. It's true. The Akatsuki members really have been bountied. Their first bounties are 2 billion and 5 billion. Everyone come look. Akatsuki members have been bountied. Jozu shouted in amazement. Hearing the commotion, the other division commanders also gathered around curiously. What's going on? What happened? Is there some shocking news? The Akatsuki. Shouldn't the Akatsuki have been destroyed by the Marines by now? In the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, a newly risen organization like the Akatsuki daring to rob the heavenly tribute and destroy a Marine base was nothing short of suicidal. But when they saw the content of the newspaper, the wanted posters of the Akatsuki members, they all gasped in shock. How is this possible? The Akatsuki actually defeated a Marine admiral? A first bounty of 2 billion. Isn't this bounty too outrageous? A bounty of 2 billion surpasses all of us. Are all Akatsuki members this monstrous? The Whitebeard Pirates division commanders couldn't help but be astounded. The Akatsuki, which they believed would be annihilated imminently, had not only survived, but had defeated a Marine admiral and earned exorbitant bounties. The bounties of 5 billion and 2 billion in particular left them utterly astonished. After all, among the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, the highest bounty among the division commanders belonged to Marco. Even Marco's bounty was only around 3 billion, still less than the initial bounties of the Akatsuki members. This meant that these 2 Akatsuki members' first bounties surpassed all of their division commanders. For a moment, all the division commanders present felt a pang of bitterness. They had spent over a decade making a name for themselves in the New World, yet they were now overshadowed by members of the Akatsuki who had just appeared on the seas. Sons, what's happening? Is there any interesting news from the sea? Whitebeard asked curiously, seeing his sons standing there dumbfounded. Pops, it's the Akatsuki. Akatsuki members defeated a Marine admiral and have bounties of 200 million and 150 million berries. Marco quickly handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. The Akatsuki. This organization actually defeated a Marine admiral. Looking at the newspaper and the wanted posters, Whitebeard's face couldn't hide his astonishment. Kuru, the Akatsuki, huh? It seems the seas are getting more and more interesting. On Whole Cake Island, the territory of the Big Mom pirates. Mama, there's big news. Akatsuki members have been bountied. Charlotte Kakuri, one of the 3 sweet commanders and Minister of Flowers, said with some surprise as he looked at the intelligence in his hand. The Akatsuki. Isn't that the organization that robbed the heavenly tribute some time ago? What did they do? Have they been destroyed by the Marines yet? Hearing Katakuri's words, Charlotte Linlin continued. Clearly, Charlotte Linlin also didn't believe the Akatsuki could survive the assault of the world government and the Marines. Mama, the Akatsuki hasn't been destroyed. Akatsuki members have defeated a Marine admiral. They've now been bountied at 200 million and 150 million berries. Their wanted posters are already in the newspaper. Charlotte Kakuri said, carefully handing the newspaper to Charlotte Linlin. Akatsuki members actually defeated a Marine admiral. Hearing this news, Charlotte Linlin was also taken aback. She immediately took the newspaper and quickly scanned it. I never expected such a powerful organization to emerge from the East Blue. It is after all the sea that once gave birth to Roger. Charlotte Linlin said with some surprise. Then, as if struck by an idea, Charlotte Linlin directly commanded, "Contact the Akatsuki members immediately. I want to form an alliance with them. If I can obtain the Akatsuki's power, I can conquer the seas." "Yes, Mama." "Well, contact the Akatsuki members right away." Charlotte Katakuri promptly responded to the order. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin harbored the ambition to conquer the seas and become the pirate king. Unfortunately, it was far too difficult for Charlotte Linlin to conquer the seas on her own strength. Therefore, to enhance her power, she continuously formed alliances with other families and organizations. Now, upon seeing the intelligence on the Akatsuki, Charlotte Linlin suddenly became interested in them, hoping to ally with them and gain their strength. On Onigashima, the territory of the Beasts pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, was guzzling sake in his castle. Kaido, big news. Information about the Akatsuki has appeared in the paper again. A pirate wearing a bullhorned hat rushed in holding a newspaper. Garuru. The Akatsuki. What happened to them? Have they been destroyed yet? Seeing the newcomer, Kaido took a few more large gulps of sake and said indifferently. As someone who had once stormed Marine headquarters alone, Kaido was well aware of the Marine's might. In his view, since the Akatsuki had dared to steal the heavenly tribute, the world government and Marines would surely not let them off. Under the assault of the Marines and world government, the Akatsuki would undoubtedly be annihilated without resistance. Kaido also doubted that a small place like the East Blue could produce any formidable organization. No, Kaido, the Akatsuki hasn't been destroyed. Akatsuki members defeated a Marine admiral and repelled the world government's attack. Now the Akatsuki members have been bountied, with bounties of 200 million and 150 million. The pirate with the bullhorned hat said, holding up the newspaper. What? Akatsuki members actually defeated the Marines and world government. Hearing this, Kaido's expression shifted to one of great surprise. He snatched the newspaper and quickly read it. Upon seeing the Akatsuki's wanted posters, Kaido burst into laughter. Haha, this is getting interesting. The Akatsuki, huh? I hope you hurry up and come to the new world. I hope you can bring me some amusement. Kaido's wild laughter echoed throughout the castle. It was unclear whether it was from joy or rage. Aboard the Red forced the ship of the Red Hair Pirates. The members of the Red Hair Pirates, upon seeing the Akatsuki's wanted posters in the newspaper, all wore expressions of astonishment. My God, the Akatsuki actually defeated a Marine admiral. The Akatsuki's strength is terrifying. Is this truly an organization from the East Blue? They possess admiral-level combat power, can steal hearts, immortal body. Are all Akatsuki members' abilities this bizarre? What exactly does the Akatsuki intend to do? The members of the Red Hair Pirates discussed among themselves in surprise, looking at the information in the newspaper. Clearly, the fact that the Akatsuki had defeated a Marine admiral and received such high initial bounties was something the Red Hair Pirates had never expected. The Akatsuki, huh? This seems like an interesting organization. I wonder what they're planning to do. Shanks mused, staring at the Akatsuki's information in the newspaper. In the Dressrosa Kingdom, the territory of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Young master, look at the newspaper. It's unbelievable. Akatsuki members actually defeated a Marine admiral. Their bounties are 200 million and 150 million berries. Treble, an executive of the Don Quixote Pirates, said to Doflamingo, holding the newspaper. The Akatsuki, huh? I never imagined they possessed such formidable power. Doflamingo said, also very surprised. However, Doflamingo soon let out a burst of laughter. Fufufu. This makes the seas interesting. The Akatsuki's arrival will surely plunge the seas into even greater chaos. As an arms dealer operating in both the underworld and legitimate circles, Doflamingo thrived on chaos. For Doflamingo, he didn't fear chaos. He feared the seas weren't chaotic enough. The more turbulent the seas, the more advantageous it was for him. In the Arabasta Kingdom, the Akatsuki members actually defeated a Marine admiral. Does the Akatsuki possess such terrifying power? Crocodile frowned as he looked at the information in his hand. No, I must accelerate my plans. I must find the legendary ancient weapon immediately. Only by finding it can I conquer the seas. Crocodile thought with a furrowed brow. Simultaneously, he intensified his subversion of the Arabasta Kingdom. The entire nation became even more destitute, with many small towns completely destroyed. It could be said that the Akatsuki had truly become renowned across the seas this time. If their first act of robbing the heavenly tribute and destroying a marine base had merely caused surprise, curiosity, and astonishment, then the bounties placed on the Akatsuki members now left everyone feeling shocked, incredulous, and utterly beyond belief. Everyone now knew that the Akatsuki was an extremely powerful organization, one capable of contending with a Marine admiral. While astonished by the Akatsuki's immense power, they were also filled with curiosity about them. What exactly did the Akatsuki intend to do? Who were the members of the Akatsuki? What was the Akatsuki's next target? It could be said that the mysterious Akatsuki had now become the hottest topic in the world of pirates. As the entire sea was stunned by the Akatsuki's formidable power, Jiang Tian also caught sight of the wanted posters for the organization. The wanted posters for the Akatsuki. The Marines are quite swift, though I didn't expect them to issue the wanted notices so soon. Jiang Tian remarked with some surprise as he looked at the newspaper in his hands. Wanted posters? Let me see my bounty. I heard the bounty amount determines a pirate's strength. Hidan, also curious, leaned in to look at the newspaper. My bounty is actually 1.5 billion. Huh, not bad at all. Hidan burst into excited laughter upon seeing his substantial reward. But when he saw Kakuzu's bounty of 2 billion, Hidan flew into a rage. Damn it, what's going on here? Kakuzu, how is it that you have a bounty of 2 billion? Damn it, what are these Marines thinking? Why is your bounty higher than mine? Furious Hidan pointed at Kakuzu and shouted. If it's because I'm stronger than you naturally. Jiang Tian stated with certainty as he looked at Hidan. What did you say? Where are you stronger than me? Want to have a go? Hidan taunted, brandishing his scythe at Kaku. Not interested. Jiang Tian ignored Hidan's challenge entirely and continued reading the newspaper. Nami, Karina, you two have been marked with bounties as well. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina also turned their gazes. We've been marked too. What? How is this possible? We're doomed. The Marines have put a bounty on us. How did we get a bounty of 100 million? Unlike Hidan's excitement seeing their own bounties, Nami and Karina both wore expressions of utter despair. They were mere petty thieves from the East Blue. How could they possibly deserve a Marine bounty? And their first bounty was as high as 100 million berries. They could already imagine it. From now on, they would surely spend their days in endless pursuit. Lord Kakuzu, Lord Hidan, save us. Yes. My lords, we have labored for the Akatsuki, we have shed blood for the Akatsuki. With no other recourse, Nami and Karina could only pin their hopes on the Akatsuki. Protect you? Of course, no problem. As long as you believe in Lord Jashin like I do, Lord Jashin will protect you. Hidan immediately said to Nami and Karina. No. We don't want to believe in Lord Jashin. Lord Jashin is too terrifying. Hearing Hidan's words, Nami and Karina refused without a second thought, retreating several steps in fear. By now they had learned what kind of deity Hidan's Jashin was. They had no desire to harm themselves with weapons like Hidan did. Damn it, what did you two say? You dare to say Lord Jashin is terrifying? You two dare to blaspheme Lord Jashin? This is unforgivable. Hidan roared, swinging his scythe to attack Nami and Karina. Hidan, what do you think you're doing? Stop right there. They are my navigators. Jiang Tian immediately blocked Hidan's movement. Nami and Karina were tools that Jiang Tian had acquired with great difficulty. And during this time, these two tools had performed quite adequately. Therefore, Jiang Tian would never allow Hidan to kill Nami and Karina. I'll spare you for today. If you dare to offend Lord Jashin again, I won't let you off. Hidan retracted his scythe, still speaking with great anger. Phew. That was close. We survived after all. Seeing Hidan put away his weapon, Nami and Karina both felt as if they had escaped a brush with death. What are you two standing around for? Get to finding suitable targets immediately. Oh, I need to make money. Jiang Tian said, looking at Nami and Karina. Yes, I need to offer sacrifices to Lord Jashin too. Find suitable offerings for Lord Jashin right away. Hidan also said, looking at Nami and Karina. Yes. Well, find suitable targets immediately. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's command, Nami and Karina quickly began searching through the countless wanted posters. Lord Kakuzu, how about this target? The Dal's pirate crew bounty, 18 million berries. Nami said, holding up a wanted poster. 18 million, huh? A decent target. Let's set out now. Jiang Tian glanced at the wanted poster and directly instructed Nami and Karina. Hearing Jiang Tian's order, Nami and Karina hesitated not a moment. They quickly adjusted the ship's course and headed for the island where the target was located. Because of their own bounties, Nami and Karina were well aware that the Akatsuki was their only lifeline now. Only by staying with the Akatsuki could they survive with such high bounties on their heads. Therefore, they were now working with great diligence. In just 3 days, they reached their destination. Seeing the pirate crew's stronghold in the distance, Hidan, without a moment's hesitation, charged towards the Dal's pirate crew, brandishing his scythe. Ha, all of you be offered to Lord Jashin. Hidan shouted excitedly as he swung his scythe. Soon Hidan was locked in battle with the Dal's pirate crew. The sounds of explosions and clashing rang out. What's happening? What's going on? Who dares to attack our Dal's pirate crew? Dal's, the captain of the Dal's pirate crew, demanded angrily. Captain, it's bad. It's members of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's immortal duo is attacking our crew. A pirate ran over in panic, speaking with terror. What? The Akatsuki. Hearing of the Akatsuki's assault, the enraged Captain Dal's jumped in fright. Then, without a second thought, he turned and fled into the distance. Captain, where are you going? The enemy is in that direction. Seeing Dal's fleeing, the pirate shouted loudly. You idiot, of course am running away. The Akatsuki is an organization that can stand against marine admirals. Going to fight them would be suicide. Run for it. Captain Dal shouted as he fled. By now the Akatsuki was an extremely fearsome organization possessing the power to oppose marine admirals and the world government. Thus, upon hearing that the Akatsuki was attacking his crew, Captain Dals didn't even entertain the thought of resistance. His first instinct was to flee. Captain, wait for us. Seeing their captain running, the other members of the Dals pirate crew didn't hesitate, either scattering in all directions. But would Hidan really let these pirates escape? Obviously not. Where do you think you're going? I will offer all of you to Lord Jashin. Hidan's scythe, connected to a chain, was swiftly hurled outward. The scythe arced through the air, striking the fleeing pirates and splattering blood. Haha, I've got the essential ingredient. The curse begins. Hidan, looking at the blood on his scythe, entered a state of curse. While Hidan performed his ritual, Jiang Tian was not idle, busily counting the treasure plundered from the Dal's pirate crew. Hidan ceaselessly drew blood, mutilating himself to initiate the sacrifice. Countless pirates wailed in agony as blood splattered, staining the ground crimson. Nami and Karina swiftly looted the entire pirate crew's treasure. As for Jiang Tian, he was playing the role of Kakuzu of the Akatsuki, meticulously counting the acquired money. Thus, the immortal duo of the Akatsuki began their operations on the high seas. Countless pirate crews were annihilated and numerous marine bases were destroyed. Facing the onslaught of the Akatsuki's immortal duo, some pirate crews attempted to resist. But unfortunately their strength was far too meager. Under the formidable abilities of the Akatsuki's Hidan and Kakuzu, all these pirates became mere stepping stones for Jiang Tian to master his Akatsuki roles. Soon the proficiency of Jiang Tian's Hidan template soared to 90. Simultaneously a voice echoed in Jiang Tian's mind. Ding, Hidan's proficiency has reached 90, granting one chance to activate an Akatsuki character template. Ding, activate a new Akatsuki character template. Hearing this, Jiang Tian was momentarily stunned, then a surge of joy filled his heart. I can activate another Akatsuki character template. What are we waiting for? Activate it immediately, Jiang Tian said impatiently. The prospect of activating a new Akatsuki member filled Jiang Tian with anticipation, wondering which member he would embody this time. As Jiang Tian's words faded, countless silhouettes of Akatsuki members flickered before him. Eventually, a youthful figure with a clear face and crimson hair, clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, materialized before him. Ding, congratulations, host has activated the Akatsuki character Sasori of the Red Sand. Sasori of the Red Sand. I never thought I'd be playing the role of Sasori of the Red Sand from the art duo. Jiang Tian gazed at his newly activated character, recalling Sasori's information. Sasori of the Red Sand, one of the art duo of the Akatsuki in the Naruto world and a supreme puppeteer. His formidable puppet mastery allowed him to effortlessly control thousands of puppets, simultaneously capable of single-handedly destroying an entire nation. Even more astonishing, he could create human puppets, preserving the powers of the living within lifeless forms. He even transformed his own body into a puppet, achieving eternal art. Now Jiang Tian was to embody Sasori of the Red Sand. He believed he could make Sasori's eternal art shine brilliantly in the world of One Piece. Nami, Karina, you two stop following us. Jiang Tian suddenly halted and addressed them. Kakuzu-sama, what's wrong? Kakuzu-sama, have we done something wrong? Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina were taken aback. But soon, as if a realization dawned upon them, their faces turned pale with panic. Kakuzu-sama, don't abandon us. We have fought for the Akatsuki, bled for the Akatsuki, guided the Akatsuki. Indeed, hearing Jiang Tian tell them not to follow Nami and Karina believed he intended to cast them aside. In the past, they would have gladly left. But now things were different. They were wanted criminals of the world government, pirates with bounties of 100 million. More importantly, despite their high bounties, they possessed no real power, mere petty thieves. To survive, they could only rely on the formidable Akatsuki. Even if they harbored deep reluctance, they had to cling to the Akatsuki for survival. So hearing Kakuzu order them to leave, Nami and Karina were thrown into panic. Shut up, both of you. We have more important tasks. Other Akatsuki members will find you. Jiang Tian's tone was sharp as he vanished into the distance with Hidan. Only Nami and Karina remained staring at each other in bewilderment. Karina, what do we do now? I don't know. I just hope an Akatsuki member comes for us soon. Both spoke with a deep sense of insecurity. But would Jiang Tian truly let Nami and Karina go so easily? Obviously not. These were two tools he had painstakingly acquired. After his recent training, they had become exceptionally capable, especially adept, indeed very skilled. How could Jiang Tian simply let them go? Just as Nami and Karina were filled with anxiety, a figure in a black cloak with red clouds slowly approached from afar. This figure appeared hunched, wearing a mask with a few strands of hair atop his head, moving with a faltering gait. Are you two Nami and Karina? The navigators that Kakuzu mentioned. The person stopped before them, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Ah, yes. We are Nami and Karina. May we ask your name, sir?" Seeing the Akatsuki member, they sighed in relief and replied with utmost respect. "Sasori of the Red Sand." The newcomer rasped. "Yes, Sasarissima," Nami and Karina said reverently. Indeed, this hunched figure was Jiang Tian playing the role of Sasori of the Red Sand. The reason for this appearance was that this hunched form was not Sasori's true body. It was Hiriko, a puppet crafted by Sasori possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. At this moment, Jiang Tian as Sasori was hidden within the puppet Hiriko. As for his other two roles, Kakuzu and Hidan, Jiang Tian did not dismiss them. Instead, he let them operate freely across the seas as avatars. "Sasarissima, these are the high bounty pirates we've compiled. Yes, by eliminating these crews we'll surely amass great treasure." Seeing this new Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand, Karina and Nami hastily presented the wanted posters they had organized. These posters featured high bounty pirates from the nearby seas. They assumed this Akatsuki member, like Kakuzu, was motivated by money. Thus, they eagerly offered the posters as if seeking praise. But unfortunately, Jiang Tian was now playing Sasori and not Kakuzu, and Sasori had no interest in earning money. Seeing the posters, Jiang Tian twitched a finger and a metallic tail emerged from behind Hiriko. The tail lashed out like a whip, shattering the posters. "Ah, Sasarissima." Startled by the enraged Sasori, Nami and Karina flinched. "I have no interest in these. What I pursue is art, eternal art," Sasori rasped. Jiang Tian, embodying Sasori of the Red Sand, one of the Akatsuki's art duo, sought the so-called immortal eternal art. Therefore, to boost Sasori's proficiency, the best method was to craft puppets hailed as eternal art. Art, eternal art. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina were momentarily puzzled. "Kakuzu-sama, there is a kingdom called Berea, known as the Art Kingdom. It is said to possess the highest art in the world of One Piece," Nami and Karina said after a moment of thought. During their time with the Akatsuki, they had not been idle gathering intelligence on numerous nations. "The Art Kingdom? Then what are we waiting for? Take me to that kingdom immediately. I want to see what qualifies as art there." Jiang Tian as Sasori spoke in a hoarse voice. In the world of One Piece, due to the diverse environments and regions, various nations with distinct styles were formed. For instance, the Desert Kingdom of Arabasta, the pristine Goa Kingdom, the shipbuilding hub of Water 7, and the kingdom entirely inhabited by the Okama Kamabaka Kingdom. Balya Kingdom, however, was renowned as the supreme artistic kingdom in the world of One Piece. It was said that even the celestial dragons would occasionally visit this nation due to its prestigious title as the Art Kingdom. Now Jiang Tian was playing the role of Sasori of the Red Sand, one of the art duo from the Akatsuki. As an artist pursuing eternal art, he naturally could not overlook this art kingdom. Thus, Jiang Tian immediately ordered Nami and Karina to bring him to the Balya Art Kingdom. Upon hearing his command, the two dared not hesitate and promptly set the course. After about a week, a magnificent island appeared before Jiang Tian and his companions. "Master Scorpion, look. That's the Balya Kingdom, the nation of art. Indeed. What a beautiful country," Nami and Karina exclaimed, pointing at the distant island. "An art nation. Arrogant nonsense. Only my eternal art on the sea deserves to be called art," Jiang Tian, portraying Sasori of the Red Sand, remarked disdainfully. "Eternal art? What is that?" Nami and Karina were utterly perplexed by Jiang Tian's words. Both Nami and Karina were filled with curiosity about this new Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand, especially regarding the eternal art he spoke of. "You two will find out soon enough. Let me first see what qualifies this nation to be called an art kingdom." Jiang Tian offered no further explanation. As the ship docked, Jiang Tian inside the Hiriko puppet moved his right hand, and the puppet carried him directly into the Balya Kingdom. Upon entering the town of the Balya Kingdom, Jiang Tian felt a wave of opulence wash over him. The entire city was adorned with countless statues of various designs. The houses in the town were oddly shaped, decorated with numerous glass ornaments. Moreover, all residents of the Balya Kingdom wore distinct, exquisitely luxurious outfits. Even the food was crafted to resemble works of art. In short, everything in this nation prided itself on art, as if the country could not exist without it. Of course, maintaining such artistry required immense wealth. To sustain its artistic ambience, the Balya Kingdom became a member of the world government. Leveraging its membership, it relentlessly exploited other nations. By bribing the celestial dragons and using their authority, it even destroyed many countries. Behind the art of the Balya Kingdom lay unseen filth and conflict. Naturally, Jiang Tian was unaware of this, nor did he care to know. Jiang Tian only sought to use this art kingdom to enhance his proficiency as Sasori of the Red Sand from the Akatsuki. Wow, is this the Balya Kingdom? The entire city is filled with art pieces, truly worthy of being the Art Kingdom. I feel as if I'm immersed in an ocean of art. Seeing the countless artworks for the first time, Nami and Karina appeared enraptured. Unlike their enjoyment, Jiang Tian felt a deep revulsion toward the surrounding artworks. These so-called artworks are nothing but useless trash. This garbage has no right to be called art, it all deserves to be destroyed. With a flick of his finger, the metal tail of the Hiriko puppet lashed out, striking the statues around him. With a series of crackling sounds, all the statues were shattered. For Jiang Tian, embodying Sasori of the red sand, only eternal existence constituted true art. Thus, in Sasori's eyes, these so-called statues were mere garbage, unworthy of being called art. Since they were trash, they deserved to be destroyed. Ah, Master Scorpion, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly attack? Nami and Karina were startled by Jiang Tian's assault. Trash must be destroyed, Jiang Tian said in a hoarse voice. His brash actions quickly drew the attention of the kingdom's soldiers. A squad of soldiers rushed over from afar. Perhaps due to being soldiers of the art kingdom, even their attire was extravagantly decorated. They wore intricately engraved armor and wielded weapons embedded with jewels. These soldiers looked less like warriors and more like participants in a fashion show. How dare you destroy the artworks of our Balya kingdom? Seize them immediately. Seeing Jiang Tian and the scattered statue fragments, the soldiers charged straight at him. Trash, how dare you call yourselves art? As the soldiers rushed forward, the metal tail of the Hiriko puppet shot out like a serpent. Amid a series of thuds, the soldiers screamed and were sent flying backward. Some unlucky ones were impaled by the metal tail and died instantly. However, a few powerful individuals managed to block Jiang Tian's attack and survived. Even so, they were left in a sorry state, their armor shattered and bodies covered in wounds. But could they truly survive? Obviously not. Just as these soldiers breathed a sigh of relief at having escaped death, they suddenly felt excruciating pain throughout their bodies. Ah, what's happening? It hurts so much. What's wrong with my body? Our wounds. No poison. We've been poisoned. The soldiers screamed as they saw their blackening wounds. Indeed, as a puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand possessed not only powerful puppet techniques, but also expertise in poison. Every attack he made was laced with venom. Thus, anyone struck by Jiang Tian in his role as Sasori would succumb to lethal poison. Just as he finished off the dozen soldiers, an extravagantly luxurious ship docked. A person wearing a bubble helmet and a bulky white outfit stepped off the ship, followed by a squad of black-clad guards. Undoubtedly, this was a celestial dragon, a noble of the world government. Ah, we've arrived at the Balya kingdom. I wonder if we'll find art that satisfies me this time. The celestial dragon with a runny nose strolled lazily into the Balya kingdom, his black-suited guards trailing behind. The arrival of the celestial dragon caused immediate panic in the town. Oh no, a celestial dragon is here. Let's get out of here quickly. Damn it, it's too late to leave. Kneel down. At the sight of the celestial dragon, the crowd erupted in chaos. Those quick to react fled, while the slower ones knelt on the spot. As nobles of the world, celestial dragons held absolute authority in this realm. Wherever they went, they demanded the highest treatment. Commoners had to kneel before them, and anyone who dared offend a celestial dragon would be put to death. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from nearby. What's going on? What happened over there? The celestial dragon looked toward the source of the blast. Sir, pirates might be fighting there. A guard replied to his inquiry. Fighting. Excellent, I love battles. I'm in need of a few slaves. Let's go. Instead of avoiding the conflict, the celestial dragon strode toward it with his guards, offering no objection. They believed no one would dare defy a celestial dragon. You are all indeed trash. Only eternal existence is true art, Jiang Tian said disdainfully, looking at the soldiers who had succumbed to poison. Just then the celestial dragon arrived with his entourage. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, he commanded directly. I've taken a liking to you, from now on you are my slave. As a world noble, the celestial dragon had the authority to enslave anyone at will. Oh no, it's a celestial dragon. Master Scorpion, what should we do now? Nami and Karina asked anxiously. A celestial dragon. What an ugly creature. Jiang Tian remarked with disgust as he glanced at the celestial dragon. What? You damned bastard. How dare you speak of us celestial dragons like that? Unforgivable. Seize him immediately. Enraged by Jiang Tian's words, the celestial dragon bellowed, ordering his guards to attack. Yes, sir. Attack. Capture him. Obeying the command, the guards charged at Jiang Tian without hesitation. You seek death. Jiang Tian activated the mechanisms of the Hiriko puppet. Pulling down its mask, the puppet's mechanical mouth opened, unleashing a hail of poison needles. Dodge. Shave. The guards evaded swiftly, but some were too slow and got struck by the needles. Amid screams, those guards died from the poison. But was Sasori's attack over? Obviously not. Just as the remaining guards breathed a sigh of relief, the left arm of the Hiriko puppet launched forward. The arm exploded midair, releasing another shower of poison needles like scattered blossoms. Jiang Tian's attacks were too fast and too unpredictable. This time the guards had no chance to evade and were all struck. Amid a chorus of screams, all of the celestial dragon's guards perished at Jiang Tian's hands. You dared to kill my guards. He'll kill you. Kill you. Instead of fear, the celestial dragon roared in fury upon seeing his guards slain. But unfortunately for him, before he could finish his tirade, the metal tail of the Hiriko puppet shot out, cleaving the celestial dragon in two. Master Scorpion, you killed a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. The world noble. Nami and Karina were shocked. They were well aware of the consequences. Just a piece of trash who dead is dead, Jiang Tian said indifferently, continuing to destroy the surrounding artworks. To Jiang Tian, portraying Sasori of the Red Sand eternal art mattered far more than a celestial dragon. Moreover, he discovered that destroying these so-called artworks also increased his proficiency with Sasori. What? A celestial dragon is dead? A celestial dragon died in our country. How could this be? Upon hearing the news that a celestial dragon had perished in his kingdom, the current king of the Balya kingdom turned pale with terror. A celestial dragon was a world noble, and now one had died in his country. The world government would surely not forgive him. To uphold the status of the celestial dragons, the world government and the Marines might even annihilate his kingdom. No, I cannot sit idly by. I must do something. Guards, assemble the troops. Capture the pirate who dared to kill a celestial dragon. After some deliberation, the Balya king mustered the entire kingdom's military force to apprehend the pirate who had dared to slay a celestial dragon. If he did nothing after a celestial dragon died in his country, the world government and the Marines would surely not spare him. After much thought, only one solution remained. Capture the pirate who dared to kill a celestial dragon. Hand this pirate over to the world government. Only this could protect his kingdom. Soon, led by the Balya king, a massive force of thousands of soldiers surrounded Jiang Tian and his companions. Lord Scorpion, it's bad. We're surrounded. There are so many of them. What should we do now? Seeing the encircling soldiers, Nami and Kalina's faces tensed with anxiety. Although they had experienced frequent battles alongside the Akatsuki members recently, facing the encirclement of countless soldiers made them extremely nervous. To capture Jiang Tian, the Balya king had mobilized every soldier in the entire kingdom. The dense weapon-wielding soldiers indeed exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. TCH, just some trash. Jiang Tian looked at the countless soldiers before him, his tone still flat and his voice hoarse, showing no sign of fear. Your Majesty, the target is completely surrounded. This pirate has nowhere to run. A soldier reported to the king. Excellent. Let me see who is so bold as to kill a celestial dragon. The Balya king pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. The first thing that caught his eye was the red cloud and black garment. Why does this outfit look so familiar? Seeing the red cloud and black robe, the Balya king frowned. He felt he had seen this attire somewhere before. Wait, could it be the Akatsuki? At that moment, as if recalling something, the Balya king suddenly gasped. Hearing the Balya king's exclamation, the surrounding soldiers also gasped. What? The Akatsuki? Isn't that the powerful new organization that just rose? That's right, it's the Akatsuki. I've seen their wanted posters. This person is wearing the Akatsuki robe. Damn it, the Akatsuki can even stand against marine admirals. Why would he come to our country? After confirming the person before them was an Akatsuki member, everyone in Balya from the king to the soldiers fell into a panic. A man's reputation casts a long shadow. The Akatsuki's recent actions were indeed shocking. From destroying marine bases to robbing the heavenly tribute to defeating marine admirals, none of these were ordinary feats. Especially the first bounties placed on Akatsuki members reaching 2 billion and 5 billion berries, which had shocked the entire sea. It was impossible for them not to know. The red cloud and black robe had become the emblem of Akatsuki members. Thus, seeing someone in that attire in their country threw all of Balya into turmoil. All soldiers, do not panic. He is not one of the 2 Akatsuki members with bounties of 2 billion and 5 billion. He is just a hunchbacked old man. There are so many of us, there's no need to fear. The Balya king, worthy of his position, quickly regained his composure and noticed the discrepancy. Although this person wore the Akatsuki robe, he was not one of the 2 high bounty members. If that was the case, there was nothing to fear. While Akatsuki members were terrifying, not all of them could be equally formidable. This hunchbacked old man before them hardly seemed like a strong fighter. His Majesty is right. This man is not Akatsuki's Kakuzu or Hidan. Everyone, don't be afraid. There are only 3 of them. Attack. Can he really oppose the entire Balya kingdom? Exactly. Hearing the king's words, the frightened soldiers regained their morale. His Majesty was correct. This Akatsuki member was not the 2 on the wanted posters. Therefore, they had no reason to be afraid. Moreover, they numbered in the thousands. How could they fear just 3 people? Hey, you want to compare numbers? I can have as many of these things as I want. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Sasori of the Red Sand said unhurriedly, pulling out a scroll. With a flick of the scroll, countless black shadows surged forth, shooting into the sky. Soon the entire sky was shrouded in shadows. Countless dense figures like dark clouds gave an immense sense of oppression. What are these things? Are they all people? No, they're puppets. All puppets. Puppets. There are so many. Indeed, the shadows appearing in the sky were Sasori's eternal art collection, countless puppets. Now witness my eternal art. Red secret technique performance of 100 puppets. Invisible, undetectable threads of chakra shot out from Hiriko, connecting to every puppet in the sky. Each chakra thread accurately struck a puppet. Every puppet once connected came to life, raising its weapon. In an instant, the puppets formed a formidable army, exuding immense pressure. Don't be afraid. They're just puppets. Attack, destroy them. The Balya king was astonished by the sheer number of puppets, but remained unafraid. In his eyes, these puppets were mere toys. Could toys truly compare to his soldiers? Attack. Destroy them. At the king's command, all the soldiers charged forward with their weapons. How dare you scorn my eternal art? With a thought from Sasori, all the puppets surged forward as well. Boom. Rumble. A series of fierce battles erupted. The sounds of explosions and clashing weapons rang out incessantly. The soldiers of the Berea kingdom charged at Jiang Tian, weapons in hand. But before they could even approach him, puppets wielding longswords stood in their path. What is this? Die. Watch me destroy them. Using these toys to stop us. How naive. So this is a member of the Akatsuki. Is that all they've got? Seeing the puppets blocking their way, the soldier without a second thought raised his sword and slashed at the one before him. In the world of One Piece, puppets did exist. However, in that world, they were merely children's toys. Thus, seeing these puppets barring their path, the soldiers took them lightly. How could lifeless puppets possibly stop trained soldiers? Without hesitation, they raised their swords and struck. In their minds, a single blow would shatter these puppets into pieces. But was that truly the case? Obviously not. If they were so easily destroyed, they would never have been called the eternal art of Sasori of the Red Sand. Just as the soldiers' blades were about to land, the seemingly inanimate puppets suddenly moved like living beings, raising their own weapons. Clang! A crisp sound of metal rang out as the puppets' weapons effortlessly parried the soldiers' attacks. How is this possible? How can these toy puppets block our attacks? As the soldiers stood stunned, the puppets moved again. The instant they blocked the assault, the puppets shifted their stance, their weapons slicing toward the soldiers. Ah! 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 A chorus of screams filled the air as the puppets' blades easily cut down the soldiers. Having slain them, the puppets, without a moment's pause, charged at the next group. Though they appeared stiff, their speed was astonishing. Clang! Clang! Ah! Ah! Amid the clash of metal and cries of agony, more soldiers fell to the puppets. Under Sasori's masterful puppetry, these constructs became relentless killing machines, slaughtering without end. Moreover, being puppets, they could move in ways no human could, attacking from any angle, making their strikes utterly unpredictable. Soon wave after wave of soldiers perished in screams. Damn it, how is this possible? These are just puppets. How can they be so powerful? Let me destroy them. Armament Haki. Seeing the carnage, several soldiers adept in armament Haki rushed forward. Boom. With their formidable Haki, they easily blocked the puppets' attacks. Then they threw a punch imbued with Haki at the constructs. Crack. Under the might of armament Haki, the puppets shattered into a pile of broken parts. See, these puppets can be destroyed easily, the soldiers shouted in triumph after shattering them. But was the battle truly over? Obviously not. As the soldiers reveled, Jiang Tian's right hand twitched, activating the mechanisms within the shattered puppets. A hail of poison needles and a cloud of toxic gas burst forth, shooting toward them. What is this? Poison? No. Ah! Amidst the screams, the soldiers were struck by the traps and succumbed to the poison. These puppets were all part of Sasori's collection, each one brimming with a myriad of sinister mechanisms. Anything imaginable was possible. Weapons were hidden everywhere on the puppets, and even when destroyed, they could still kill. Under the relentless assault of these puppets, the numerically superior Baryan soldiers fell in droves. Even if a few managed to destroy one puppet, more would swarm in. And the puppets knew no fear. Even missing limbs or reduced to just a head, they continued to fight. At this moment, Sasori was an army of one. Alone, he commanded his puppet legion, launching an attack on the Berea kingdom. Faced with this endless tide of terror, the soldiers' spirits began to crumble. Ah, they're monsters. Run. I don't want to die. We can't fight these monsters. We're no match. I don't want to die. In an instant, the Baryan soldiers threw down their arms and scattered in panic. Damn you. What are you doing? No retreat. Attack. I am the king. You must obey my orders. Attack, attack. Seeing his soldiers flee, the king of Berea roared in fury, trying to halt their retreat. But his voice could not drown out the terror in their hearts. Suddenly, a puppet darted before the king. Ah, run. Terrified at the sight, the king turned to flee. But it was too late. Whoosh! A flash of light streaked by as the puppet's sword cleaved the king's head from his shoulders. Ah, the king is dead. Run. Don't kill me. The king's death shattered the last shred of the soldiers' will to fight. Now every Barian soldier had but one thought: to flee this place as fast as possible. Think you can run? Stay and perish. Under Jiang Tian's command, the puppets pressed their assault. Like a swarm of locusts, countless puppets ravaged the Berea kingdom, destroying everything in their path. Wherever the puppets passed, explosions followed, annihilating all. Soon the entire Berea kingdom was reduced to rubble. As for the soldiers, they were either dead or had fled. The Berea kingdom had been completely obliterated by Sasori's puppets. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, Akatsuki member Sasori's character template has leveled up. Current proficiency 40. Oh, Sasori's proficiency has increased. Hearing the notification, Jiang Tian was momentarily surprised. Then he thought it made sense. In the Naruto world, Sasori had once destroyed an entire nation with his puppetry. Now that Jiang Tian embodying Sasori had completely annihilated the Berea kingdom, it was only fitting that his proficiency rose. The news that the Akatsuki members had reappeared, slain a celestial dragon, and destroyed the world government's allied kingdom, the Berea kingdom, swept across the sea like a gale once more. Everyone who heard the news was utterly astonished. Has the Akatsuki begun to act again? The Akatsuki is truly insane, daring to kill a celestial dragon. I've long been disgusted by those worthless celestial dragons. First the Akatsuki robbed the heavenly tribute, and now they've killed a celestial dragon. Could their target be the world government itself? It must be so. Now that a celestial dragon is dead, the Navy admirals will have to be deployed. I wonder if this time the Navy admirals can defeat the Akatsuki members. Do you even need to ask? Of course it's impossible. Don't forget, the Navy admirals have fought the Akatsuki members before. That's right. The strength of the Akatsuki members is absolutely terrifying. Across the sea, everyone was astounded by the news that Akatsuki members had killed a celestial dragon. Although the celestial dragons were the world nobles holding an extremely lofty status on the sea, there were not a few who wished to kill them. However, the celestial dragon's status was too high. These people only dared to think about it in their hearts, not daring to truly offend them. Because anyone who dared to offend a celestial dragon would be hunted down by a Navy admiral. And now the Akatsuki members had directly killed a celestial dragon. They had done what these people desired but dared not do. What? A celestial dragon is dead? Damn it, who is it? Daring to kill a celestial dragon so brazenly. Hearing the news of the celestial dragon's death, Sengoku held his head, feeling a tremendous headache. Although he was well aware that the celestial dragons were no good, he also held them in low regard. In the New World, some powerful pirate crews had indeed killed celestial dragons before, but those were done in secret. The world government and the Navy, unable to step into the New World, would simply let it go. But this time was different. Someone dared to kill a celestial dragon in broad daylight, as if afraid others wouldn't know. This was a blatant provocation against the world government and a challenge to the celestial dragon's status. Sengoku was also curious as to who could be so audacious. Sengoku, it was done by the Akatsuki members. The Akatsuki members not only killed the celestial dragon, but also destroyed the Berea kingdom. Tsuru, the staff officer, said to Sengoku, "The Akatsuki. Damn it, aren't Kakuzu and Hidan of the Akatsuki after money? Why have they suddenly set their sights on the celestial dragons?" Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku felt his headache worsen. Through Navy intelligence, they had recently analyzed that the goals of the Akatsuki members Hidan and Kakuzu were to make money and perform sacrifices. So why had they suddenly targeted a celestial dragon? It wasn't Kakuzu and Hidan. A new Akatsuki member has appeared on the sea, Sasori of the Red Sand. All of this was done by Sasori. Tsuru handed the intelligence report to Sengoku. A new Akatsuki member, Sasori of the Red Sand. Hearing of a new member, Sengoku's brows furrowed and his spirit immediately tensed. He quickly took the report from Tsuru and began to read. Sasori of the Red Sand. The ability to control puppets. Seeing the description of Sasori's abilities, Sengoku's expression grew serious, and he began to study the intel on Sasori in detail. It was known that the Navy had been searching for intelligence on the Akatsuki all this time. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing. This did not reassure Sengoku. Instead, it made him more vigilant. Even the intelligence networks of the Navy and the world government could not find any trace of the Akatsuki. What did that mean? It meant that the Akatsuki was hiding extremely deep, completely beyond the control of the Navy and the world government. And now another new Akatsuki member had appeared. How could Sengoku not take it seriously? No matter what. Since the Akatsuki members dared to kill a celestial dragon, a Navy admiral must be dispatched. Akainu suddenly stood up, requesting Sengoku. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku, leave it to me. This time I will surely eliminate the Akatsuki members." During his last mission, not only had he failed to eliminate the Akatsuki members, but he had also been battered by them. He had always regarded that as a disgrace. Now hearing of another Akatsuki member's appearance, Akainu volunteered eagerly. This time, Akainu swore in his heart that he would destroy the Akatsuki members and make them understand the Navy's justice. In the past, if Akainu had volunteered so eagerly, Sengoku would have agreed without a second thought. But now it was different. Ever since Akainu nearly destroyed a country and devastated the East Blue during his last operation, Sengoku had become very cautious of him. Sengoku did not want the seas and countries that the pirates had failed to destroy to be ravaged instead by his own admiral. Akainu, the pirates in the New World are currently stirring. The Navy needs you to suppress them. You cannot be deployed lightly. Sengoku looked at Akainu with an air of entrusting him with an important task. I understand. Hearing this, Akainu, though reluctant, had no choice but to sit back down. After persuading Akainu, Sengoku turned his gaze to Akiji. Akiji, I'll leave this matter to you. Go and investigate this Akatsuki member Sasori of the Red Sand. If this Sasori's strength proves to be formidable, you may abandon the mission. To prevent a repeat of the East Blue's devastation by Akainu, Sengoku instructed Akiji as he was about to depart. Admiral Akiji moved with incredible speed, soon arriving at the Balya Kingdom. But when he reached the place, what he saw was nothing but ruins. Admiral Akiji, the entire Balya Kingdom has been completely destroyed. No trace of the Akatsuki members has been found. A marine soldier reported before Admiral Akiji. So this is the work of the Akatsuki. Akiji exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed upon the Balya Kingdom, now entirely reduced to rubble. Though pirate attacks on nations were not uncommon in the world of One Piece, the total annihilation of a world government member state like this was something that had never occurred before. Truly, this was the caliber of the Akatsuki. Continue the search for the Akatsuki. Akiji ordered the Marines. Yes, Admiral Akiji. Once again a stir rippled across the sea due to the appearance of the Akatsuki. And where was Jiang Tian, the one responsible for all this? At that moment, Jiang Tian, assuming the guise of Sasori of the Red Sand, had already departed from the Balya Kingdom and arrived on the Grand Line. As for why he came to the Grand Line, it was naturally to increase Sasori's proficiency. Although Jiang Tian had boosted Sasori's proficiency considerably by destroying the Balya Kingdom, this method of raising proficiency through national destruction was far too slow. Therefore, the best way to enhance Sasori's proficiency was to pursue Sasori's eternal art. And what was Sasori's eternal art? Without a doubt, it was puppetry, specifically human puppets. Crafting human puppets required materials. As for how to find these materials, it was naturally by seeking out pirates. Moreover, the stronger the pirate was in life, the more powerful the resulting human puppet would be, and the faster Sasori's proficiency would increase. Thus, Jiang Tian came to the Grand Line searching for suitable pirate materials to turn into human puppets. Hey, you two, have you found the materials I need? Jiang Tian, in his role as Sasori of the Red Sand, asked in a raspy voice, addressing Nami and Karina. Jiang Tian had been meticulously grooming these two as his tools. Now, besides serving as navigators, they were also responsible for gathering intelligence across the sea. Lord Sasori, we have found the pirates you need. The captain of the Mad Wolf Pirates, Mad Wolf Bari, bounty 75 million, a Zoan type, Inu Nomi model Mad Wolf user. Hearing Jiang Tian's question, Nami and Karina quickly produced a wanted poster and handed it to him. Zoan type, Inu Nomi model Grey Wolf, is it? Someone like this is worthy of becoming my collection. Jiang Tian, as Sasori of the Red Sand, looked at the half-man half-wolf figure on the poster and nodded with great interest. Sasori of the Red Sand could create human puppets that retained the abilities they possessed in life. Therefore, Jiang Tian quickly set his sights on these devil fruit users. Set sail immediately. Find the Mad Wolf Pirates, Jiang Tian commanded, looking at Nami and Karina. Yes, Lord Sasori. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina did not hesitate and quickly set the course. In just 3 days, they came upon a pirate ship. The pirate ship flew a Jolly Roger emblazoned with a wolf's head. Lord Sasori, that is the Mad Wolf Pirates, Nami said, pointing at the distant vessel. Just as Jiang Tian and his crew spotted the Mad Wolf ship, the pirates on board also noticed them. Captain, look, a ship in the distance. They seem to be heading for us. Who is it? Are they Marines? A tall, sly-looking man asked immediately. This man was the captain of the Mad Wolf Pirates, Mad Wolf Bari. Captain, they're not Marines, they look like pirates. There are only 3 of them, a pirate quickly reported. Then what are we waiting for? Destroy them immediately. We're bored anyway, let's have some fun. Since they've run into the Mad Wolf Pirates, consider them unlucky. Mad Wolf Bari ordered the attack without a second thought. Yes, Captain. Fire the cannons. Upon the captain's command, the pirates wheeled out the cannons, aiming at the small boat on the sea. Boom. A massive cannonball sped towards Jiang Tian's vessel. Facing the incoming projectile, Jiang Tian remained unruffled, simply moving a finger on his right hand. A strand of chakra thread emerged, latching onto the cannonball. In an instant, Jiang Tian had taken control of it. Return to sender. With another flick of his finger, the cannonball arced in midair and flew back toward the Mad Wolf ship. Boom. A thunderous explosion rocked the sea. The cannonball detonated, blasting a massive hole in the Mad Wolf ship. Several unfortunate pirates caught in the blast were severely wounded, crying out in agony. "Oh, damn it! Who dares attack the Mad Wolf pirates?" Mad Wolf Bari roared in fury, seeing his ship under assault. Enraged, Mad Wolf Bari activated his Devil Fruit ability. Long gray fur sprouted all over his body, his head elongated into a wolf's snout, his frame bulked up, and his hands and feet transformed into sharp claws. Captain Bari now stood as an upright gray wolf. "Are you Mad Wolf Bari? Not bad power. You are worthy of becoming my collection." As his words fell, Jiang Tian, in the guise of Sasori of the Red Sand, appeared on the pirate ship. Looking at the pirate who had assumed his wolf form, Jiang Tian said with great satisfaction, "Bastard, who are you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Seeing Jiang Tian suddenly appear, Bari, now in wolf form, roared in anger. Just then, one of the pirates beside Bari caught sight of Jiang Tian's attire and suddenly screamed, his expression turning terrified. "Oh, Captain Bari. He's from the Akatsuki." At the pirate's words, the other pirates around him also began to exclaim in shock. What did you say? A member of the Akatsuki? Red clouds and black robes. It really is the Akatsuki. We're doomed, Captain. What should we do?" In an instant, all the pirates fell into chaos. The Akatsuki. This was the most formidable, arrogant, and flamboyant organization sailing the seas. Destroying marine bases, plundering the heavenly tribute, slaying celestial dragons, defeating marine admirals. Each feat sent shockwaves through the world. It was precisely for this reason that the members of the Mad Wolf pirates trembled in terror at the sight of an Akatsuki member clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Even their captain, Mad Wolf Bari, despite having assumed his gray wolf form, stood frozen like a husky, paralyzed by fear of the Akatsuki. An Akatsuki member? What's his bounty? Bari, still in his husky form, turned to the pirate beside him. "Captain, there's no wanted poster for him. He seems to have no bounty," a pirate replied after rifling through a stack of posters. "No bounty? Haha, lads, don't be afraid. He's not really an Akatsuki member." Hearing that the Akatsuki member before him had no bounty, Mad Wolf Bari instantly shifted from his husky form back to that of a gray wolf. "Not an Akatsuki member? Captain Bari, what do you mean? But he's wearing their cloak." The other pirates all stared at Bari with curiosity. What does a cloak prove? He's probably an imposter. All Akatsuki members are fearsome pirates. How could one have no bounty? Captain Mad Wolf Bari declared with utmost confidence. Hearing their captain's words, the surrounding pirates also wore expressions of sudden realization. The captain's right. How could an Akatsuki member have no bounty? He must be a fake Akatsuki member. Besides, the Akatsuki always target the Marines and the world government. Why would they come after us? In an instant, the pirates, who had been paralyzed with fear, regained their fighting spirit. "Lads, charge with me. Kill this bastard. Slaughter him." Mad Wolf Bari roared as he lunged forward, his razor-sharp wolf claws aimed straight at Jiang Tian. The other pirate lackeys followed without a moment's hesitation, brandishing their weapons as they charged. Hisokij Needle 8 waves. Facing the oncoming pirates, Jiang Tian flicked his fingers, activating the mechanisms within the Hisokij puppet. In an instant, countless poison needles were unleashed, raining down upon the pirates in a dense barrage. What is this? It hurts so much. Damn, it's poisoned. No. Amidst a chorus of screams, every pirate was struck by the poison needles and succumbed to the venom one by one. "Bastard, you used poison." Though Mad Wolf Bari was also hit by the needles, he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Relying on the formidable physique granted by his Zoan powers, he managed to temporarily suppress the toxins of Sasori of the Red Sand. You can actually resist my poison. You truly are a fine addition to my collection. I'll take your body." Jiang Tian, in his guise as Sasori, gazed at Mad Wolf Bari with great satisfaction. Only such a pirate was worthy of being turned into a human puppet. "Damn, you die." Fighting the poison coursing through his veins, Mad Wolf Bari leaped high into the air and launched another attack at Jiang Tian. But unfortunately, before he could even get close, the metal tail of the Hisokij shot out like a streak of light. Squelch. The metal tail coiled around Mad Wolf Bari with ease, its razor-sharp blade piercing straight through his neck. Suffering such a grievous wound, even a Zoan user could not withstand it. His head lolled to one side, and he died instantly. Just as Jiang Tian finished off, the entire Mad Wolf pirates, Nami and Karina, carried a chest of treasure to him. "Lord Sasori, this is all the treasure from the Mad Wolf pirates. Please accept it, Lord Sasori." While Jiang Tian had been dealing with the pirates, Nami and Karina had not been idle. They had quickly ransacked the ship, gathering every piece of treasure and presenting it to Jiang Tian. "I have no interest in these things." Jiang Tian was currently playing the role of Sasori, not Kakuzu. Therefore, he had no interest in the treasure. "Don't disturb me. I must create my eternal art." The tail of the Hisokage puppet clamped onto Mad Wolf Barry's corpse and dragged it into the cabin. Lord Sasori doesn't even like treasure. In that case, all this treasure is mine. Seeing the fortune before her, Karina rushed forward, excitedly grabbing a handful of gold and pressing it against her chest, making it swell even more. Karina, stop right there. I get a share of this too. Nami, unwilling to be outdone, also lunged for the treasure, pressing it against her own chest until it was just as full. As for what Jiang Tian was doing at that moment, he was busy transforming Mad Wolf Barry's corpse into a human puppet. After a flurry of work, Barry's form had been completely altered. Now Mad Wolf Barry had been fully converted into a puppet, his body bristling with various mechanisms. He had become a veritable killing machine. But this was not the end. With a flick of his right hand, Jiang Tian activated the devil fruit power sealed within the puppet. Roar! A wolf's howl rang out as a peculiar energy erupted from the puppet's core. Under the influence of this energy, the puppet before him began to transform rapidly. Its body swelled and contorted, and its aura surged continuously. Soon the puppet had taken on an entirely new form, becoming a massive gray wolf. Such was the power of Sasori's human puppets. They could retain the abilities they possessed in life. In life, Mad Wolf Barry had been a Zoan-type user of the Inu Nomi model gray wolf. Now that he had been turned into a puppet, he naturally retained his devil fruit power. What a perfect work of art. An eternal masterpiece. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding. Human puppet successfully created. Sasori proficiency increased. Current Sasori character template proficiency 45. Hearing the system's notification, a smile curled at the corners of Jiang Tian's lips. Indeed, pursuing eternal art through the creation of human puppets was the fastest way to increase his proficiency with Sasori's abilities. Lord Scorpion, you're out. Lord Scorpion, are you done? Nami and Karina, who had just finished dividing the treasure, immediately greeted Sasori of the Red Sand with utmost respect as he emerged from the cabin. They suddenly realized that following Sasori of the Red Sand wasn't so bad. At the very least, this Akatsuki member had no interest in treasure. This meant that in the future, after they destroyed pirate crews, all the loot would be theirs. The thought of amassing countless treasures filled Nami and Karina with exhilaration. One was a cat burglar, the other a phantom thief. They had no other hobbies besides treasure. Hey, that's Barry the Mad Wolf. Lord Scorpion, you turned him into a puppet. At that moment, Nami and Karina also noticed the freshly crafted human puppet beside Jiang Tian. That's right, this is art. Eternal art. The two of you have rather pleasing appearances too. Would you like to become part of my collection? Jiang Tian put away the human puppet, then turned to Nami and Karina. Oh, no. We don't want that. Lord Scorpion, I have no interest in art. Hearing Jiang Tian's words, Nami and Karina were startled and stumbled backward several steps. Their eyes betrayed undisguised terror. To kill someone outright and then fashion them into a puppet. Was this the eternal art Lord Scorpion spoke of? It was utterly horrifying. Nami and Karina suddenly realized that not a single member of the Akatsuki was normal. Kakuzu of the Akatsuki had a penchant for ripping out enemies' hearts. Hidan of the Akatsuki enjoyed self-mutilation. And now Sasori of the Red Sand delighted in killing people to turn them into puppets. Staying among the Akatsuki was truly an ordeal. If you two fail to appreciate my art, I will show you the power of eternal art. Set sail immediately. I need to continue searching for materials. Jiang Tian said to Nami and Karina with some irritation. Yes, Lord Scorpion. We'll depart right away. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's command, Nami and Karina dared not hesitate and promptly set a course. Not long after they set sail, a massive pirate ship blocked their path. Lord Scorpion, this is bad. We've encountered pirates. A pirate ship is blocking our way. It looks like a ship from the Big Mom Pirates, one of the four emperors. Nami and Karina shouted as they saw the enormous pirate vessel rapidly approaching in the distance. During this time, Nami and Karina had been traversing the Grand Line, with Jiang Tian constantly gathering intelligence. They had gained some understanding of the major powers on the sea. They also knew that the latter half of the Grand Line was called the New World, a territory ruled by the terrifying four emperors. The flag on the ship before them belonged to the Big Mom Pirates, one of the four emperors in the New World. The Big Mom Pirates. What business do they have? I've heard this crew is full of devil fruit users. They are exactly the materials I need. Though surprised by the appearance of the Big Mom Pirates, Jiang Tian felt no fear. Instead, he pondered who among the Big Mom Pirates had come. Was he a devil fruit user? Did he qualify to become his collection and thus increase the proficiency of the Sasori template? Target sighted. Lord Daifuku, according to our intelligence, an Akatsuki member is on that ship. A pirate from the Big Mom crew reported to a tall, robust man with short yellow hair, a curled mustache, and a blue coat. Close in immediately. Mom has ordered me to bring back the Akatsuki member. The tall man stepped forward, gazing at the distant ship. Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, was a paramecia-type steam fruit user and an officer of the Big Mom Pirates bearing the title Bean Minister. This time Charlotte Daifuku had been dispatched by Charlotte Linlin to bring the Akatsuki member back to Whole Cake Island and seize his power. Yes, Lord Daifuku. At Charlotte Daifuku's command, the enormous pirate ship maneuvered directly in front of Jiang Tian's vessel. Charlotte Daifuku appeared at the bow and addressed Jiang Tian with authority. Akatsuki member, our mom wishes to see you. Come with us. Charlotte Daifuku's tone was imperious, almost commanding, although the Akatsuki had indeed caused quite a stir across the seas recently. These feats, which would astonish even New World pirates, meant little to Charlotte Daifuku. As a member of the Big Mom Pirates, one of the four emperors, and an officer at that, Charlotte Daifuku had seen it all and held no regard for the Akatsuki. So what if the Akatsuki destroyed marine bases, defeated marines, or killed celestial dragons? The Big Mom Pirates had done the same. Thus, when Charlotte Linlin saw Jiang Tian, she offered no courtesy. If I have no interest in your mom. Upon hearing Charlotte Daifuku's words, Jiang Tian refused without hesitation. Whatever Charlotte Linlin wanted, he had no interest. Instead, Jiang Tian appraised Charlotte Daifuku with keen interest. But I am very interested in your body. Later I will kill you and turn you into part of my collection. If Jiang Tian remembered correctly, this man was Charlotte Daifuku. He was also a powerful devil fruit user. With such excellent material delivered right to his doorstep, how could Jiang Tian let it slip away? Jiang Tian planned to kill Charlotte Daifuku on the spot and transform him into a human puppet. What did you say? You dare refuse, mom? No one refuses, mom. Since you won't come willingly, I'll have to take you by force. Enraged by Jiang Tian's refusal, Charlotte Daifuku bellowed. At this moment, Charlotte Daifuku was exceedingly furious, exceptionally so. The newly emerged Akatsuki organization dared to defy mom's command. No one could defy mom's order, anyone who dared to do so must pay the price. With this thought, Charlotte Daifuku hesitated no more and directly unleashed the power of his steam fruit ability. Charlotte Daifuku rapidly rubbed his tall, oil lamp-like body, and a plume of white smoke billowed from his belt. The smoke swiftly coalesced into a blue-skinned lamp genie wielding a massive axe. Attack! Genie hunt! Under Charlotte Daifuku's control, the blue genie raised its giant axe and sliced down fiercely from above. So this is his devil fruit ability? Quite a remarkable power. Witnessing Charlotte Daifuku's assault, Jiang Tian felt immensely satisfied. In Jiang Tian's eyes, Charlotte Daifuku was as good as dead. He was certain he could use the power of Sasori of the Red Sand to slay Daifuku and transform him into an eternal artistic puppet. Just as the lamp genie summoned by Charlotte Daifuku was about to strike Jiang Tian's hand moved subtly. The massive metal tail behind Hiriko swiftly intercepted. Bang! A thunderous collision erupted as the giant axe met the metal tail. Blocked? What ability is this? Never mind. Continue the assault. Seeing Jiang Tian's method of defense, Charlotte Daifuku was momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it and pressed the lamp genie to launch a more formidable attack. Genie Severance. The giant axe in the genie's hands, imbued with a powerful sword aura, swung toward Jiang Tian once more. If the first strike was merely a probe, this attack was a full-powered blow. A colossal slash surged violently toward Jiang Tian. Facing Charlotte Daifuku's assault, Jiang Tian again commanded Hiriko's metal tail to meet it. But this attack was clearly different from the previous one. Crack! Under the immense slash, the metal tail snapped cleanly. The powerful strike continued unabated, landing directly on Hiriko. Boom! A massive explosion erupted and Hiriko shattered into pieces. Ah, Lord Scorpion. Its overlord Scorpion is slain. Seeing the shattered Hiriko, Nami and Karina were startled. In their understanding, this Hiriko was Sasori of the Red Sand. Now that Hiriko was destroyed, it meant Lord Sasori was dead. Meanwhile, the Big Mom Pirates erupted in cheers, celebrating Charlotte Daifuku's defeat of an Akatsuki member. Yeah, Lord Daifuku killed the opponent. Lord Daifuku is truly incredible. So much for the Akatsuki members, they're nothing special. The Big Mom Pirates are far superior. Not only the pirates, but even Charlotte Daifuku's face twisted into a sneer. So this is an Akatsuki member. Nothing more than this. Damn, I killed an Akatsuki member. How do I explain this to Mom? I hope this guy isn't dead yet. Charlotte Daifuku suddenly recalled Charlotte Linlin's order to bring the Akatsuki member to Whole Cake Island. Now that he had slain the Akatsuki member, how would he face Mom? An enraged Mom was truly terrifying. But was Sasori of the Red Sand truly dead? Obviously not. So this is the strength of a Big Mom Pirates executive. I'm growing more interested in your body. As the words faded, a figure emerged from the debris of the shattered Hiriko. The figure removed its hood, revealing a handsome red-haired youth before the crowd. Unquestionably, this was Jiang Tian playing the role of Sasori's true form. You? Who are you? Are you Lord Scorpion? Isn't Lord Scorpion an old man? So Lord Scorpion is this handsome? Nami and Karina stared at Sasori in astonishment. They had assumed Sasori was an old man, never imagining he was a dashing red-haired youth. To destroy my Hiriko so directly. It seems mere puppets can't withstand a devil fruit user's assault. But soon you'll become my new puppet. Jiang Tian gazed at Charlotte Daifuku, a smirk curling at his lips. The puppets Jiang Tian currently used were mostly system-provided, originating from the Naruto world. Though these puppets were exquisite, they struggled against the devil fruit users of the One Piece world. Yet this posed no real issue. Jiang Tian had long planned to capture devil fruit users from this world and forge them into eternal human puppets. You're not dead, excellent. Now I can complete Mom's task, Charlotte Daifuku said, eyeing Jiang Tian. You destroyed my collection. In that case, you shall become my collection. Jiang Tian gripped a scroll in his hand. The scroll unfurled, revealing the character 3 upon it. Now witness my ultimate art. As Jiang Tian's voice trailed off, another puppet materialized before him. Still puppets. Does the Akatsuki fight with mere toys? Lamp Genie attack. Seeing another puppet appear in Jiang Tian's hand, Charlotte Daifuku didn't hesitate, commanding the Lamp Genie to continue its assault on Jiang Tian. The Lamp Genie obeyed, raising its giant axe to strike Jiang Tian once more. In Daifuku's eyes, these puppets were nothing but toys. Having destroyed one, he believed he could destroy another. But was this puppet so easily dealt with? Obviously not. The puppet in Jiang Tian's hand was no ordinary puppet. It was a human puppet. From the Naruto world, the human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. As the Lamp Genie's axe charged and Jiang Tian finally moved. Magnet release, Iron Sand defense. Since Jiang Tian, playing as Sasori of the Red Sand, was now manipulating the 3rd Kazekage's human puppet, this puppet possessed all the power the 3rd Kazekage had in life. The 3rd Kazekage, a renowned magnet release user in the Naruto world, could manipulate magnetic iron sand, making him immensely powerful. Thus, facing the assault of Charlotte Daifuku's genie, Jiang Tian likewise commanded the 3rd Kazekage to unleash the power of the iron sand. The dark iron sand coalesced before Jiang Tian, forming a shield-like barrier. A tremendous crash echoed as the genies collided with the black iron sand. The formidable defensive prowess of the black iron sand effortlessly repelled the genie's attack. Simultaneously, the immense force of the impact sent the genie flying backward. What? How is this possible? What is this thing? Isn't this a puppet? How can a puppet possess such an ability? Seeing the black iron sand floating around the 3rd Kazekage, Charlotte Daifuku furrowed his brow. Through his powerful observation haki, Charlotte Daifuku was certain that the 3rd Kazekage before him was nothing but a puppet, a lifeless toy of a puppet. Yet this lifeless puppet could unleash a devil fruit ability. How could Charlotte Daifuku not be astonished? See this. This is my eternal art. Now I shall make you one of my collection pieces. Magnet release, Iron Sand shower. Under Jiang Tian's control, the iron sand gathered, forming countless fine black needles that shot towards Charlotte Daifuku and his pirates. Dodge quickly. Despite his immense stature, Charlotte Daifuku's reactions were exceptionally swift. Facing the onslaught of iron sand, he nimbly evaded Jiang Tian's attack. However, the pirates behind him were not so fortunate, lacking Daifuku's strength. A chorus of screams erupted as the pirates were struck by the iron sand needles. Had these been ordinary needles, members of the Big Mom pirates might have withstood them due to their robust physiques. But one must not forget, this was Sasori of the Red Sand's attack, and every one of his strikes was laced with potent poison. The moment the pirates were pierced by the iron sand needles, venom surged through their bodies. What is this? It hurts. Help! Lord Daifuku, save us. The pirates screamed in agony as their bodies began to blacken. Soon they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed and dead from the poison. Poison. He can use poison. This is troublesome. Witnessing the gruesome deaths of his men, Charlotte Daifuku's expression grew grave. He had initially dismissed this puppet master from the Akatsuki as insignificant. But he never expected this puppet to wield power akin to a devil fruit. Now Daifuku had no choice but to take him seriously. However, as an officer of the Big Mom pirates, he felt no fear. He continued commanding the genie to attack Jiang Tian. Genie attack. Genie slash. The genie swung its massive axe, cleaving towards Jiang Tian with blinding speed. Magnet release, Iron Sand Triprism. Facing the charging genie, Jiang Tian wasted no time. With a flick of his fingers, he directed the 3rd Kazekage to counterattack. The surrounding iron sand rapidly converged into a colossal triangular prism, meeting the genie's assault. Hidan. A thunderous explosion erupted as they collided. Genie severance. After the first strike, Charlotte Daifuku continued to command the genie. Jiang Tian, in turn, manipulated the 3rd Kazekage puppet to engage. A series of booming collisions echoed as the genie and the iron sand clashed repeatedly. Each impact generated a massive explosion. At this moment, the combat styles of Jiang Tian and Charlotte Daifuku were strikingly similar. Jiang Tian, embodying Sasori, manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, continuously shaping the iron sand into various forms to attack Charlotte Daifuku. Meanwhile, Charlotte Daifuku commanded his genie, which wielded a giant axe, unleashing powerful slashes towards Jiang Tian. For a time, their attacks clashed incessantly. Slashes and iron sand scattered wildly, striking the surrounding sea surface. Damn it! What kind of ability user is he? How can a puppet possess such formidable power? Charlotte Daifuku grew anxious, realizing he had failed to defeat this Akatsuki member despite a prolonged battle. Jiang Tian, however, showed no concern facing the powerful Charlotte Daifuku. Instead, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Your body is quite fine. I can hardly wait to make you my collection piece. Now it's time to end this. Magnet Release Iron Sand World Method. Under Jiang Tian's control, all the iron sand rapidly converged. Driven by immense magnetic force, the coalesced iron sand suddenly expanded outward. Dense as a spider's web, it rained down from the sky, attacking everything in its vicinity. Its vast range completely enveloped the ship, leaving Charlotte Daifuku with no means of escape. No, genie, block it. Seeing the oncoming iron sand, Charlotte Daifuku sensed the gravity of Jiang Tian's attack and immediately ordered the genie to shield him. The genie, cloaked in powerful armament haki, acted as a shield enduring the assault of the iron sand. However, under the influence of magnetism, the iron sand could continuously shift its trajectory. Though the genie blocked the frontal attack, sharp iron sand still struck Charlotte Daifuku from the sides. Armament haki. Facing the incoming iron sand, Charlotte Daifuku coated his entire body with a metallic sheen, his powerful armament haki enveloping him. A grating screech filled the air as the sharp iron sand ground against Daifuku's armament haki. Withstood. Let's see how long you can hold out. Jiang Tian continued to amplify the magnetic power of the third Kazekage, increasing the iron sand's offensive force. Finally, Charlotte Daifuku's armament haki reached its limit. With a crack, his haki shattered. The iron sand pierced directly into his body. At the same time, the poison on the iron sand rapidly seeped into his bloodstream. Charlotte Daifuku instantly felt his entire body go numb. Charlotte Daifuku was struck by the iron sand, and the toxins on the iron sand entered his body. If he were an ordinary pirate, he might have died long ago. But Charlotte Daifuku was the son of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin, and had inherited her formidable physique. Although Charlotte Daifuku was severely wounded and the toxins had invaded his body, his robust constitution still managed to suppress the injuries as he once again manipulated the lamp genie to charge at Jiang Tian. Damn it, you accursed bastard. Go to hell. Genie's fine severing. Perhaps due to his severe injuries and poisoning, the lamp genie's attacks became unsteady and lacked their former power. Jiang Tian manipulated the puppet of the third Kazekage and effortlessly blocked the lamp genie's attack. A futile struggle. Jiang Tian looked at the struggling Charlotte Daifuku with utter disdain. At the same time, he moved his right finger, and the iron sand that had already pierced into Charlotte Daifuku's body erupted once more. The iron sand rapidly coursed through his body, ultimately piercing his heart. With a scream, Charlotte Daifuku died instantly. The material is mine. Looking at Charlotte Daifuku's corpse, a smile curled on Jiang Tian's lips. Using Charlotte Daifuku's corpse, he could surely create a powerful human puppet. And a powerful human puppet would also greatly enhance the proficiency of Sasori of the Red Sand. Nami, you bastard, these things should be mine. Karina, what nonsense are you talking? They're clearly mine. Just then Nami and Karina emerged, each carrying a large bundle filled with treasure. But it wasn't over yet. The two were arguing over a treasure chest. It turned out that while Jiang Tian had been killing Charlotte Daifuku, Nami and Karina had not been idle. They had immediately looted all the treasure from the entire pirate ship. If you two watch the ship and don't disturb me. Seeing Nami and Karina's behavior, Jiang Tian snorted coldly. He carried Charlotte Daifuku's corpse and walked toward the cabin. Jiang Tian intended to immediately turn Charlotte Daifuku's corpse into a puppet to convert it into his own combat power. Seeing that Jiang Tian wasn't angry with them, Nami and Karina breathed a sigh of relief. But they once again glared at each other and argued over the treasure chest. The news of Charlotte Daifuku's death at Jiang Tian's hands quickly reached Whole Cake Island. What? What did you say? Say it again. Charlotte Linlin glared furiously at the pirate who had brought the news. Her voice turned hoarse with rage, and a fierce red gleam flickered in her eyes. A member of the Akatsuki organization had killed the man she sent. Not only had her crew lost a powerful fighter, but it was also a severe slap to her face. How could Charlotte Linlin not be furious? Mom, it's true. Daifuku died at the hands of an Akatsuki member. Lord Daifuku he was. Before the pirate could finish, the enraged Charlotte Linlin unleashed the power of the soul fruit. The soul fruit directly extracted the pirate's soul. "Ah, Mom, no. Mom, spare me." The pirate struggled and begged for mercy, but unfortunately no amount of pleading was of any use. His soul was ultimately pulled out by Charlotte Linlin. After losing his soul, the pirate's body rapidly aged, eventually turning into an old man paralyzed on the ground. "Akatsuki members, I will kill you, kill you. Bring the Akatsuki members back to me immediately." After killing the pirate, Charlotte Linlin still hadn't vented her fury and continued to roar. Her thunderous voice echoed across Whole Cake Island like a shockwave. Every pirate on the island trembled in fear upon hearing her roar. Who on earth was it? Who dared to provoke Mom's wrath? After a period of work, Charlotte Daifuku's corpse was finally turned into a human puppet by Jiang Tian. Now Charlotte Daifuku retained his devil fruit ability, while his tall body was filled with various mechanisms. It could be said that this Charlotte Daifuku was even more powerful than his former self. Not only did he possess a strong devil fruit ability, but every part of his body had become a killing machine. Ding, human puppet creation successful. Current Sasori of the Red Sand proficiency increased. Hearing the system's voice, a smile involuntarily appeared on Jiang Tian's lips. Bang! Just as Jiang Tian was enjoying the increase in Sasori's proficiency, the ship suddenly shook violently, as if it had collided with something. Huh, what's going on? Where is this? When Jiang Tian stepped out of the cabin, he found the sea around him shrouded in thick fog. The fog was so dense that it even blocked out the sun, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Countless shipwrecks lay on the dark sea. "Captain, we're lost. We might have entered the Devil's Triangle." Nami and Karina looked at the nautical chart and then at the surroundings, speaking with some panic. The Devil's Triangle was a special sea area in the Grand Line. It was perpetually covered in fog with sunlight unable to penetrate, making navigation impossible. Many pirates who sailed into this area lost their way and eventually perished. Countless pirates went missing in these waters every year. But Jiang Tian, as a transmigrator, knew very well that this was the territory of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The disappearances of these pirates were closely related to him. Gecko Moria, huh? Keep moving forward. I recall he has quite a few materials there. Jiang Tian thought for a moment, and then said to Nami and Karina. The vessel sped swiftly across the pitch-black sea where the darkness was so thick one could not see their own hand. The waters churned endlessly, and from time to time a long-rotted abandoned ship drifted by from afar. On those ships lay ghastly skeletons, their origins lost to time. Worse still, some corpses writhed with countless wriggling maggots feasting on the decay, a sight that made one's skin crawl. After an indeterminate time of sailing, a dull thud echoed as Jiang Tian's vessel collided with land. On the murky shore, a pitch-black forest stretched before him. "Master Scorpion, it seems we've made landfall. We've reached dry ground." Nami and Kalina spoke, their voices tinged with fear as they gazed at the gloomy surroundings. "We've docked, have we? I hope we can find some fine collectibles here." Jiang Tian stepped onto the land and remarked. As a transmigrator, Jiang Tian knew full well that this was no ordinary island. It was a colossal pirate ship, a vessel as vast as an island itself. But that mattered little. For now, Jiang Tian was only interested in the materials this island held. He was well aware that Gecko Moria was here researching his zombie army. To create his undead soldiers, Gecko Moria frequently plundered graves and exhumed corpses. Surely there must be ample materials here suitable for crafting human puppets. Jiang Tian strode onto the land, heading toward the dark forest. Nami and Kalina followed nervously behind him. Strange sounds echoed intermittently through the shadowy woods where tombstones and eerie stone monuments dotted the ground. An ominous wind would occasionally rise, rustling the branches. The scene was indeed chilling. However, Jiang Tian was now playing the role of Sasori of the Red Sand, his body long since transformed into a puppet. For Sasori, his puppet form knew neither terror nor fear. In his heart, there was only one pursuit: eternal immortal art. Just then the mud not far from Jiang Tian began to stir, and a pair of withered hands emerged. The hands clawed at the earth, and a zombie, its body decayed and grotesque, crawled out. Roar! The zombie let out a guttural cry and charged at Jiang Tian. "Oh, a zombie! Help! Master Scorpion! Zombies are terrifying." The sudden appearance of the undead creature startled the timid Nami and Kalina. But Jiang Tian felt no fear. Instead, he regarded the approaching zombie with keen curiosity. "A zombie, is it? So this is one of Gecko Moria's creations. I wonder how strong it is." As the zombie lunged, Jiang Tian extended his right hand, and 5 chakra threads shot out, latching onto the creature's limbs. The running zombie abruptly halted. "What's happening? Why can't I move? What have you done to me?" The zombie, finding itself immobilized, suddenly spoke in human tongue. "Let me examine your body." With a slight flick of his wrist, Jiang Tian dismembered the zombie into pieces, laying its every secret bare before him. What trash! A waste of materials. These zombies were created by Gecko Moria, using his devil fruit power, stuffing shadows into corpses. Thus they retained the memories of their shadow's former owners. Yet precisely because of this, these so-called zombies could never harness the original strength of their bodies. From Sasori's perspective, this was an utter squandering of resources. Had these materials been entrusted to him for crafting human puppets, the corpses could have preserved their living power augmented with mechanical weaponry. In the eyes of Jiang Tian, playing Sasori, Gecko Moria's zombies were nothing but a farce. After all, Gecko Moria was once a man who had sailed the Grand Line and even clashed with one of the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. And now he sought to conquer the seas with these pathetic zombies, a complete inversion of priorities. Jiang Tian pressed deeper into the forest, encountering a few more zombies along the way. These zombies charged at him as well, but before they could get close, a subtle movement of Jiang Tian's fingers sent chakra threads slicing them apart. They were far too weak, too feeble to even qualify for puppet making. After dismantling several hundred such zombies, the remaining ones realized Jiang Tian was not to be trifled with. They scattered in panic. Run! A monster has come to the island. A terrifying monster is here. Usually these zombies only bullied passing pirates. Now faced with a supreme powerhouse like Jiang Tian, they had no choice but to flee. At that moment, a zombie dressed as a swordsman wielding a long blade appeared before Jiang Tian. Finally someone interesting. Your body is excellent. He'll take it. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of this swordsman zombie. If his memory served him right, this was the swordsman Ryuma, a legendary master from Wano country. It was said he once slew a dragon in the sky with his famed blade Shusue, earning him the title of Dragon Slayer. Yet the corpse of such a formidable warrior had been reduced to this by Gecko Moria, a sheer waste of material. You are strong. Ryuma's lips moved slightly as he spoke in a low voice. You're not bad either. Hand your body over to me. I will forge you into a perfect work of art, Jiang Tian said, fixing his gaze on Ryuma. You want my body? Then come. If you can defeat me, everything I have is yours, Ryuma replied. As a mighty swordsman, Ryuma yearned for battle with the strong. But since his resurrection by the power of shadows, he had been trapped in the Florian Triangle, unable to leave. It had been ages since he last fought a worthy opponent. Now encountering Jiang Tian, a true powerhouse, Ryuma was exhilarated. As you wish. Come forth, my masterpieces. Jiang Tian produced 2 scrolls, unrolling them to reveal 2 human puppets. One was the human puppet of the 3rd Kazekage. The other was the newly crafted puppet of Charlotte Daifuku. Attack Iron Sand Giant Needle. Steam Fruit Demon Slash. Under Jiang Tian's control, the 3rd Kazekage human puppet and the Dafu puppet launched their attacks simultaneously. Countless particles of iron sand around the 3rd Kazekage coalesced, transforming into a massive black needle that thrust towards swordsman Ryuma. As the 3rd Kazekage attacked, the Dafu puppet also unleashed its Devil Fruit ability, summoning the Lamp Demon to join the assault. Well struck. Facing the onslaught of the 2 human puppets, swordsman Ryuma charged forward with exhilaration. The famed blade in his hand carved out 2 slashes, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of both puppets. What a remarkable body. Your body is mine for the taking. Witnessing swordsman Ryuma's prowess, Jiang Tian grew increasingly satisfied with his physique. He continued to command the 2 human puppets to assault swordsman Ryuma. The swordsman before him was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but unfortunately he had long since perished. Now merely a zombie, he could hardly harness the strength he possessed in life. Thus the 2 puppets quickly gained the upper hand. Demon's Grasp. The colossal lamp demon charged forward, seizing swordsman Ryuma's body. Just as the swordsman began to resist, iron sand rapidly converged. Iron Sand Binding. The black sand enveloped swordsman Ryuma's form entirely. Your body is now mine. Then a surge of seawater rushed forth, drenching swordsman Ryuma. Instantly the shadow within swordsman Ryuma's corpse lost its power, vanishing without a trace. Deprived of its shadow, the swordsman's body reverted to a mere corpse. A perfect specimen. You shall become one of my treasures. Gazing at the corpse of swordsman Ryuma, Jiang Tian was thoroughly pleased and swiftly began his modifications. As the most formidable puppeteer, Sasori of the Red Sand could alter human puppets at will. Soon swordsman Ryuma's corpse underwent a dramatic transformation. Now swordsman Ryuma resembled a true master swordsman, exuding an aura of lethal intent from every pore. What a flawless work of art. Beholding this puppet, Jiang Tian was immensely satisfied. This puppet had fully preserved all the power swordsman Ryuma commanded in life. He was a genuine grandmaster of the sword. With a slight twitch of his finger, Jiang Tian made swordsman Ryuma open his eyes, grip his longsword, and swing it toward the distance. A colossal slash erupted, hurtling forward at tremendous speed. Boom! A thunderous explosion followed as the slash carved a massive chasm into the ground. The entire island trembled violently in response. At the heart of this ship-sized island stood a castle. Within the castle, a towering figure paced back and forth. This imposing being bore a demonic visage and wore Gothic attire. This figure was none other than Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who lurked in the Florian Triangle. How intriguing. An organization called the Akatsuki has appeared on the seas. Its members dare to destroy a navy base, steal the heavenly tribute, and defeat a marine admiral. Gecko Moria, perusing the newspaper, let out his characteristic cackle. Rob the heavenly tribute. Defeat a marine base. The Akatsuki. Never heard of them. Are they really that audacious? Gecko Moria's subordinates, the ghost princess Perona, the genius Dr. Hogback, and Absalom, crowded around peering at the newspaper with curiosity. They too were astonished by this Akatsuki organization that dared to destroy a navy base and plunder the heavenly tribute. Rumble. At that moment, a tremendous explosion resounded. What's going on? What happened? Hearing the commotion around them, Gecko Moria's brow furrowed. Lord Moria, it's terrible. Countless zombies are fleeing toward us. They seem to have encountered something truly terrifying. Someone is driving the zombie army. The ghost princess and the others pointed at the distant horde of panicked zombies. Let me see who dares to cause trouble on my turf. If you're strong enough, they'll take your shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, Gecko Moria dashed out swiftly. Moving with great speed, Moria soon located Jiang Tian and appeared before him. Laying eyes on the swordsman Ryuma puppet beside Jiang Tian, Moria erupted in fury. Swordsman Ryuma, what have you done? You dare steal my zombie. Through the power of his shadow fruit, Moria was certain that Swordsman Ryuma had completely slipped from his control. Swordsman Ryuma was a corpse of a formidable warrior he had painstakingly exhumed from a grave in Wano country. To that end, he had specially inserted the shadow of a swordsman into Ryuma's body. Swordsman Ryuma was one of the most elite fighters in his zombie army, and now his painstakingly crafted zombie had been stolen. How could Gecko Moria not be enraged? Lord Moria, look at his clothes. Red clouds on a black cloak. He's a member of the Akatsuki. That's right, an Akatsuki member. Only Akatsuki members wear such attire. At that moment, the ghost princess Perona and the others noticed Jiang Tian's clothing and shouted loudly. The Akatsuki. From the newspaper, just now. Hearing their words, Gecko Moria was taken aback. He had just read about the Akatsuki in the paper, and now they appeared before him. This is wonderful. An Akatsuki member. Your shadow must be incredibly powerful. I will take your shadow. Upon confirming the intruder was an Akatsuki member, Gecko Moria burst into manic laughter. Gecko Moria had been holed up in the Florian Triangle for far too long. Years away from the open sea had fostered a blind overconfidence. In Moria's mind, anyone who entered the Florian Triangle was no match for him. Even an Akatsuki member would be defeated, their shadow stolen. This misguided arrogance led him to gravely misjudge Jiang Tian's strength. A shadow fruit user. An invisible fruit user. Your bodies are not bad either. Once I kill you, we'll turn your bodies into collectibles. Jiang Tian appraised the group before him, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Gecko Moria was undoubtedly a devil fruit user, specifically a paramecia-type shadow fruit user coupled with his naturally imposing physique. In Jiang Tian's eyes, Gecko Moria was an excellent material. If he could be turned into a puppet, he would undoubtedly become a perfect collectible. Secondly, Gecko Moria's underling Absalom was an invisible fruit user. This was also a decent material for Jiang Tian. Sensing Jiang Tian's presumptuous gaze appraising him, Gecko Moria was instantly enraged. You damned bastard, what kind of look is that? Gecko Moria was all too familiar with this gaze. It was the look of a hunter eyeing its prey. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. When had he ever been regarded as prey? Moreover, this member of the Akatsuki organization had not only stolen the zombies he had painstakingly crafted, but was now staring at him like this. How could Gecko Moria not be furious? You damned bastard. Go to hell. They'll take your shadow. Without a second thought, Gecko Moria activated his shadow fruit ability and launched an attack at Jiang Tian. His shadow rapidly stretched from the ground, surging towards Jiang Tian. When it reached him, the shadow shot upright like a spear, thrusting violently at Jiang Tian. Shadow spear. As a shadow fruit user, all shadows around him were his weapons. He could launch any attack using shadows. The shadow fruit ability, Swordsman Ryuma, go. With a subtle movement of Jiang Tian's hand, the human puppet swordsman Ryuma charged forward. Drawing the famous sword Shusue, he swung it, unleashing a massive slashing attack that struck against Moria's shadow spear. With a thunderous explosion, swordsman Ryuma's colossal slash effortlessly shattered Gecko Moria's shadow spear. But it didn't stop there. The slash continued hurtling towards Moria. What? Not good. Seeing the incoming slash, Gecko Moria was startled. His obese body stumbled as he dodged. The massive slash grazed past his nose and slammed heavily into the ground nearby. The ground shook violently, a massive chasm extending into the distance. How is this possible? How could swordsman Ryuma possess such power? I never knew. Witnessing Ryuma unleash such immense force, Gecko Moria was taken aback. He had long obtained Ryuma's corpse and turned it into a zombie, but he had never discovered that Ryuma possessed such terrifying strength. Gecko Moria, I told you have no idea what true art is. You only waste materials. Now let me show you eternal art. As his words fell, Jiang Tian's hand moved subtly. Swordsman Ryuma shot forward like an arrow from a bowstring, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Gecko Moria. You damned bastard. Shadow Fruit Shadow Box. Gecko Moria once again unleashed the power of his fruit. Countless shadows surged from all directions like bats. They formed a black box attempting to encircle Jiang Tian. Slash. The human puppet swordsman Ryuma swung his famous sword with force. The powerful slash easily shattered the shadow box. Without losing momentum, swordsman Ryuma continued his assault on Gecko Moria. A tearing sound accompanied by a scream rang out. A gruesome wound appeared on Gecko Moria's body as blood splattered everywhere. Lord Moria, we'll help you. Seeing Moria severely injured, his underlings Perona, the Ghost Princess, and Absalom immediately launched their attacks on Jiang Tian. Ghost Bomb. Perona, a ghost fruit user, could attack using ghosts. Under her control, several doll-like ghosts sped towards Jiang Tian. It's useless. With a flick of Jiang Tian's finger, the Daifuka puppet activated swiftly. The lamp genie's giant axe coated in armament haki swung down with force. The ghost shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the lamp genie's massive hand reached out and grabbed Perona, capturing her firmly. Oh, what is this? Help! Lord Moria, save me. Perona struggled desperately. But unfortunately, her strength was far too weak. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from the lamp genie's grasp. While Perona attacked, Absalom activated his invisible fruit ability. He completely vanished, stealthily approaching Jiang Tian from behind. However, before he could get close, Jiang Tian detected him. Trying to ambush me. Iron Sand Shower. With another flick of Jiang Tian's finger, the third Kazakage's human puppet activated. The iron sand rapidly coalesced into countless bullets shooting towards the invisible Absalom. A scream rang out as blood splattered. The lifeless body of Absalom materialized. First material acquired. Seeing Absalom dead, Jiang Tian was very satisfied. The iron sand carried the corpse before him. Absalom. Damn it, you killed Absalom. You damned bastard. He'll kill you. I will definitely kill you. Seeing one of his subordinates captured and another killed in the first exchange, Gecko Moria was now seething with rage. Consumed by fury, he unleashed the most powerful technique of the shadow fruit he currently possessed. Shadow Gathering. With Gecko Moria's roar, all shadows in the vicinity converged upon him. With each shadow entering his body, Gecko Moria's physique swelled a little more. After absorbing 1,000 shadows, his body had expanded to the size of a small mountain. Hiya, see this? This is my power. He'll kill you. Having absorbed over 1,000 shadows, his form became colossal. But his mind seemed deranged and he kept laughing maniacally. At this moment, Gecko Moria loomed like a small mountain, his colossal form alone exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Having absorbed 1,000 shadows at once, Gecko Moria could not master their power. His mind grew frenzied, and he burst into ceaseless maniacal laughter. It was indeed a terrifying sight, imposing immense pressure. Yet Jiang Tian simply disregarded it. Is this all the strength you possess? If your power amounts to no more than this, then prepare to become one of my collections. Jiang Tian gazed at the enormous Gecko Moria before him and spoke with utter disdain. Though Moria now appeared colossal and formidable, Jiang Tian knew full well that the giant was a hollow shell. Bastard, how dare you underestimate me? Die. Hearing Jiang Tian's contemptuous words, the already unhinged Gecko Moria flew into a rage and hurled his massive fist toward Jiang Tian. Attack. In response to Moria's assault, Jiang Tian activated the power of the Fujin puppet. The Lantern Man clenched his fist and charged forward. With a thunderous crash, the Lantern Man's fist collided with Gecko Moria's. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Despite his immense size, Gecko Moria was sent flying backward by the smaller Lantern Man's single punch. Iron Sand Cube. Following the Lantern Man's strike, Jiang Tian moved his hand slightly, activating the third Kazakage's puppet once more. Countless particles of iron sand converged into a massive cube, hurtling toward Gecko Moria with crushing force. Crash. A tremendous impact echoed as the colossal iron sand cube slammed into Gecko Moria. He let out a pain scream and began to retch. But what he vomited was not blood, it were countless shadows. Jiang Tian's fierce assault had shattered Moria's control over his ability. Moria could no longer contain the shadows within him. Strike while the iron is hot. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian moved his hand again, and the swordsman Ryuma dashed forward. Slash. The sword in the puppet Ryuma's hand unleashed a massive cutting wave, striking Gecko Moria with devastating force. With a shriek, blood splattered and a deep gash appeared on Gecko Moria's body. Wounded again, the shadows within Moria fled wildly. His mountain-like form deflated like a punctured balloon, shrinking rapidly. Soon Gecko Moria reverted to his original size. You wretched fiend, what are you planning? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Badly injured Gecko Moria glared at Jiang Tian in desperation. He had never imagined he would be defeated so thoroughly. Was this the power of an Akatsuki member? Was he about to die here? He hadn't even finished building his zombie army. He still had to conquer the seas. Moria's eyes burned with unwillingness. Rest assured, I will put your body to good use. I will turn it into a perfect work of art. You will not vanish, you will exist for eternity. Jiang Tian spoke as iron sand seeped into Moria's wounds, spreading venom. Soon Gecko Moria's gaze grew vacant, and he became a lifeless corpse. The material is mine. Seeing Moria's body, a smile curled at the corner of Jiang Tian's mouth. He had effortlessly defeated Gecko Moria, using the power of Sasori of the Red Sand. The only one left standing was the prodigy Dr. Hogback. Watching Jiang Tian slaughter Moria with ease, Hogback shuddered under his gaze. My lord, I surrender. I can create zombies. I can serve you. Hogback begged Jiang Tian for mercy. Even the formidable Gecko Moria had fallen to this man. He with no real power stood no chance. Now begging for mercy was Hogback's only option. You? A mere piece of trash. You are not worthy of being my collection. Jiang Tian glanced at Hogback and lost all interest. Hogback was merely an ordinary man with negligible strength. He had no right to become one of Sasori's treasures. A wave of iron sand flew over, and the kneeling Hogback met his end. With Gecko Moria slain, the entire colossal ship island fell under Jiang Tian's control. Jiang Tian stood before the castle at the island's center. So this is Moria's castle. I hope there are still materials inside that catch my interest. If his memory served him right, the castle held many corpses of powerful warriors that Moria had yet to turn into zombies. Now that Moria was dead, all those remains belonged to Jiang Tian. With this thought, he eagerly stepped into the castle. While Jiang Tian scavenged the castle for strong corpses, Nami and Karina were not idle. They too were ransacking the castle. But they sought not bodies but treasure. Wow, so much treasure. It's all mine. Bastard, you thieving cat. What do you think you're doing? That treasure is partly mine. Soon they discovered the storeroom and began a frantic scramble over the countless riches. Around the Florian Triangle, several large marine battleships were patrolling. Report Admiral Akiji. We have confirmed the trail of Akatsuki member Sasori of the Red Sand. He appears to have entered the Florian Triangle. A marine reported to Akiji. Following Sengoku's orders, Akiji had been tracking Sasori of the Red Sand, eventually pursuing him into the Florian Triangle. The Florian Triangle. Gecko Moria's territory. This could be troublesome. Blockade the area. Report immediately if any Akatsuki member is spotted. After a moment's thought, Akiji issued his orders. Within the castle of Gecko Moria, Jiang Tian was busily at work. Through continuous modifications, Gecko Moria's corpse had been completely transformed into a giant human puppet. While retaining the abilities of the shadow fruit, Gecko Moria's body was now filled with various mechanisms. The former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, had become nothing more than a collection piece for Sasori of the Red Sand. Satisfied, Jiang Tian stored the Gecko Moria human puppet into a scroll, then immediately began crafting Absalom's human puppet. Compared to Gecko Moria, Jiang Tian valued Absalom's human puppet more. To be precise, he valued Absalom's clear fruit ability. The clear fruit ability allowed anything touched to become invisible. This was crucial for Jiang Tian, who was currently playing the role of Sasori of the Red Sand. A puppeteer was inherently weak in close combat, relying on puppets to fight. The clear fruit could help the puppeteer become invisible, offering better protection. At the same time, it could also render the puppets invisible. This greatly enhanced the puppeteer's combat capabilities. Imagine making all puppets invisible in battle, silently approaching the enemy. When the enemy discovered them, they could suddenly reveal themselves and launch an attack. This was a terrifying method of assault. After finishing the human puppets, Jiang Tian began ransacking Gecko Moria's castle. Soon Jiang Tian found a massive corpse. Is this Oz? Oz the country bringer. Indeed, the colossal corpse before him was Oz. In the original story, Oz was a powerful zombie created by inserting Luffy's shadow. However, due to Jiang Tian's premature intervention, Gecko Moria had died before he could create Oz. Now this giant corpse fell into Jiang Tian's hands. Besides Oz the country bringer, Jiang Tian also found the corpses of Captain John and several other strong individuals. Without any hesitation, Jiang Tian immediately transformed these corpses into zombies. Soon his collection of human puppets had increased. Just as Jiang Tian was about to leave the Devil's Triangle, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, proficiency in the Akatsuki member Sasori's character template has increased. Current proficiency has reached 90. Ding, Sasori's character template has reached 90, unlocking a companion template opportunity. Ding, Sasori of the Akatsuki's companion is Deidara. Do you wish to activate Deidara's character template? Moi. Sasori's proficiency has already reached 90. Activate Deidara of the Akatsuki. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Tian said, without hesitation. Zhang Tian was currently playing the role of Sasori, one half of the artistic duo in the Akatsuki. Since they were the artistic duo, how could the explosive art of Deidara be missing? Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating Deidara of the Akatsuki. As the system's voice faded, a large white owl-like bird appeared in the sky. Standing atop the bird was a young man with yellow hair clad in a black cloak with red clouds. Lord Sasori, look. A strange bird has appeared in the sky. There seems to be a person on the bird. Hey, that person is wearing the Akatsuki cloak. Is he a companion? Nami and Karina, looking at the flying bird and Deidara upon it, couldn't help but ask. He is Deidara. Zhang Tian said as he watched Deidara approaching rapidly. The white owl-like bird descended swiftly onto the ship, and Deidara jumped off. Uncle Sasori, I finally found you. Deidara said warmly to Zhang Tian, who was playing Sasori. What are you doing here? Don't disturb me while I'm collecting eternal art. Zhang Tian said to Deidara with a hint of disdain. Uncle Sasori, what did you say? Instantaneous explosion is the truest form of art. Just like this. As he spoke, Deidara extended his right hand, and a mouth appeared in his palm. After the mouth in his hand chewed for a moment, it spat out a lump of clay. Deidara kneaded the clay, and a lifelike clay butterfly flew from his hand. The clay butterfly soared high into the sky. Art is an explosion. Huh. With a loud shout, the clay butterfly in midair exploded with a thunderous blast. The massive explosion sent sparks cascading across the sky. Ah, what is that? Such a loud explosion. The sudden blast startled Nami and Karina. But Deidara was immensely excited. Uncle Sasori, did you see that? This is true art. The fleeting explosion is the real art. However, facing Deidara's explosive art, Zhang Tian, as Sasori showed great disdain. Eternal existence is the true art. Your art cannot compare to my eternal art. Hearing Zhang Tian's words, Deidara became furious and shouted. What did you say? Obviously, my instantaneous explosion is the real art. And so amidst their quarreling, Zhang Tian left the Devil's Triangle waters. Throughout the journey, Zhang Tian, as Sasori and Deidara constantly argued about art. One was a puppet sculptor, the other a clay sculptor. One played with models, the other with figurines. One championed eternal art, the other instantaneous art. Neither would yield to the other's artistic philosophy. Faced with the bickering between Zhang Tian and Deidara, Nami and Karina dared not interject, opting instead to steer the ship steadily. Just as they left the Devil's Triangle waters, they were spotted by nearby Marines. Look, someone has come out of the Devil's Triangle. Black cloak with red clouds. That's right, they are Akatsuki members. Report to Admiral Akiji immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, the Marines relayed the news of the Akatsuki's appearance to Akiji, who was lazily sunbathing. The Akatsuki members have finally appeared. I need to finish my mission quickly. Akiji stood up from his lounge chair, yawned, and thought to himself. Lord Sasori, Lord Deidara, it's bad. There are Marine battleships ahead. We are surrounded by Marine warships. Nami and Karina shouted worriedly as they saw the rapidly approaching Marine fleet. The Marines have come. Perfect timing, let them witness our explosive art. Hearing of the Marines' arrival, Deidara said excitedly. Without any hesitation, Deidara leaped onto his clay owl and soared into the sky.